This book is about the citizen soldiers of the United States Army and the United States Army Air Forces in the European theater of operations in World War II. It is not a comprehensive history of the campaign in Northwest Europe that began on D-Day and ended with Germany's surrender 11 months later. Although it includes some material on strategy, it is not a book about the generals. It's about the GIs, the junior officers and enlisted men, who they were, how they fought, why they fought, what they endured, how they triumphed. I make my living by reading other people's mail, listening to their stories, reading their memoirs. My job is to pick out the best and most representative, the ones that illuminate common themes or illustrate typical actions, and to let my characters speak for themselves. They were there. I wasn't. They saw with their own eyes. They put their own lives on the line. I didn't. Unit cohesion, teamwork, and the development of a sense of family in the squad and platoon are the qualities most World War II combat veterans point to when asked how they survived and won. They were, overwhelmingly, high school or college students when America got into the war. They were drafted or enlisted voluntarily. They entered France beginning on June 6, 1944. From June 7 to September, they came in over Omaha and Utah beaches. From September to the spring of 1945, they came in at Cherbourg and Le Havre. They came as liberators, not conquerors. Only a tiny percentage of them wanted to be there, but only a small percentage of these men failed to do their duty.
First light came to Sainte-Marie-Église around 0510. 24 hours earlier, it had been just another Norman village, with more than a millennium behind it. By nightfall of June 6th, it was a name known around the world. The village where the invasion began and now headquarters for the 82nd Airborne Division. At dawn on June 7th, Lieutenant Waverly Ray, executive officer in Company D, 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment, who had jumped into the night sky over Normandy 28 hours earlier, was on the northwestern outskirts of the village. He peered intently into the lifting gloom. What he couldn't see, he could sense. From the sounds of the movement of personnel and vehicles to the north of Sainte-Marie-Église, he could feel and figure that the major German counterattack, the one the Germans counted on to drive the Americans into the sea, and the one the paratroopers had been expecting, was coming at Sainte-Marie-Église. 6,000 German soldiers were on the move, with infantry, artillery, tanks, and self-propelled guns, more than a match for the 600 or so lightly armed paratroopers in Sainte-Marie-Église. A German breakthrough to the beaches seemed imminent, and Lieutenant Ray was at the point of attack. Ray had deep South religious convictions. A Baptist, each month he sent half his pay home to help build a new church. He never swore. His exclamation when exasperated was, "John Brown," meaning abolitionist John Brown of Harper's Ferry. He didn't drink, smoke, or chase girls. Some troopers called him the Deacon. Colonel Ben Vandervoort, commander of the 505th, had something of a father-son relationship with Ray, always calling him by his first name, Waverly. On June 7th, shortly after dawn, Ray reported to Vandervoort on what he had spotted. Vandervoort ordered Ray to return to the company and have it attack the German flank before the Germans could get their attack started. Back in the company area, Ray passed on the order. As the company prepared to attack, he took up his M1, grabbed a half-dozen grenades, and strode out, his Colt 45 on his hip and a silver-plated .38 revolver stuck in his jump boot. He was going to do a one-man reconnaissance to formulate a plan of attack. Ray had spent half a year preparing for this moment, but he was not trained for it. In one of the greatest intelligence failures of all time, no G2 intelligence officer had ever thought to tell the men who were going to fight the battle that the dominant physical feature of the battlefield was the maze of hedgerows that covered the western half of Normandy. 100 years before Lieutenant Ray came to Normandy, Honoré de Balzac had described the hedges. The peasants from time immemorial have raised a bank of earth about each field, forming a flat-topped ridge 2 meters in height, with beeches, oaks, and chestnut trees growing upon the summit. The ridge or mound planted in this wise is called a hedge, and as the long branches of the trees which grow upon it almost always project across the road, they make a great arbor overhead. The roads themselves, shut in by clay banks in this melancholy way, are not unlike the moats of fortresses. How could the various G2s have missed such an obvious feature, especially as aerial reconnaissance clearly revealed the hedges? Because the photo interpreters, looking only straight down at them, thought they were like English hedges, the kind the fox hunters jump over, and they had missed the sunken nature of the roads entirely. Ray moved up sunken lanes, crossed an orchard, pushed his way through hedgerows, crawled through a ditch. Along the way he noted concentrations of Germans in fields and lanes. He reached a point near N13, the main highway coming into Sainte-Mère-Église from Cherbourg. The N13 was the axis of the German attack. Ray got to a place where he could hear guttural voices on the other side of a hedgerow. He rose up, burst through the obstacle, swung his M1 to a ready position, and barked in his strong command voice, "Hande hoch," to the 8 German officers gathered around a radio. 7 instinctively raised their hands. The 8th tried to pull a pistol from his holster. Ray shot him instantly between the eyes. 2 Germans in a slit trench 100 meters to Ray's rear fired bursts from their Schmeisser machine pistols at him. Bullets cut through his jacket. One cut off half of his right ear. Ray dropped to his knee and began shooting the other 7 officers, one at a time, as they attempted to run away. When he had used up his clip, he jumped into a ditch, put another clip into his M1, and dropped the German soldiers with the Schmeissers with 1 shot each. Ray made his way back to the company area to report on what he had seen. At the command post, he came in with blood down his jacket, a big chunk of his ear gone, holes in his clothing. "Who's got more grenades?" he demanded. Then he started leading. He put a 60mm mortar crew on the German flank and directed fire into the lanes and hedgerows most densely packed with the enemy. Next he sent D Company into an attack down one of the lanes. The Germans broke and ran. By mid-morning, Sainte-Mère-Église was secure, and the potential for a German breakthrough to the beaches was much diminished. Before the battle was joined, Hitler had been sure his young men would outfight the young Americans. He was certain that the spoiled sons of democracy couldn't stand up to the solid sons of dictatorship. If he had seen Lieutenant Ray in action in the early morning of D-Day +1, he might have had some doubts. The campaign in Northwest Europe 1944-45 was a tremendous struggle on a gigantic stage. It was a test of many things, such as how well the Wehrmacht had done in changing its tactics and weapons to defend the empire it had seized in blitzkrieg warfare, how well the assembly lines of the Allies and of the Axis were doing in providing the weapons, the skill of the generals, the proper employment of airplanes on the defense and on the offense, and much more. The test we will look at is how well General George C. Marshall and that relative handful of professional officers serving in the U.S. Army in 1940 had done in creating an army of citizen soldiers from scratch. America had the numbers of men and could produce the weapons for a mass army and transport it to Europe, no question about it. But could she provide the leaders that an 8-million-man army required? The leaders at the people level, primarily captains, lieutenants, and sergeants? Hitler had thought not, and even U.S. Army Chief of Staff George Marshall had his doubts. The success of D-Day was a good start. On D-Day, the Allies put some 175,000 men ashore in Normandy. But the Allies had barely penetrated Germany's outermost defenses and had engaged only a tiny fraction of the German army in France. The Wehrmacht was not the army it had been 3 years earlier, but it was an army that had refused to die, even after Moscow, Stalingrad, and Kursk. At dawn on June 7, 1944, hundreds of thousands of soldiers from Britain and the States began coming in as reinforcements. This is the story of how those forces teamed up and overcame determined German resistance, to broaden the beachhead, then to overrun Normandy, then to overrun France and drive to the German border. Expanding the Beachhead, June 7th to 30th, 1944. Shortly after dawn on June 7th, Lieutenant Horace Henderson of the 6th Engineer Special Brigade landed on Omaha Beach. I noticed that nothing moved on the beach except one bulldozer. The beach was covered with debris, sunken craft, and wrecked vehicles. We saw many bodies in the water. We jumped into chest-high water and waded ashore. Then we saw that the beach was literally covered with the bodies of American soldiers wearing the blue and gray patches of the 29th Infantry Division. To the west, inland from Utah Beach, on the morning of June 7th, Lieutenant Ray's foray had broken up the German counterattack into Sainte-Mère-Église before it got started. But by noon the Germans were dropping mortar shells on the town. Private Jack Leonard of the 82nd was in a foxhole that took a direct hit. His stomach was blown away. His last words were, "God damn the bastards, they got me. The hell with it." That afternoon, E Company of the 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment moved out to drive the Germans further back. Those who participated included Lieutenant James Coyle, a platoon leader, Lieutenant Frank Woolsey, a company executive officer, and Sergeant Otis Sampson, an old cavalry soldier with 10 years in the Army and, by reputation, the best mortarman in the division. In some ways, the experience they were about to have, fighting in the hedgerows, typified what others were going through that same day, or would be experiencing in the days to follow. The company had 2 tanks attached to it. Lieutenant Coyle's order was to take his platoon across the field and attack the hedgerow ahead. But Coyle explained to his CO, his commanding officer, that the Germans had dug into and hidden behind the hedgerows, and that they would exact a bloody price from infantry advancing through a field, no matter how good the men were at fire and movement. Coyle received permission to explore alternate routes. Lieutenant Woolsey accompanied him. Sure enough, Coyle found a route through the sunken lanes that brought the Americans to a point where they were looking down a lane running perpendicular to the one they were on. It was the main German position, inexplicably without cover or observation posts on its flank. The paratroopers were thus able to observe an unsuspecting German battalion at work. Communication wires ran up and down. Mortar crews worked their weapons. Sergeants with binoculars leaned against the bank and peered through openings cut in the hedge, directing the mortar fire. Other forward observers had radios and were directing the firing of heavy artillery from the rear. Riflemen at the embankment also had cut holes through which they could aim and fire. At the near and far corner of the lane, the corners of the field, German heavy machine guns were tunneled in, the muzzles of their guns just peeking through a small hole in the embankment, with crews at the ready to send crisscrossing fire into the field in front. That was the staggering firepower Coyle's platoon would have run into had he obeyed without question his original orders. He was now on the German flank with his men, and 2 tanks behind him. The tanks did a 90-degree turn. The men laid down a base of rifle and machine gun fire, greatly aided by a barrage of mortars from Sergeant Sampson. Then the tanks shot their 75mm cannon down the lane. Germans fell all around. Sampson fired all his mortar shells, then picked up a Browning automatic rifle. I couldn't miss. That road was their death trap. It was so easy I felt ashamed of myself and quit firing. I felt I'd bagged my quota. The German survivors waved a white flag. Coyle told his men to cease fire, stood up, walked down the lane to take the surrender. 2 grenades came flying over the hedgerow and landed at his feet. He dove to the side and escaped, and the firing opened up again. The Americans had the Germans trapped in the lane, and after a period of taking casualties without being able to inflict any, the German soldiers began to take off, bursting through the hedgerow and emerging into the fields with hands held high, crying, "Comrade!" Soon there were 200 or so men in the field, hands up. Coyle and his men had effectively destroyed an enemy battalion without losing a single man. E Company's experience on June 7th was unique, or nearly so. An unguarded German flank was seldom again to be found. But in another way, what the company went through was to be repeated across Normandy in the weeks that followed. In the German army, the slave troops from conquered Central and Eastern Europe and Asia would throw their hands up at the first opportunity. But if they misjudged their situation and their NCO was around, they were likely to get shot in the back. Ethnic Germans also surrendered. Even veterans of the Eastern Front. Corporal Friedrich Bertenrath of the 2nd Panzer Division explained, "In Russia, I could imagine nothing but fighting to the last man. We knew that going into a prison camp in Russia meant you were dead. In Normandy, one always had in the back of his mind, well, if everything goes to hell, the Americans are human enough that the prospect of becoming their prisoner was attractive to some extent." By no means were all the enlisted German personnel in Normandy reluctant warriors. Many fought effectively, some fought magnificently. Among elite German outfits in Normandy there were paratroopers. They were a different proposition altogether from the Polish or Russian troops. The 3rd Fallschirmjäger Division came into the battle in Normandy on June 10th, arriving by truck after night drives from Brittany. It was a full-strength division, 15,976 men in its ranks, mostly young German volunteers. It was new to combat, but it had been organized and trained by a veteran paratroop battalion from the Italian campaign. Training had been rigorous and emphasized initiative and improvisation. The equipment was outstanding. In any encounter between equal numbers of Americans and Fallschirmjägers, the Germans had from 6 to 20 times as much firepower. A battalion commander in the 29th remarked, "Those Germans are the best soldiers I ever saw. They're smart, and they don't know what the word fear means. They come in and they keep coming until they get their job done or you kill them." These were the men who had to be rooted out of the hedgerows one by one. All through the Cotentin Peninsula from June 7th on, GIs died doing it, 2 hedgerows a day. The Norman hedgerows dated back to Roman times. They were mounds of earth to keep cattle in and to mark boundaries. Typically, there was only one entry into the small field enclosed by the hedgerows. On the sunken roads, the brush often met overhead, giving the GIs a feeling of being trapped in a leafy tunnel. It was like fighting in a maze. Where the Americans got lost, the Germans were at home, geniuses at utilizing the fortification possibilities of the hedgerows. In the early days of the battle, many GIs were killed or wounded because they dashed through the opening into a field, just the kind of aggressive tactics they had been taught, only to be cut down by pre-sighted machine gun fire or mortars. Mortars caused 3/4 of American casualties in Normandy. American Army tactical manuals stressed the need for tank-infantry cooperation. But in Normandy, the hedgerows were proving to be almost impassable obstacles to the American M4 Sherman tank. Countless attempts were made to break through or climb over, but the Sherman wasn't powerful enough to break through the cement-like base, and when it climbed up the embankment it exposed its unarmored belly to Panzerfausts, the German handheld anti-tank weapons. Further, coordination between tankers and infantry was almost impossible under battle conditions. Until the Army worked out a better system for tank-infantry communication, the tanks would play a minor supporting role to the infantry, following the GIs into the next field as the infantry overran it. Beginning at daylight on June 7th, each side had begun to rush reinforcements to the front. The Americans came in on a tight schedule with fresh divisions almost daily. The Germans came in by bits and pieces because they were improvising, having been caught with no plans for reinforcing Normandy. At Omaha, 20-year-old Lieutenant Charles Stockel, a forward observer in the 1st Division, was one of the first to go ashore that day. He came in below Vierville. The skipper of the landing craft feared the underwater beach obstacles and mines and forced him to get off in chest-deep water. He saw equipment littering the beach and then, he says, "The first dead Americans I see are 2 GIs, one with both feet blown off, arms wrapped about each other in a comradely death embrace." He was struck by the thought that dead men everywhere look pathetic and lonely. You feel as if you'd like them to be alive and the war over. The 175th Regiment of the 29th Division came in on schedule at 06:30 June 7th, but it landed 2 kilometers east of its intended target, the Vierville exit. Orders came to march to the exit. In a loose formation, the regiment began to march through the debris of the previous day's battle. To Captain Robert Miller, the beach looked like something out of Dante's Inferno. Sniper fire continued to zing down. According to Lieutenant J. Milner Roberts, an aide to the Corps commander, they were stepping over the bodies of the guys who'd been killed the day before, and these guys were wearing that 29th Division patch. The other fellas, brand new, were walking over the dead bodies. By the time they got down where they were to go inland, they were really spooked. But so were their opponents. Lieutenant Colonel Fritz Ziegelmann of the 352nd Division Staff was one of the first German officers to bring reinforcements into the battle. At about the same time the 175th Regiment was swinging up toward Vierville, Ziegelmann was entering Widerstandsnest 76, one of the few surviving resistance nests on Omaha, a kilometer or so west of the Vierville draw. It had done great harm to the 29th Division on D-Day, when the 29th and the 352nd Divisions locked into a death embrace. Ziegelmann wrote after the war, "The view from WN-76 will remain in my memory forever. Ships of all sorts stood close together on the beach and in the water, and the entire conglomeration remained there intact without any real interference from the German side." A runner brought him a set of secret American orders captured from an officer that showed the entire Omaha invasion plan, including the follow-up commitment that was taking place in front of Ziegelmann's eyes. I must say that in my entire military life I have never been so impressed. Ziegelmann knew at that moment that Germany was going to lose the war. At dawn on June 7th, all along the plateau above the bluff at Omaha, GIs shook themselves awake, did their business, ate some rations, smoked a cigarette, got into some kind of formation, and prepared to move out to broaden the beachhead. But in the hedgerows, individuals got lost. Squads got lost. German sniper fire came from all directions. The Norman farm homes, made of stone and surrounded by stone walls and a stone barn, made excellent fortresses. Brigadier General Norman Dutch Coda, Assistant Division Commander of the 29th, came on a group of infantry pinned down by some Germans in a farmhouse. He asked the captain in command why his men were making no effort to take the building. "Sir, the Germans are in there, shooting at us." Coda unbuckled 2 grenades from his jacket. "Well, I'll tell you what, Captain, you and your men start shooting at them. I'll take a squad of men, and you and your men watch carefully. I'll show you how to take a house with Germans in it." Coda led his squad around a hedge to get as close as possible to the house. Suddenly he gave a whoop and raced forward, the squad following, yelling like wild men. As they tossed grenades into the windows, Coda and another man kicked in the front door, tossed a couple of grenades inside, waited for the explosions, then dashed into the house. The surviving Germans inside were streaming out the back door, running for their lives. Coda returned to the captain. "You've seen how to take a house. You know how to do it now? I won't be around to do it for you again." That little story speaks to the training of the U.S. Army for the Battle of Normandy. The captain knew all about getting ashore, about beach obstacles, about paths up the bluff, about ravines, about amphibious assault techniques. But no one had shown him how to take a house, because there were no standing houses on Omaha Beach. So that wasn't one of his problems. Not on June 6th. But on June 7th, it became his number one problem. The same was true for the 200 or so company commanders already ashore, and would be for the hundreds of others waiting to enter the battle. They were going to have to figure it out for themselves. The mission of the 101st Airborne Division was to take Carentan and thus link Omaha and Utah into a continuous beachhead. It took an all-out commitment from the airborne infantry. One of the critical actions was led by Lieutenant Colonel Robert Cole, CO of the 3rd Battalion, 502nd Parachute Infantry Regiment. Cole was 29 years of age, an Army brat and a 1939 West Point graduate born and trained to lead. On D-Day he had gathered up 75 men, moved out to Utah Beach, shot up some Germans on the way, and was at the dune line to welcome men from the 4th Division coming ashore. From June 7th on, he had been involved in the attack on Carentan. The climax came on June 11th. Cole was leading some 250 men down a long, exposed causeway. At the far end was a bridge over the Douve River. Beyond that bridge was the link-up point with units from the 29th Division coming from Omaha. The causeway was a meter or so above the marshes on either side. On the far side of the inland marsh, about 150 meters away, there was a hedgerow, occupied by the Germans. Once Cole was fully committed along the causeway, the German machine gunners, riflemen, and mortarmen along the hedgerow opened fire. Cole's battalion took a couple of dozen casualties. The survivors huddled against the bank on the far side of the causeway. They should have kept moving. But the hardest lesson to teach in training, the most difficult rule to follow in combat, is to keep moving when fired on. Every instinct makes a soldier want to hug the ground. Cole's men did. And over the next half hour the Germans dropped mortars on the battalion, causing further casualties. Whenever an American tried to move down the causeway, he drew rifle and machine gun fire. For yet another half hour the GIs were pinned down. Then Cole could take no more and took command. He passed out an order seldom heard in World War II. Fix bayonets. Up and down the line he could hear the click of bayonets being fitted to rifle barrels. Cole's pulse was racing, his adrenaline pumping. He pulled his .45 caliber pistol, jumped onto the causeway, shouted a command in so loud a voice he could be heard above the din of the battle. Charge! Turned toward the hedgerow, and began plunging through the marsh. His men watched, fearful, excited, impressed, inspired. First, single figures rose and began to follow Cole. Then small groups of 2 and 3. Then whole squads started running forward, flashing the cold steel of their bayonets. The men began to roar as they charged, their own version of the rebel yell. The Germans fired and cut down some, but not enough. Cole's men got to the hedgerow, plunged into the dugouts and trenches, thrusting with their bayonets, drawing blood and screams, causing death. Those Germans who dodged the bayonets ran out the back way. Paratroopers took them under fire and dropped a dozen or more. Cole stood there shaking, exhausted, elated. Around him the men began to cheer. Cole got his men down the causeway to the bridge and over it to the far side of the Douve River. There, the following day, Omaha and Utah linked up. Cole's victory, memorable in itself, also serves as an example not only of heroism and spirit, but also of the many things the Americans were doing wrong. Later in the war in Holland and Belgium, the 502nd would not have advanced over a causeway crossing a swampy area with an unsecured hedgerow 150 meters away. It would have found a way to flank the hedgerow. Nor would the experienced 502nd have made a bayonet charge over open, marshy ground. Not after having seen, too many times, what speeding bullets and hot shrapnel do to the human body. As veterans, the paratroopers would have called in artillery and fighter aircraft to blast the German position. But in June, they didn't have the knowledge nor the communications capability to do any of that. No one had foreseen the need for air-ground communication, pilot to tank commander, infantry captain to forward observer over the radio, just as no one had seen the need for the infantry to be able to communicate with tankers when the hatch was down. Throughout First Army, young men made many discoveries in the first few days of combat, about war, about themselves, about others. They quickly learned such basics as keep down or die, to dig deep and stay quiet, to distinguish incoming from outgoing artillery, to judge when and where a shell or a mortar barrage was going to hit, to recognize that fear is inevitable but can be managed. Captain John Colby caught one of the essences of combat, the sense of total immediacy. At this point, we had been in combat 6 days. It seemed like a year. In combat, one lives in the now and does not think much about yesterday or tomorrow. Another thing Colby learned in his first week in combat was, artillery does not fire forever. It just seems like that when you get caught in it. The guns overheat or the ammunition runs low and it stops. It stops for a while, anyway. He was amazed to discover how small he could make his body. If you get caught in the open in a shelling, he advised, the best thing to do is drop to the ground and crawl into your steel helmet. One's body tends to shrink a great deal when shells come in. I am sure I have gotten as much as 80% of my body under my helmet when caught under shell fire. Colby learned about hedgerows. Once there was a situation where I had to push through a hedgerow. A submachine gun emitted a long burst right in front of my face. The gun was a Schmeiser, which had a very high rate of fire that sounded like a piece of cloth being ripped loudly. The bullets went over my head. I fell backward and passed out cold from fright. About themselves, the most important thing a majority of the GIs discovered was that they were not cowards. They also learned that while combat brought out the best in some men, it unleashed the worst in others. On June 9th, Sergeant Arthur Dutch Schultz of the 82nd Airborne was outside Montbourg. That morning he was part of an attack on the town. I ran by a wounded German soldier lying alongside of a hedgerow. He was obviously in a great deal of pain and crying for help. I stopped running and turned around. A close friend of mine put the muzzle of his rifle between the German's still crying eyes and pulled the trigger. There was no change in my friend's facial expression. I don't believe he even blinked an eye. Schultz was simultaneously appalled and awed by what he had seen. There was a part of me that wanted to be just as ruthless as my friend. Later he came to realize that, there but for the grace of God, go I. Over Normandy, Allied fighter pilots owned the skies. Thanks to air supremacy, the Americans were flying little single-seat planes, Piper Cubs, about 300 meters back from the front lines and some 300 meters high. German riflemen fired at them ineffectively. Still, the bullets worried the pilots. Like all men at war, they feared above all getting hit in the testicles. Ground maintenance men eased their worry by welding a steel plate under their seats. When the Cubs appeared, all German mortar and artillery firing stopped. As Sergeant Sampson described it, they didn't dare give their positions away, knowing if they fired, our pilot would call in, and artillery would be coming in on them pinpoint. The results could be devastating. Air supremacy freed Allied fighter bombers, principally P-47 Thunderbolts, to strafe and machine gun and bomb German convoys and concentrations. From D-Day +1 onward, whenever the weather was suitable for flying, the P-47s forced nighttime movement only on the Germans. During the day, Germans caught in the open quickly paid. The Jabos would get them. The name Jabo comes from the German words Jäger bomber or hunter bomber. 50 years later, in talking about Jabos, German veterans still have awe in their voice and glance up over their shoulders as they recall the terror of having one come right at them, all guns blazing. The B-26 Marauders, a two-engine bomber, continued their all-out assault on choke points in the German transportation system, principally bridges and highway junctions. There were no Luftwaffe fighters, partly because the B-26s flew tight formations and stayed low, discouraging fighter attacks, but more because most German pilots were on the far side of the Rhine River, trying to defend the homeland from the Allied four-engine bombers, and the Luftwaffe was chronically short on fuel. But in Normandy, air power could not be decisive alone. The Germans already were dug in well enough to survive strafing, rocket, and bombing attacks on their lines. They could move enough men, vehicles, and materiel at night to keep on fighting. Once reinforcements and supplies reached Normandy, they could move along the leaf-covered sunken lanes. The frequently foul weather gave them further respite, and there were more of those days than there were clear ones. Over the first 10 days of the battle, the Germans fought so well that the Allies measured their gains in meters. By June 16th, the euphoria produced by the D-Day success was giving way to fears that the Germans were imposing a stalemate in Normandy. These fears led to blame and recriminations among the Allies. The difficulty centered around the taking of Caen. General Bernard Law Montgomery, commanding the ground forces, had said he would take the city on D-Day, but he had not, nor did he do so in the following 10 days. Nor was he attacking. The British Second Army had drawn the bulk of the panzers in Normandy to its front. It was at Caen that the Germans were most vulnerable, because a breakthrough at Caen would put British tanks on a straight road through rolling terrain with open fields headed directly for Paris. Therefore, the fighting north of Caen was fierce and costly. but there was no all-out British attack. The Americans, themselves frustrated by their glacial-like progress in the hedgerows, were increasingly critical of Montgomery. Monty sent it right back. He blamed General Omar Bradley, commanding U.S. First Army, for Allied problems, saying that the Americans should have attacked both north toward Cherbourg and south toward Coutances, but Bradley didn't want to take the risk. At the top, through June, the Allied High Command squabbled. At the front, the soldiers fought. They got through to the west coast of the Cotentin on June 18th, to Cherbourg on the 20th. It took a week of hard fighting to force a surrender on the 27th. With Cherbourg captured, Bradley was able to turn U.S. First Army in a continuous line facing south. Saint-Lô and Coutances were the objectives of this second phase of the Battle of Normandy. To get to them, the GIs had a lot of hedgerows to cross. To get through the hedgerows, junior officers in the tank units had been experimenting with various techniques and methods. One idea that worked was to bring to the front the specially equipped dozer tanks used on the beaches on D-Day. Dozer tanks had a blade mounted on the front similar to those on commercial bulldozers. They could cut through a hedgerow well enough, but there were too few of them to have much impact. In the 747th Tank Battalion attached to the 29th Division, someone suggested using demolitions to blow gaps in the hedgerows. Good enough, but the planners discovered that each tank company would need 17 tons of explosives to advance a mile and a half. The explosives were not available in such quantities. An engineer suggested drilling holes in the embankment and placing smaller charges in them. That worked too, except that it took forever to dig holes large enough and deep enough in the bank because of the vines and roots, and the men doing the digging were exposed to German mortar fire. A tanker in the 747th suggested welding 2 pipes of 4 feet in length and 6 inches in diameter to the front of a tank, reinforced by angle irons. The tank could ram into a hedgerow and back off, leaving 2 sizable holes for explosives. Other experiments were going on all across Normandy. The U.S. First Army was starting to get a grip on the problem. The total active duty strength of U.S. First Army in Normandy on June 30th was 413,000. German strength on the American front was somewhat less. In most cases, the GIs were much better equipped than their foe. Some German weapons were superior, others inferior. In vehicles, the United States was far ahead in both quality and quantity. The Germans could not compete with the American 2.5-ton truck, called the Deuce and a Half, or the Jeep. The Germans loved to capture working Jeeps, but complained that they were gas guzzlers. Simultaneously, the Americans were on the offensive in Italy and in the Pacific, and were conducting a major air offensive inside Germany. But the Germans were fighting on 4 fronts: the eastern, western, southern, and home. They could not possibly win a war of attrition. The senior German commanders in the West were perfectly aware of that fact. Having failed to stop the Allied assault on the beaches, having failed to prevent a link-up of the invasion forces, completely lacking any air support and seriously deficient in air defense, chronically short on fuel, sometimes short of ammunition, taking heavy casualties, they despaired. On June 28th, a showdown meeting with Hitler came at a full-dress conference attended by the top echelon of the High Command. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel spoke first. He told his Führer, "The whole world stands arrayed against Germany, and this disproportion of strength—" Hitler cut him off. Would the Herr Field Marshal please concern himself with the military, not the political situation? Rommel replied that history demanded he deal with the entire situation. Hitler rebuked him again and ordered him to stick to the military situation only. Rommel then gave a most gloomy report. Hitler took over. He said the critical task was to halt the enemy offensive. This would be accomplished by the Luftwaffe, he declared. He announced that 1,000 new fighters were coming out of the factories and would be in Normandy shortly. He talked about new secret weapons, the V-2, that would turn the tide. He said the Allied communications between Britain and Normandy would be cut by the Kriegsmarine, which would soon be adding a large number of torpedo boats to lay mines in the channel, and new submarines to operate off the invasion beaches. and large convoys of brand-new trucks would soon be headed west from the Rhine toward Normandy. This was pure fantasy. Hitler was clearly crazy. The German High Command knew it, without question, and should have called for the men with the straitjacket. But nothing was done. For the Americans, numbers of units and qualities and quantities of equipment helped make victory possible, but it still took men to make it happen. Out in the hedgerows, it wasn't so apparent to the GIs that their side enjoyed great manpower and equipment advantages. Indeed, it often looked the other way to them. All those American vehicles would be idle until the GIs managed to break out of the hedgerows, and that rested on the wits, endurance, and execution of the tankers, artillery, and infantry at the front. Hedgerow Fighting, July 1st to 24th, 1944. Within 3 weeks of the great success of D-Day, the ugly word stalemate was beginning to be used. Corporal Bill Preston remembered, "We were stuck. Things had gone awry. The whole theory of mobility that we had been taught, of our racing across the battlefield, seemed to have gone up in smoke." And while the American progress was excruciatingly slow, the British and Canadians remained stuck in place outside Caen. Big attacks followed by heavy losses for small or no gains, reminiscent of World War I, weighed on every mind. So did Hitler's vengeance weapon, the V-1. Used for the first time a few days after D-Day, the radio-controlled V-1 pilotless aircraft were coming down by the hundreds on London. They were a haphazard terror weapon of little military value, except to put an enormous new strain on the British public. In June and July, the V-1s killed more than 5,000 people, injured 35,000 more, and destroyed some 30,000 buildings. Worse, Allied intelligence anticipated that the Germans would soon have the V-2s, the world's first medium-range ballistic missiles. Naturally, there was great pressure on the politicians to do something about the V-1s. The public had to have a sense that somehow the Allies were hitting back. So big and medium bombers were pulled off other missions to attack the launch sites. Lieutenant James DeLong of the 9th Air Force, flying a B-26 on a strike against the sites in the Pas-de-Calais area, described his experience. These were very difficult targets to destroy since they consisted mostly of a strong steel launching ramp. They were difficult to hit since the usual hazy visibility and broken cloud cover made them hard to find, leaving seconds to set the bomb site. They were always well defended. In fact, this area was a real hotbed of flak. The inability to knock out the sites was disheartening to the bomber pilots. They hardly destroyed any, and the terror bombings continued. The sites would have to be overrun on the ground to be put out of action. But the Allied armies were a long way from Belgium. Churchill was so desperate that in early July he proposed using poison gas against the launch sites. Eisenhower vetoed that one emphatically. He said he would refuse to be a party to the use of gas. He said, "Let's for God's sake keep our eyes on the ball and use some sense." According to Eisenhower's Chief of Staff, General Walter B. Smith, and Deputy Supreme Commander Air Vice Marshal Arthur Tedder, using some sense meant forcing Montgomery to launch an all-out offensive, designed to break through and open the road to Paris. To their dismay, their boss wouldn't push Monty hard enough. When Monty responded to Eisenhower's plea that he get going, he promised a big show on July 9th and asked for and got support from the 4-engine bombers. The attack, however, failed, and on July 10th, Monty called it off. General George S. Patton, Jr. was commander of the U.S. Third Army, which was still in England awaiting its entry into battle. Patton had gone to Normandy to observe Monty's attack. When it failed, he commented in his diary, "Ike is bound hand and foot by the British and does not know it. Poor fool. We actually have no supreme commander, no one who can take hold and say that this shall be done and that shall not be done." At Eisenhower's request, Churchill started putting pressure on Monty to get on his bicycle and start moving. Monty promised another big attack. On July 12th, he told Eisenhower that he was preparing for an offensive in 6 days, code name Goodwood. On July 18th, Goodwood got off to a good start, thanks to a massive bombardment. But after heavy losses, Montgomery called it off. Goodwood showed that Monty's front was too heavily defended by a too skillful and well-armed and numerous enemy. As that also appeared to be the case on the American front, every Allied leader was depressed and irritable. After 7 weeks of fighting, the deepest Allied penetrations were some 45 to 50 kilometers inland, on a front of only 15 kilometers or so, hardly enough room to maneuver or to bring in the U.S. Third Army from England. The V-1s continued to bombard London. For those who had inaugurated the battle a month earlier, there was good news. The paratroopers had been told just prior to D-Day that they should fight with fury for 3 days, after which they would be returned to England to prepare for the next airdrop. But they were so badly needed in Normandy that the 3 days stretched to 4 weeks of hard fighting. The 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions took heavy casualties, close to 50%. In the first week of July, when the 30th Division relieved the 82nd, Lieutenant Sidney Eichen reported that he and his men stared in shock and awe at the paratroopers. We asked them, "Where are your officers?" And they answered, "All dead." We asked, "Who's in charge then?" and some sergeant said, "I am." I looked at the unshaven, red-eyed GIs, the dirty clothes and the droop in their walk, and I wondered, is this how we're going to look after a few days of combat? But the paratroopers brought with them back to England priceless experience, which they could pass on to the recruits as they rebuilt to full strength for the next jump. Private Fayette Richardson of the 82nd, for example, told a story that contained 2 lessons from one incident. Early in the campaign, Richardson's squad was squatting behind a hedge when a solitary German tank, a light pre-war French model, appeared in the field. The GIs opened fire with machine guns and rifles and drove it off. He said they cheered like kids at a football game when their team scores. Minutes later, very accurate mortar fire dropped on them. Men I had just lain shoulder to shoulder with began screaming in pain, screaming for help, hysterical, helpless screams that made my stomach tighten. Because of the apparent protection of the hedgerow and our greenness, we had not realized the necessity of digging in, and few of us had holes which would have saved us from all but a direct hit. The other lesson, learned more slowly, was that a favorite German tactic was to drive an armored vehicle in front of the line, to draw fire so as to locate the enemy's position. The infantry division stayed in the line, advancing from hedgerow to hedgerow. They suffered brutally. The Germans were able to inflict heavy casualties because they were on the defensive. Their weapons were much better suited to hedgerow defense than the American weapons were suited to attack in such country. The Germans had more mortars and heavier ones than the Americans. Their MG-42 machine guns fired 1,200 rounds a minute, the American counterpart less than half that. The handle on the German potato masher hand grenade made it easier to throw farther. German gunpowder produced less flash and smoke. The Germans had the Nebelwerfer, a multi-barreled projector whose 60 or 70 bombs were designed so as to produce a terrifying wail when they flew through the air. The GIs called them moaning minis. There was no American counterpart. Then there was the Panzerfaust, the handheld anti-tank weapon which was far superior to the American bazooka. It was operated by a single soldier and was so simple no special training was required, while the bazooka required a trained 2-man team. The Panzerfaust launched a bomb that was bigger and better designed than the bazookas, with greater penetrating power. It was an ideal weapon for the hedgerows. In heavy artillery, the Americans generally outgunned the Germans in quantity and in amounts of ammunition, but long-range gunnery wasn't effective in the close quarters imposed by the hedgerows. The German 88, without doubt the best artillery piece of the war, was a high-velocity, flat-trajectory weapon that could fire armor-piercing shells down the lanes and roads of Normandy, or be elevated and fire high explosive airburst shells against Allied bombers. The shell traveled faster than the speed of sound. One heard it explode before one heard it coming. But the American .50 caliber machine gun mounted on tanks had no equal in penetrating power and the American M1 Garand was the best all-purpose military rifle in the world. Overall, however, Americans in Normandy gladly would have traded weapons with the Germans, especially the tankers. There was a barely suppressed fury among American tankers about the inferiority of the Sherman tank, 32 tons, to the latest German models, the Panther, 43 tons, and the Tiger, 56 tons. German tanks had heavier armor, too heavy for the Sherman's 75mm cannon to penetrate, while the Panther and Tiger, armed with 88s, easily penetrated the Sherman. But one thing about the Shermans, there were a lot more of them than there were Panthers or Tigers. Quantity over quality and size was General Marshall's deliberate choice. He wanted more, faster, and thus lighter tanks, in accord with American doctrine, which held that tanks should exploit a breakthrough, not fight other tanks. For all their shortcomings, the Sherman tanks were a triumph of American mass production techniques. They were wonderfully reliable, in sharp contrast to the Panthers and Tigers, and the Americans were infinitely better at recovering damaged tanks and patching them up to go back into action. Another factor that explains the relative German success in Normandy in the early summer of 1944 was the weather. Normandy had its wettest July in 40 years. Rain and fog made it possible for the Germans to move reinforcements and supplies to the front. There was nothing the Americans could do about the weather, but they could go after their problems in getting tanks into the hedgerow fighting. For example, in the 2nd Armored Division, Sergeant Curtis Cullen, a cab driver from Chicago, designed and supervised the construction of a hedgerow cutting device made from scrap iron pulled from a German roadblock. The blades gave the tank a resemblance to a rhinoceros, so Shermans equipped with Cullen's invention were known as rhino tanks. Another big improvement was in communications. After a series of experiments with telephones placed on the back of the tank, the solution that worked best was to have an interphone box on the tank into which the infantryman could plug a radio handset. The handset's long cord permitted the GI to lie down behind or underneath the tank while talking to the tank crew, which, when buttoned down, was all but blind. Many of the tank commanders killed in action had been standing in the open turret so as to see. Now, at least in some situations, the tank could stay buttoned up while the GI on the phone acted as a forward artillery observer. The GIs were learning by doing. Back in England, the 101st and 82nd Airborne Divisions were evaluating their performance in Normandy, absorbing lessons learned, making required changes, training. But in Normandy, First Army got no relief. First Army worked on developing a doctrine as well as new weapons for offensive warfare in the hedgerows. At the forefront of the effort was the 29th Division. In late June, it held a full rehearsal of the technique it proposed. Attack teams consisted of 1 tank, an engineer team, a squad of riflemen, plus a light machine gun and a 60mm mortar. The Sherman opened the action. It plowed its pipe devices into the hedgerow, stuck the cannon through, and opened fire with a white phosphorus round into the corners of the opposite hedgerow, intended to knock out German dug-in machine gun pits. White phosphorus was horror. Lieutenant Robert Weiss got caught in a rare German barrage of white phosphorus shells, rare because the German supply was insufficient. He recalled the bursting of the shell. A snowstorm of small white particles floated down upon us. We looked in amazement, and eyes filled with instant terror. Where the particles landed on shirts and trousers, they sizzled and burned. We brushed our clothing frantically, pushed shirt collars up. If any of the stuff touched the skin, it could inflict a horrible burn, increasing in intensity as it burrowed into a man's flesh. Another shell, another missile from hell, fiery snow. I remember thinking that if the shelling kept up for long, it would be more than most men could endure. There was nowhere to hide, no place that was safe. The American tankers loved white phosphorus. They quickly learned that 1 or 2 shells fired into a German position meant you didn't have to worry about that machine gun any longer. After firing the shells, the tank put systematic 50-caliber machine gun fire along the entire base of the enemy hedgerow. The mortar team lobbed shells into the field directly behind the German position. The infantry squad moved forward behind the Sherman, deployed on line and advanced across the open field using standard methods of fire and movement, throwing themselves to the ground, getting up and dashing forward, firing, moving. As they got close to the enemy's hedgerow, they tossed grenades over to the enemy side. The tank, meanwhile, came on through the hedgerow, either on its own power or after backing out and placing explosives in the holes. Infantrymen could plug into the phone and spot for the tank crew as it fired cannon and machine gun fire at resistance points. The tactics developed by the 29th worked and were far less costly in casualties, and were soon adopted with numerous variations throughout the European theater of operations. The enemy was fighting with the desperation of a cornered, wounded animal. The German infantry was stretched thin. By mid-July, the frontline divisions were getting one replacement for every 11 casualties. For the Germans, rations and ammunition flows were adequate, if barely, but medical supplies were gone. Artillery shells were severely limited. But knowing that if the Americans broke through there was nothing between them and the German border, the Germans dug even deeper, fought even harder. Rommel's despair deepened. He went over and over in his mind a search for some way to convince Hitler to step aside, so that the war could be concluded while Germany still had some conquered territory to bargain with, and before Germany herself was destroyed. On July 16th, Rommel sent Field Marshal Günther von Kluge what Rommel called an ultimatum for Kluge to pass on to Hitler. It was a 2.5-page document. Rommel opened by observing that the ultimate crisis was coming soon in Normandy. The American strength in tanks and artillery grew each day. Meanwhile, the German 7th Army was not getting replacements for its hideous losses. The replacements who were arriving were inexperienced and poorly trained, which made them particularly likely to panic when the Jabos appeared. The next day, the Jabos got Rommel. A British fighter shot up his staff car and Rommel had a serious head injury. 2 days later, on July 20th, a group of conspirators tried without success to kill Hitler. Rommel went home to recover. 3 months later, he was forced to commit suicide because of the assassination plot, even though he had not been directly involved. The conspiracy and Hitler's retaliation against the officer corps put a severe strain on the German army. Many generals disappeared, but the war went on. As if the Jabos were not effective enough as they were, the Americans were constantly improving their ground-to-air communications system. In Normandy, where the big guns hardly dared to fire on the enemy front line because of its proximity to the GI's line, fighter-bomber close-air support provided a way to get high explosives on or near the enemy. Various systems of identification were tried, including colored panels stretched on the ground or smoke signals, but none were satisfactory. Solutions came because of Major General Elwood Pete Quesada, CO of 9th Tactical Air Force. The casualties in Normandy and the slowness of the advance convinced him that his fighter-bombers had to make a more direct contribution to the battle. He went to Bradley to explore new methods. For example, Quesada said, artillery units have forward observers who radio target information to the gunners. Why don't we equip the planes and artillery units with VHF radios so that they can spot for and talk to each other? They tried, and it worked. But weather continued through July to hamper the effectiveness of the Allied air forces. 50% of the missions in July for all planes in England and France had to be scrubbed due to weather. By contrast, the Luftwaffe in Normandy was pathetic. Its sole contribution to the battle came at night, when 1, 2, or sometimes a dozen Luftwaffe bombers flew over the beaches, dropped bombs at random, and got out of there as soon as possible. The Americans called the night visitors bed-check Charlies. Every weapon on the beach was fired at the bombers. The tracers made such a dazzling array the Germans named the beaches Golden City. The Luftwaffe did little damage except to nerves. On the ground, the Americans continued to advance slowly except at Saint-Lô. Outside Saint-Lô, more or less stuck in place for nearly a month despite many attacks, was the 29th Division. General Charles Gerhardt, the CO of the 29th, was under great pressure from Bradley to take Saint-Lô. So far, he had already lost more men outside Saint-Lô than he had on Omaha Beach on D-Day. Gerhardt figured the Germans were in worse condition and ordered a general assault to take Saint-Lô, putting all his strength into it. No reserves. On July 17th, an hour before dawn, the attack began. Major Tom Howie, a mild-mannered teacher of English literature before the war, led the 3rd Battalion of the 116th Regiment in the 29th. Howie told his men to keep going no matter what. He limited each platoon to 2 men firing their rifles, and then only in emergency. The others were to use their bayonets and hand grenades. The idea was to achieve surprise. In the pre-dawn attack, the infantry from the 29th broke through or passed through the German line and took the high ground just 1 kilometer from Saint-Lô. The road into the city was open. Howie called the company commanders to a conference and to give them their objectives. Captain William Punteny, Howie's executive officer, recalled, "We had just finished the meeting. The COs had been dismissed, and before they could get back to their companies, the Germans began dropping a mortar barrage around our ears. Before taking cover in one of the foxholes, Major Howie turned to take a last look to be sure all his men had their heads down. Without warning, one of the shells hit a few yards away. A fragment struck the major in the back and pierced his lung. 'My God, I'm hit,' he murmured, and I saw he was bleeding at the mouth. As he fell, I caught him. He was dead in 2 minutes." Captain Punteny took over just as a counterattack from the Fallschirmjäger hit the battalion. Using the new communications techniques, the 29th called in artillery and a fighter-bomber strike. It broke up the attack and restored the spirits of Howie's men. They began the charge into Saint-Lô. In the opinion of Captain Cooper, it was an almost perfect use of combined arms of air, armor, infantry, and artillery, working in joint optimum support of each other. As the Americans crested the hill and started the descent into the town, they were shocked by what they saw. Saint-Lô had been hit by B-17s on D-Day and every clear day thereafter. The center of the place was a lifeless pile of rubble, in which roads and sidewalks could scarcely be distinguished. As they moved into the fringe of town, they began to draw German fire from some Fallschirmjäger in a cemetery. A macabre battle ensued, rifle and machine gun bullets smashing into headstones. Rhino tanks that had busted through the hedgerow came up in support, fired their cannons and machine guns, and drove the Germans off. The men of the 29th dashed into the town, guns blazing. There was still hard fighting to go before the town was completely cleared of the enemy. But finally, Saint-Lô was in American hands, putting First Army in a position to launch an offensive designed to break through the German line and out of the hedgerow country. For that offensive, Bradley was making plans to use the Allies' greatest single asset, air power, in a crushing bombardment that would blast a hole in the German line. Breakout and Encirclement, July 25th to August 25th, 1944. Bradley gave the operation to break out of hedgerow country the code name Cobra. The front line ran on or close to the Saint-Lô-Perrier Road, which was to be the marker for the Strategic Air Forces. He began planning the operation in mid-July and was ready to go by the 21st, but bad weather caused delays. On July 21st, Eisenhower flew in a heavy rain from London to Normandy to be present for the attack. Bradley met him and said the attack had been called off. Then he dressed Eisenhower down for flying in such weather. Eisenhower tossed away his soggy cigarette, grinned, and said his only pleasure in being Supreme Commander was that nobody could ground him. "When I die," he added, looking at the steady rain, "they ought to hold my body for a rainy day and then bury me out in the middle of a storm. This damn weather is going to be the death of me yet." On July 24th, the weather appeared acceptable, and an order to go went out to the airfields, only to be rescinded after a third of the force had taken off. By the time the recall signal had gone out to the bombers, one flight of B-17s had crossed the coast and released its load of 500-pound bombs through cloud cover. Most of the bombs fell short, causing casualties in the 30th Division and leaving the infantrymen madder than hell. July 25th was clear, At 09:38, some 550 fighter bombers appeared. The P-47s fired rockets and machine guns on the German positions just south of the Saint-Lô-Perrier road, and dropped 500-pound bombs that were much more powerful than even 240-millimeter howitzers, and could be placed by the pilots within 300 meters of the American lines. Reporter Ernie Pyle wrote, "The dive bombers hit it just right. We stood in the barnyard of a French farm and watched them barrel nearly straight down out of the sky. They were bombing less than a half a mile ahead of where we stood." After 20 minutes, the P-47s gave way to 1,800 B-17s. Pyle described it this way. "A new sound gradually droned into our ears, a gigantic faraway surge of doom-like sound. It was the heavies. They came from directly behind us. They came on in flights of 12, 3 flights to a group and in groups stretched out across the sky. Their march across the sky was slow and studied. I've never known anything that had about it the aura of such a ghastly relentlessness. You had the feeling that even had God appeared beseechingly before them in the sky with palms outward to persuade them to turn back, they would not have had within them the power to turn off their irresistible course." The B-17s were overhead for a full hour. Their strike saturated the area just south of the road. When the first wave of bombers appeared, the 88s, German anti-aircraft fire, knocked 3 of them out of the sky. But little Piper Cubs were flying near enough to the German lines to spot the flashes and call in the German batteries' positions to American artillery. Medic Edward Buddy Gianalone was struck by the sight. "The funniest thing I ever saw was those Piper Cubs. They were spotting for the artillery so the 88s couldn't hit our bombers. Little bitsy Piper Cub protecting these great big sons of bitches way up there with the bombs." When the shells started coming down on them, the German artillerymen dove into their bunkers and the 88 anti-aircraft fire ceased. Overhead, as the B-17s departed, 350 P-47s swooped in for another 20-minute strike against the narrow strip just south of the road, dropping napalm-filled drums on the target. Altogether, some 16,000 tons of bombs hit the Germans, supplemented by artillery fire, 1,000 guns in all. It was the greatest expenditure of explosives for a single attack in the Army's history. The results for the Germans were near catastrophic. The bombed area looked like the surface of the moon. Craters had overlapped each other in many areas. Entire hedgerows were blasted away. General Fritz Bayerlein reported that he lost at least 70% of his troops out of action, dead, wounded, crazed, or numbed. Everywhere there was death and destruction. Men not hit by shrapnel were bleeding from the nose, ears, mouth. The world seemed to be coming to an end. For Major Joachim Barth, CO of an anti-tank battalion in Bayerlein's division, it almost had. "When the shelling finally stopped," he recalled, "I looked out of my bunker. The world had changed. There were no leaves on the trees. It was much harder to get around. We had wounded, we needed medics, but no ambulances could come forward. Our big guns had been tipped over." The Americans had suffered too. During the second half hour of the bombardment, the bomb line, as seen from 11,000 feet, moved north. The dust and debris raised by the first waves were drifting on a south wind. The CO of Company B, 8th Infantry, 4th Division, described what happened. "The dive bombers came in beautifully, dropped their bombs right in front of us just where they belonged. Then the first group of heavies dropped theirs. The next wave came in closer, the next one closer, still closer. Then they came right on top of us. The shock was awful." Lieutenant Sidney Eichen of the 30th Division had a similar experience. "My outfit was decimated. Our anti-tank guns blown apart. I saw one of our truck drivers, Jesse Ivey, lying split down the middle. Captain Bell was buried in a crater." But his division CO, General William Harrison, put the pressure on Eichen's regimental commander. "Colonel, the attack goes ahead as scheduled. Even if you have only 2 or 3 men, the attack is to be made." The colonel ran from company to company, shouting, "You got to get going, get going." So Eichen said, half-heartedly, we started to move. There were 111 GIs killed and 490 wounded by the Shorts. Among the dead was General Leslie McNair, chief of the Army Ground Forces, who was in the front line to witness the attack. When Bradley got the news of the Shorts, he wrote that at his headquarters, dejection settled over us like a wet fog. But he remained determined to take immediate advantage of the shock to the Germans. The first advancing GIs passed disabled German vehicles, shattered corpses, and stunned and disoriented survivors. But they also found veterans of Panzer Lehr, doing business at the same old stand with the same old merchandise, dug-in tanks and infantry. Private Gunther Feldman of Panzer Lehr, later a POW who learned English, recalled, "The first words I heard from an American were, 'God damn it all, the bastards are still there.' He meant my division." German artillery fire on the GIs was also heavy because some of the dug-in German artillery survived. As darkness came on July 25th, little or no gain had resulted from the airstrike. Cobra looked to be another Goodwood. But if the GIs and their generals were discouraged, General Byerlin was in despair. When a staff officer came from Army headquarters conveying Field Marshal von Kluge's order that the Saint-Lô-Perrier line must be held, that not a single man should leave his position, Byerlin replied, "Not a single man is leaving his post. They are lying silent in their foxholes, for they are dead. You may report to the Field Marshal that the Panzer Lehr Division is annihilated." The break came on July 27th. The thin crust of Panzer Lehr disintegrated. The Dean of American Military Historians, Russell Weigley, referring to the flow of GIs that poured around the German open flank, wrote in his classic study, Eisenhower's Lieutenants, "Now that Cobra had achieved the breakout, the most mobile army in the world for the first time since D-Day could capitalize on its mobility. With the hard-won mobility, the issues confronting the Army became, for the first time in Europe, strategic rather than tactical. The soldiers' battle of Normandy was about to become the generals' battle of France. The Allies had an open road to Paris. Patton was activated and all his pent-up energy turned loose. He had come over in time for Cobra to familiarize himself with the situation and to set up Third Army headquarters. He took command of one of the corps already in Normandy and had other divisions coming in from England. By August 1st, he had divisions attacking in 4 directions. Meanwhile, First Army pressed forward to the south as German resistance collapsed. As the German retreat began, the American air-ground team pounded the enemy. The Wehrmacht was out of the hedgerows, out in the open, trying desperately to move by day to get away. Patton's tanks mauled them. The Jabos terrorized them. The constant attacks inevitably broke up German units, which had a terrible effect on morale. A theme that always comes up when interviewing German veterans is comradeship. Generally, German squads were made up of men from the same town or region, so the men had known each other as children. Corporal Bertenrath spoke to the point. The worst thing that could happen to a soldier was to be thrown into some group in which he knew no one. In our unit, we would never abandon each other. We had fought in Russia together. We were comrades and always came to the rescue. We protected our comrades so they could go home to their wives, children, and parents. That was our motivation. The idea that we would conquer the world had fallen long ago. The German retreat was turning into a rout. A historic opportunity presented itself. As the British and Canadians picked up the attack on their front, Patton had open roads ahead of him, inviting his fast-moving armored columns to cut across the rear of the Germans, encircle and destroy the German army in France, then end the war with a triumphal, unopposed march across the Rhine and on to Berlin. Patton lusted to seize that opportunity. But neither Eisenhower nor Bradley were bold enough to take it. They worried about Patton's flanks. He insisted that the Jabos could protect them. They worried about Patton's fuel and other supplies. He insisted that in an emergency they could be airlifted to him. Given their superiority over the enemy, did Generals Eisenhower and Bradley take appropriate risks that utilized the greatest assets their country had given them, air power and mobility? In Normandy, in August, the answer is no. Ike and Bradley picked the safer alternative. They were also responding to their obsession with ports. Only with enough ports could they be assured of the supplies a final 50-division offensive into Germany would require. They wanted the small ports of Brittany, such as Saint-Malo, and the one big port, Brest. So they insisted that Patton stay with the pre-D-Day plan, with modifications. They gave him permission to reduce the Brittany attack to 1 corps, leaving 2 corps to head east. Although he was downcast by his superior's orders, Patton was exhilarated as his Third Army drove across France. He was at the front in a jeep, escorted by an armored car, pushing, prodding, yelling, straightening out traffic jams, always demanding more. His order was, advance and keep on advancing. Hitler knew his army was staggering, but he hated to retreat and loved to take risks. Where his generals saw the jaws of a trap closing on them, Hitler saw a once-only opportunity to go for the American jugular. As Patton swung his divisions north toward Argenton, a glance at the map showed Hitler that the corridor through which Third Army received its supplies was exceedingly narrow, about 30 kilometers, and thus vulnerable. By bringing down more of the infantry and tankers of 15th Army from north of the Seine, Hitler told Kluge that he would have ample troops to cut that corridor. The counteroffensive would start at Mortain, with the objective being Avranches. Once the line had been cut, Patton could be destroyed in place and the line restored. With luck, the Germans could force the fighting back into the hedgerow country, perhaps even drive the Americans back into the sea. Kluge and every soldier involved thought it madness. Hitler ordered it done. Because Hitler mistrusted his generals, he took control of the battle, which forced him to use the radio, allowing Ultra, the British deciphering device, to reveal both the general plan and some of its specific details. Far from telling Patton to stop, Eisenhower told him to keep moving. In Eisenhower's view, the Germans were sticking their heads in a noose. The German attack raced around and through Mortain. It had begun before dawn, tanks rolling forward through the night without the warning of an artillery preparation. It had achieved tactical surprise and by noon was in Mortain. But the Germans could not dislodge the 700 men of the 2nd Battalion, 120th Infantry Regiment, 30th Division from an isolated rocky bluff, Hill 317 just east of the town. The GIs on the hill had a perfect view of the surrounding countryside, and forward observers with a radio communications system that allowed them to call in artillery and jabos. The Germans had to take that hill before driving onto the coast. In their initial thrust, the 2 SS Panzer divisions overran the 2nd Battalion command post and made the CO and his staff prisoner. Command on the hill reverted to Captain Reynold Eriksson. As he got his men dug in, the forward observers worked their radios. Before dawn on the second day, August 8th, one of the observers, Lieutenant Robert Weiss, heard more than he saw a concentration of German tanks milling around at a roadblock set up by the GIs the previous night. He had the coordinates already fixed and called in a barrage. Weiss recalled, "That kept them away, except for one tank which came through into our company territory sniffing the dark like a nearsighted dragon. No other tanks followed. Our guys lay motionless, not a breath, not a sound. In the dark, the tank found nobody to fight. It turned and went back to its lair." With daylight, German 88s from their Panthers and anti-aircraft batteries began shelling the hill. At the top there was a rocky ridge line. Weiss crawled up to it and lifted his head. He had a panoramic view. Weiss put his glasses to his eyes. Smoke from the muzzles of the German guns wreathed their position like smoke rings from a cigar, he remembered. He called out the coordinates, which were radioed to American artillery. Weiss called for some 30 fire missions during the course of the day. Even as the Mortain offensive began, Patton's forces had overrun Le Mans. The road to Paris, some 160 kilometers to the northeast, was a good one and was undefended. But instead of plunging ahead to Paris, the Americans turned to the northwest, toward Argenton, in pursuit of the short envelopment of the German armies in Normandy. Montgomery and Bradley agreed that the Americans should halt outside Argenton to await the Canadians. When they met, the entire German army in Normandy, still attacking in the wrong direction at Hill 317, would be encircled. For 5 days, Hill 317 was surrounded, but the Germans could not just bypass it. On August 11th, Kluge finally got Hitler's permission to break off the attack at Mortain and begin the retreat through the Falaise Gap. Once the retreat began, there was no place to stop, turn, and defend short of the Siegfried Line at the German border. At 14:30 on the 5th day of the siege of Hill 317, August 12th, the 35th Division broke through the German lines. Of the 700 GIs on the hill, some 300 were dead or wounded. Lieutenant Weiss had called in 193 fire missions while the battalion had been surrounded. After eating and getting some sleep, he wrote his after-action report on a typewriter. Summing up what he had learned from his 5-day ordeal, Weiss wrote, "Although quite often beat back and silenced, at the slightest carelessness in exposing ourselves thereafter, the enemy would strike back at us. He doesn't quit. His aggressiveness demands a 24-hour observation, whether by sight or sound." Then Weiss wrote a letter to his father. "Not much to write about from here." The spectacular performance by 2nd Battalion, aided by the remainder of the 30th Division, had stopped the German thrust to the coast. The Battle of France had been won, in fact, did not even have to be fought, thanks to the Battle of Normandy. Altogether, the Germans lost more than 80% of the tanks and vehicles they had thrown into the Mortain attack. Now their entire army in Normandy was threatened. The rush to get out, to get over the Seine and back to Germany, was on. By no means did all the Germans participate. Slackers, defeatists, realists, men too old or boys too young to be in such a pickle, seized their opportunity to surrender safely to the Americans. Captain Colby remembered, "One dark night we pulled off the road. One of our guys lay down to sleep beside an already sleeping German soldier who had become separated from his comrades and had lain down here for the night. When the German awoke the next morning, he shook the American to arouse him and then surrendered to him." But not all the Germans were surrendering. The toughest units and the most fanatical Nazis, Panzer and Waffen-SS troops, were determined to get out so as to fight another day. For sheer ghastliness in World War II, nothing exceeded the experience of the Germans caught in the Falaise Gap. They were in a state of total fear day and night. They seldom slept. They dodged from bomb crater to bomb crater. It was every man for himself. The farmhouses were abandoned. Rations consisted of whatever one could find in the cellars. Lieutenant Günther Materna recalled, "It was terrible, especially for those lying there in pain. It was terrible to see men screaming, 'Mother,' or 'Take me with you, don't leave me here, I have a wife and child at home, I'm bleeding to death.'" All this time the 1,000-pound bombs, the 500-pound bombs, the rockets, the 105s and the 155s, the 75s on the Shermans, the mortars, and the 50-caliber machine gun fire came down on the Germans. Along the roads and in the fields, dead cows, horses, and soldiers swelled in the hot August sun, their mouths agape, filled with flies. Maggots crawled through their wounds. Tanks drove over men in the way, dead or alive. Human and animal intestines made the road slippery. The stench was such that even pilots in the Piper Cubs threw up. Even in the bloody chaos of Falaise, a humane spirit could come over these young men so far from home. Lieutenant Hans Heinrich Dibbern of Panzer Grenadier Regiment 902 set up a roadblock outside Argentan. From the direction of the American line came an ambulance driving toward us. The driver was obviously lost. When he noticed that he was behind German lines, he slammed on the brakes. Dibbern went to the ambulance. The driver's face was completely white. He had wounded men he was responsible for, but we told him, "Back out of here and get going. We don't attack the Red Cross." He quickly disappeared. An hour or so later, here comes another Red Cross truck. It pulls up right in front of us. The driver got out, opened the back, and took out a crate. He set it down on the street and drove away. We feared a bomb, but nothing happened, and we were curious. We opened the box, and it was filled with Chesterfield cigarettes. By August 18th, a week after the lead American elements had reached Argentan, the 1st Polish Armored Division moved south. On August 20th at Chambois, the link-up of the Americans and Polish troops finally occurred. Captain Laughlin Waters was the first to shake hands with a Pole. On August 23rd, the intelligence summary at Schaeff, the supreme headquarters of the Allied Expeditionary Force, declared, "The August battles have done it, and the enemy in the West has had it. 2.5 months of bitter fighting have brought the end of the war in Europe within sight, almost within reach." 2 days later, American forces liberated Paris. General de Gaulle was already there along with elements of the French 2nd Armored Division. Paris was overrun by reporters, led by Ernest Hemingway, and over the next few days had one of the great parties of the war. The Battle of Normandy was over. It had lasted 75 days. It had cost the Allies 209,672 casualties, 39,976 dead. 2/3 of the losses were American. It cost the Germans around 450,000 men, 240,000 of them killed or wounded. Of the approximately 1,500 tanks committed to Normandy by the Wehrmacht, a total of 67 got out, and only 24 of these got across the Seine. The Germans left behind 3,500 artillery pieces and 20,000 vehicles. But between 20,000 and 40,000 Wehrmacht and SS soldiers got out. They had but a single thought: get home. Home meant Germany, prepared defensive positions in the Siegfried Line, fresh supplies, reinforcements, a chance to sort out the badly mixed troops into fighting units. They had taken a terrible pounding, but they were not as sure that they had had it. To the Siegfried Line, August 26th to September 30th, 1944. The last week of August and the first week of September 1944 were among the most dramatic of the war. The Allied Expeditionary Force swept through France. Romania surrendered to the Soviets, then declared war on Germany. Finland signed a truce with the Soviet Union. Bulgaria tried to surrender. The Germans pulled out of Greece. The Red Army's summer offensive liberated Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, eastern Poland, and reached Yugoslavia's eastern border. It destroyed 12 German divisions and inflicted 700,000 casualties. On August 15th, American and French troops had landed in the south of France and were driving up the Rhone Valley against scant opposition. The end of the war did indeed seem at hand. Airborne planners went to work on Operation Rankin. Its mission was to drop Allied paratroopers into Berlin in the event of a sudden German collapse before the Red Army got there. General Bradley issued instructions to store the winter clothing that was coming in at Le Havre and over the beaches, and use the space on the trucks to bring ammunition and gasoline to the front. He figured the war would be over before winter clothing was needed. At dusk on September 2nd, Shermans from the 743rd got to the crest of a hill overlooking Tournai, Belgium. They sat there looking, instead of moving down to be the first to cross the border, because they were out of gasoline. More Shermans came up. They had just enough fuel to get into town. Then they too were immobilized. The great supply crisis in the European theater of operations had hit the 743rd. From the Rhone to the Channel, the armies of the Allied Expeditionary Force were coming to a halt because of the lack of gasoline. Another problem. Crossing northwest Europe's many rivers was causing delays. The Germans had not mounted any defense at all on the east bank of the Seine, but that left the Meuse, Moselle, Ruhr, Saar, Waal, and Rhine rivers and their tributaries to go. The Wehrmacht knew more about how to defend a river crossing than anyone else, something the officers learned in the long retreat from Russia. The weakened Allied thrust and the stiffening German resistance forced the Allied High Command to make some difficult choices. The British had taken the town and docks of Antwerp, Europe's largest port. With Antwerp at work, the supply problem would end. But the Schelde estuary leading to the port, nearly 100 kilometers long, was in German hands, so no ships could get to Antwerp. Eisenhower felt there was a chance to end the war before winter set in, If that happened, he wouldn't need Antwerp. In addition to the irresistible impulse to keep attacking, Eisenhower had the German secret weapons in mind. On September 8th, the first of the long-dreaded V-2 rockets hit London. They had been launched from Holland. The only way to stop them was to overrun the sites. He told Montgomery to go ahead with Operation Market Garden. Market Garden was a brilliant but complicated plan to use the airborne army to get across the lower Rhine River in Holland. If everything worked, the payoff would be British armored forces on the North German plain on the far side of the Rhine, with an open road to Berlin. It could well lead to a quick and complete German collapse. But if the operation failed, the cost would be the squandering of the asset of the airborne army, failure to open the port of Antwerp, and a dragging out of the war through the winter of 1944 to 45. September 17, 1944 was a beautiful end-of-summer day with a bright blue sky and no wind. No resident of the British Isles who was below the line of flight of the hundreds of C-47s carrying 3 divisions into combat ever forgot the sight. Nor did the paratroopers. Corporal Dutch Schultz of the 82nd was jump master for his stick. He stood in the open door as his plane formed up and headed east. Schultz recalled, "In spite of my anxiety about the jump and subsequent danger, it was exhilarating to see thousands of people on the ground waving to us as we flew over the British villages and towns." When the air armada got over Holland, Schultz could see a tranquil countryside. There was some anti-aircraft fire, but the jump was a dream. Little or no opposition on the ground. Plowed fields that were soft as a mattress. There were but a handful of enemy troops in the drop zone. Lieutenant Coyle recalled, "I saw a single German soldier on the spot where I thought I was going to land. I drew my .45 pistol and tried to get a shot at him, but my parachute was oscillating. I was aiming at the sky as often as I was aiming at the ground. When I landed, I struggled to my knees and aimed my pistol. The German was no more than 15 feet away, running. Just as I was about to shoot him, he threw away his rifle, then his helmet, and I saw he was a kid of about 17 years old and completely panicked. He just ran past me without looking at me. I didn't have the heart to shoot him." The Germans had been caught by surprise but were waking up. They got units to the various bridges to defend them or blow them if necessary. By the end of September 17th, the Americans had achieved most of their objectives. The British 1st Airborne Division, meanwhile, had landed on the far side of the Rhine, north of Arnhem, and secured the area for reinforcements to come in the next day. The British Second Army failed to reach its objectives, but it had made progress. Not a spectacular, but still a good start. On September 18th, however, almost everything went wrong. German 88s, quickly assembled in woods on either side of the single raised road the British tanks and vehicles were using, began firing with devastating effectiveness. Soon, disabled vehicles blocked the road, causing gigantic traffic jams. The weather in England turned bad: rain, fog, mist, grounding all airplanes. There would be no reinforcements, no supply drops coming from England. At the beginning of September, the Allied armies were streaming across France, driving a dispirited, disorganized army before it. Thoughts of being home for Christmas were in the air. At the end of the month, Patton's Third Army was stuck. So was Hodge's First Army. The supply crisis was worse than ever. Antwerp wasn't open, and Market Garden had failed. What would be the consequences? The Siegfried Line, October 1944. As the Americans reached the German border from Luxembourg north, they were entering country that had been fought over since Caesar's time. It was interlaced with ancient walled cities and villages that made natural strongpoints, plus the extensive Siegfried and Maginot Line fortifications. The Germans had men for those fortifications. They had reconstituted the divisions that had fled from France and created new ones, to the point that they had more men on the Western Front than did the Allies. Some of their armored and SS divisions were outstanding, but the ordinary infantry divisions were composed of teenagers, limited service veterans missing an arm or an eye, and old men of 40 and even 50 years of age. Still, most of them could fire a machine gun or a Panzerfaust from the protection of a bunker made of steel-reinforced concrete. As against this, Eisenhower commanded 3 army groups, the 21st under Montgomery, the 12th under Bradley, and the 6th on the southern flank under Lieutenant General Jacob Devers. In firepower, the Allies had a tremendous advantage. It was 2.5 to 1 in artillery, but the supply crisis had hit hard on shells, so that most American batteries were limited to a few rounds only per day. The advantage was 20 to 1 in tanks. In the air, the Allies had 5,059 American bombers, 3,728 American fighters, and 5,104 RAF planes. The Germans on the Western Front had 573 planes. A considerable part of the American firepower, however, could not be brought to bear on the Germans because of the acute gasoline shortage. Eisenhower had told Marshall in early September, "There is no point in reaching the German border unless we are in a position to exploit that position." But that was exactly what had happened. And there would not be sufficient fuel to support a drive into Germany or even to get through the Siegfried Line and other defenses until Antwerp was open and functioning. Lorraine is south of Luxembourg. Over the centuries, there have been many fortifications in the area. Metz is on the Moselle River, 45 kilometers north of Nancy, the historic ruling city of Lorraine. Metz is perhaps the most heavily fortified city in Europe, in the most heavily fortified part of Europe. In 1918, Lorraine returned to France. Soon the French army was building the Maginot Line some 20 kilometers east and north of Metz, while the Germans built the Siegfried Line another 20 kilometers to the east, along the line of the Saar River. Hitler, whose faith in reinforced cement never wavered, poured a lot of it into the Siegfried Line in this area. By 1940, the strongest part of the Siegfried faced the strongest part of the Maginot Line. In the summer of 1944, when the retreat from Normandy began, Hitler poured more cement, put more guns into the Siegfried and the Metz forts, and waited. Hitler had the weather on his side. Fall is the wet season in Lorraine. In November 1944, he got lucky. 6.95 inches of rain fell during the month. Patton cursed. His Third Army's mission was to take Lorraine, but in the sheets of cold rain, with the mud clinging to boots and tank treads, and the Moselle at flood stage, he couldn't do it. He wrote Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson, "I hope that in the final settlement of the war you insist that the Germans retain Lorraine, because I can imagine no greater burden than to be the owner of this nasty country where it rains every day, and where the whole wealth of the people consists in assorted manure piles." He lusted for Metz. To get it, he had to take Fort Driant. The fort stood on a dominating hill with clear fields of fire up and down the Moselle. The Americans could not cross the river above or below Metz until Driant was theirs. The fort covered 355 acres of ground. It was surrounded by a 20 meters wide and 10 meters deep moat, which in turn was surrounded by a 20-meter band of barbed wire. It had living quarters for a garrison of 2,000. Its big guns rose from the earth, sniffed around, fired, and disappeared back into the earth. Most of the fortification was underground, along with food and ammunition supplies, aid stations, and radio rooms, enough for a month or more of battle. The only way in was over a causeway. Concealed machine gun pillboxes were scattered through the area. On September 27th, Third Army had made its first attempt to take Driant. From dawn to 14-15 hours, the Americans hit the fort with all the high explosives in their arsenal. The men of the 11th Infantry Regiment who led the assault were confident that nothing could have survived inside the fort. At 14:15, the infantry began to move in on the fort. To their astonishment, when they reached the barbed wire surrounding the moat, Germans rose up from pillboxes to their front, sides, and rear and opened fire. Shermans came forward to blast the pillboxes, but their 75-millimeter shells hardly chipped or scarred the thick concrete. The infantry went to the ground and ignominiously withdrew under cover of darkness. With that withdrawal, Third Army's advance came to a halt. It now faced a new problem in its experience. how to overcome a fortified position. It helped considerably that the Americans finally got their hands on the blueprints of the fort, which showed a Warren's den of tunnels. No amount of high explosive was going to knock it down. Infantry would have to get inside the fort, kill the German defenders who resisted, and take possession. On October 3rd, the second assault on Driant began. Company B was able to get into the fort. Captain Harry Anderson led the way, tossing grenades into German bunkers as he ran across the causeway, inspiring his men to follow him into Driant, where he established a position alongside one of the casements. An intense firefight ensued. Germans popped out of their holes like prairie dogs, fired and dropped back. They called in their own artillery from other forts in the area. Some American engineers got forward with TNT to blast a hole in the casement so that the GIs could enter the fortress system. But the heavy walls were as impervious to TNT as to shells and bombs. On top of the casement, Private Robert Holmland found a ventilator shaft. Despite enemy fire, he managed to open the shaft's cover and dropped several Bangalore torpedoes down the opening. Germans who survived evacuated the area, and Captain Anderson led the first Americans inside the fort. The room they had taken turned out to be a barracks. They quickly took an adjacent one. The Germans counterattacked. B Company was stuck there. Captain Jack Jerry, CO of G Company, 11th Infantry, led the reinforcements. On October 4th, he tried to knock down the steel doors at the rear of the fort. Direct cannon fire couldn't do it, and protruding grillwork made it impossible to put TNT charges against the doors themselves. The Germans again called down fire on Driant, which forced G Company to scatter to abandoned pillboxes, ditches, shell holes, and open bunkers, anywhere they could find shelter. Patton ordered that Driant be seized if it took every man in the XX Corps, but he could not allow an attack by this army to fail. Over the next 3 days, Third Army threw one more regiment into the attack with similar ghastly results. Patton finally relented. Still not until October 13th were the GIs withdrawn. About half as many returned as went up. This was Third Army's first defeat in battle. The only good thing about a defeat is that it teaches lessons. The Driant debacle caused a badly needed deflation of Patton's and Third Army's hubris. That led to a recognition of the need to plan more thoroughly, to get proper equipment, to take units out of the line to integrate their replacements, and to conduct courses and exercises on the use of explosives in an assault on a fortress. The next time, Third Army was going to get it right. North of Luxembourg at Eilendorf, just outside Aachen, Captain Dawson was commander of G Company, 16th Infantry, 1st Division. G Company was holding its position on the ridge astride the Siegfried Line. The Germans needed to restore the integrity of their line, so they kept counterattacking. By October 4th, G Company had repulsed 3 German counterattacks and endured 500 shells per day from 105s. Then the Germans came on in division strength, but again Dawson's company beat them back, with help from the artillery and air. The fighter-bombers were not always or even regularly available because of the weather. Patton was stuck. To his right, south, the 6th Army Group made only limited gains. Antwerp was what Eisenhower wanted, but Montgomery failed to open it. Under the post-Market Garden circumstances, an obvious strategy would have been to abandon any offensive moves, create defensive positions facing the German border, go into winter camp, and wait for the supply situation to improve and the roads to dry and the weather to clear. But Eisenhower gave no thought to the possibility. With the V-2s coming down on London, he could not. With thousands dying daily in the German concentration camps, he could not. Eisenhower urged his subordinates to offensive action. He justified what many critics considered a sterile, cold-blooded strategy on the grounds that in the long run, this policy would result in shortening the war and therefore in the saving of thousands of Allied lives. The campaign that resulted was the least glamorous yet one of the toughest of the war. There wasn't much strategy involved. The idea was just to attack to the east. To carry out those missions, the American Army needed to learn new forms of warfare, 1944 style. These would be set-piece attacks, like D-Day but in different terrain: cities, villages, forts, and forests. As in the Norman hedgerows, the Army would have to develop new tactics to overcome the enemy. Problems there were aplenty. For the first time since early August, when they had fled the hedgerow country, the Germans had prepared positions to defend. One of the first tasks they accomplished as they manned the Siegfried Line was to put S-mines, thousands of them, in front of their positions. They were called Bouncing Betties and sprang, when triggered by a tripwire or foot pressure, a meter or so into the air before exploding. The canister contained 360 steel balls or small pieces of scrap steel. They were capable of tearing off a leg above the knee or inflicting the wound that above all others terrified the soldiers. Lieutenant George Wilson had joined the 4th Division as a replacement at the time of Saint-Lô. By early October he had been in combat for 9 weeks, but he had not yet seen an S-mine. On October 10th, when he led a reconnaissance platoon into the Siegfried Line straight east of Malmedy, Belgium, suddenly they were everywhere. The only defense was to not move at all, he said. Engineers came forward to clear the mines and use white tape to mark paths through the fields. They took every precaution, but one of the engineers lost his leg at the knee to an S-mine. So they set to probing every inch of ground with trench knives, gently working the knives in at an angle, hoping to hit only the sides of the mines. They began uncovering and sometimes exploding devilish little handmade mines in pottery crocks set just below the ground. The only metal was the detonator, too small to be picked up by mine detectors. They blew off hands. A squad to Wilson's right got caught in a minefield. The lieutenant leading it had a leg blown off. 4 men who came to help him set off mines, and each lost a leg. Wilson started over to help, but the lieutenant yelled at him to stay back. Then the lieutenant began talking calmly to the wounded men around him. One by one, he directed them back over the path they had taken into the minefield. One by one, on hands and knee, dragging a stump, they got out. Then the lieutenant dragged himself out. Wilson had seen a lot, but this was horribly gruesome. 5 young men lying there, each missing a leg. Wilson stayed in the war to the end. He saw every weapon the Wehrmacht had in action. After the war, he flatly declared, "The S-mine was the most frightening weapon of the war, the one that made us sick with fear." Behind the minefields were the dragon's teeth. They rested on a concrete mat of between 10 and 30 meters wide, sunk a meter or 2 into the ground, to prevent any attempt to tunnel underneath them and place explosive charges. On top of the mat were the teeth themselves, truncated pyramids of reinforced concrete of about a meter in height in the front row to 2 meters high in the back. They were staggered and spaced in such a manner that a tank could not drive through. Interspersed among the teeth were minefields, barbed wire, and pillboxes that were virtually impenetrable by artillery and set in such a way as to give the Germans crossing fire across the entire front. According to Captain Belton Cooper, the Siegfried Line was undoubtedly the most formidable man-made defense ever contrived. Its intricate series of dragon's teeth, pillboxes, interconnected communication trenches, gun pits, and foxholes in depth, supported by an excellent road net and backed up by a major Autobahn system that ran back to Cologne, Dusseldorf, and other manufacturing sites less than 50 kilometers to the east, provided the Germans with not only an excellent defense system but also a base from which to launch a major offensive. Cooper was describing the Siegfried Line as it faced Belgium. Further south on the Franco-German border it was more formidable, with major fortifications holding heavy artillery. Throughout the length of the Siegfried Line, villages along the border were incorporated into the system. The houses, churches, and public buildings in these villages were built of stone and brick. The second floors of the buildings and the belfries on the churches provided excellent observation. The streets were jumbled and tanks had difficulty maneuvering. Mortar crews had a fix on each crossroad, and riflemen and machine gunners on the second floors had crisscrossing fields of fire. The U.S. Army had no preparation, no training for attacking the Siegfried Line or driving Germans out of villages. It was going to have to learn by doing. First Army's mission was to break through the Siegfried Line. The route would be along the narrow Aachen corridor between the fens of Holland to the north and Hürtgen Forest and Ardennes to the south. After fighting through the Siegfried Line, First Army would drive east and close to the Rhine from Dusseldorf to Bonn. To avoid getting caught up in the urban congestion of Aachen, the breakthroughs would take place north and south of the city. When the two wings linked to the east, Aachen would be enveloped and could be neutralized by a relatively small force, while the bulk of First Army pushed east. Aachen had little military value. As it was on the border with Belgium rather than France, it had relatively few fortifications. Aachen's psychological value, however, was immense. It was the first German city to be threatened, and a city central to German and Western civilization. The Romans had medicinal spring baths there, the Aquis Granum. It was the city where Charlemagne was born and crowned. It was the seat of the Holy Roman Empire, what Hitler called the First Reich. First Army's attack on the Siegfried Line north of Aachen was reminiscent of its attack on Omaha Beach 4 months earlier. It had put to use what it had learned. Practice exercises had been realistic and extensive, as the men were trained in assault tactics specific to the Siegfried Line. H-hour was set for 1100 October 2nd. At 0900 hours, the American artillery shifted targets from the German front to anti-aircraft batteries in the rear. It was effective not only in suppressing flak but also in sending up clouds of black smoke that hampered German visibility. Unfortunately, it also hampered American visibility. Only a half-dozen bombs fell in the target area. The air attack had been almost a total failure. As the planes left, the artillery shifted targets back to the pillboxes. Mortar men rushed to their positions. In the next couple of hours, they fired 18,696 shells from 372 tubes. As the infantry moved forward, tanks accompanied them. An infantry lieutenant gave his account of combined arms in action. "We had real tank infantry cooperation. The tanks just machine-gunned the Jerries in their holes, and when the infantry came up, it was mass murder." Infantry platoons accompanied by engineer teams maneuvered their way behind the pillboxes, where the engineers blew the rear doors with satchel charges, Bangalore torpedoes, and bazookas. As at Omaha, the Germans tended to fight well from their firing posts, so long as the action was in front of them. But as soon as the troops appeared to their rear, they surrendered. The Americans found they needed an average of 30 minutes to capture a single pillbox. The GIs also learned that they had to resist the temptation to occupy the pillboxes and catch their breath. If they did not keep moving forward, they were certain to catch a downpour of German artillery and mortar fire, to be followed by a counterattack. By the end of the day, the 30th Division had breached the first line of pillboxes. The next day, the 2nd Armored joined the attack. It took 3 more days, but by October 7th, the Americans had made a clean break through the Siegfried Line north of Aachen. The 1st Division, meanwhile, broke through to the south. On October 10th, the two wings hooked up and Aachen was surrounded. This was blitzkrieg warfare, a rupture of the enemy's main line of resistance, bypassing a city considered an obstacle rather than an objective, and an exploitation deep into the enemy's rear area. First Army was on the verge of a classic victory. But doubts and hesitations set in, and minds were changed. The German resistance was stronger than anticipated. The German ability to counterattack had not been fully appreciated. Without Aachen cleared, it would be impossible to maintain supply lines to support the divisions heading for the Rhine. First Army decided that Aachen would have to be taken after all before any exploitation to the east could begin. On October 10th, First Army sent the German CO Colonel Gerhard Wilch an ultimatum. When he rejected it, the 1st Division prepared to take the city. Thus were the GIs committed to exactly the kind of action the brass had wanted to avoid in the first place: street fighting. It fell to Lieutenant Colonel Darrell Daniel, CO of the 2nd Battalion of the 26th Infantry 1st Division, to lead the attack. His position was just north of Dawson's G Company. Dawson was facing outward, defending against German attacks. Dawson and his men were holding high ground east of Aachen, which gave them observation posts to call in targets to the gunners and pilots. The Germans were desperate to get him off that ridge. At 2300 hours, October 15th, an SS Panzer Division hit G Company. The first shots came as a surprise because the leading tank in the column was a captured Sherman with American markings on it. The battle that was thus joined went on for 48 hours. There was hand-to-hand fighting with rifle butts and bayonets. It was surreal, almost slow motion, because the mud was ankle-deep. Dawson called in artillery to within 10 meters of his position. At one foxhole, a German toppled dead over the barrel of an American machine gun, while in another a wounded American waited until the German who had shot him came up and looked down on him, then emptied his Tommy gun in the German's face. The two men died at the bottom of the hole in a macabre embrace. On October 17th, a German attack overran Dawson's anti-tank gun position. He set out to retake it. Lieutenant Hall, Battalion S3, sent a report to Regimental S3 that evening. "I just talked to Dawson, and he says that he has position restored where gun was. The gun was knocked out. He was not able to take the house. Said he would get it tomorrow." Dawson's men killed 17 Jerrys, including 5 from the crew of a tank which was in back of the house. His men have had no food for 24 hours. Their last hot meal was the night before last. Possibly we can get them a hot meal tomorrow. Inside Aachen, the battle raged. The Germans fell back to the center of the city, charging a price for every building abandoned. The rubble in the streets grew to monstrous proportions. Finally, on October 21st, Daniel's men secured the downtown area. Colonel Wilk dared to disobey Hitler and surrendered his 3,473 survivors. American losses were heavy, over 5,000. German losses were heavier, 5,000 casualties and 5,600 prisoners of war. Aachen was destroyed, with the exception of the cathedral which housed Charlemagne's coronation chair. It escaped major damage. Outside Aachen, Dawson's company continued to hold. After Aachen fell, there were fewer, less vigorous German attacks. On October 22nd, reporter W.C. Hines of the New York Sun got to Dawson's headquarters to do an interview. Dawson summarized the action simply, directly. "This is the worst I've ever seen. Nobody will ever know what this has been like up here." Hines wanted to know, as best he could, and arranged to stay with Dawson for a few days to find out. The dispatches he filed beginning October 24th give a vivid portrait of a rifle company commander in action in World War II. Of course, Dawson was special, but not so special that what he was going through was that much different from what his fellow COs were experiencing. Of them, it can be truly said that they held the most dangerous and difficult job in the world. Dawson's headquarters was in a cellar in the village. There was a candle and a kerosene lamp, a table and some chairs, a radio playing classical music. There were a couple of lieutenants in the room and a radio man, and Dawson's dachshund, Frida. Heinz got Dawson talking about what it had been like. "And the kid says to me, 'I'll take that water to that platoon.' And he starts out. He's about 50 yards from this doorway, and I'm watching him. He's running fast. Then I can see this 88 hit right where he is, and in front of my eyes he is blown apart." Dawson spoke of other strains. "I had a kid come up and say, 'I can't take it anymore.' What could I do? If I lose that man, I lose a squad. So I grab him by the shirt and I say, 'You will. There ain't any going back from this hill except dead.' And he goes back, and he is dead." Dawson looked Hines in the eye. "But I can't break now. I've taken this for the 39 days we've held this ridge, and I'm in the middle of the Siegfried Line, and you want to know what I think? I think it stinks." Dawson began to shed tears. Then he jerked his head up and said to a lieutenant by the radio, "Turn it up. That's Puccini. I want to hear it." The Battle of Aachen benefited no one. The Americans never should have attacked. The Germans never should have defended. This was war at its worst. Wanton destruction for no purpose. There was one perverse satisfaction for the Americans. Lieutenant Colonel John C. Harrison, who later became a justice of the Montana Supreme Court, was a 31-year-old liaison officer with Corps headquarters. On October 22nd, he went into Aachen to report on the damage. He wrote in his diary, "If every German city that we pass through looks like this one, the Hun is going to be busy for centuries rebuilding his country. I thought how odd it is that I would feel good at seeing human misery, but I did feel that way. For here was the war being brought to the German in all of its destructive horror. The war has truly come to Germany, and pictures of these terrible scenes should be dropped over the entire country to show them what is in store for them if they continue." At the German border, Metz and the Hürtgen Forest, November 1st to December 15th, 1944. Northwest Europe in November and December was a miserable place. A mixture of sleet, snow, rain, cold, fog, short days, and long nights cried out for winter camp, for shelter and indoor occupations. Rivers were at flood stage. The already poor roads were churned into quagmires by military vehicles. In the center of the American line, in the Ardennes, portions of First Army did go into something like winter camp. Eisenhower and Bradley figured the terrain made it the least likely area the Germans might counterattack. All was quiet there. But north and south of the Ardennes, First and Third Armies were on the offensive, the weather be damned. There was no strategy involved. The rain and mud made rapid movement impossible, and there was insufficient gasoline to supply deep thrusts into the enemy rear. Once the generals made the decision to continue the offensive, the war in the fall of 1944 became once again what it had been in the hedgerows of Normandy, a junior officer and non-commissioned officer battle of attrition. A steady flow of replacements coming from England allowed the generals to build companies up to full strength after a few days on the line, even when casualties had run as high as 90%. The replacement flow added to the sense of strength. Surely the Germans couldn't keep up. At higher headquarters, the feeling was just one more push here or another there, and we'll be through the Siegfried Line and up to and across the Rhine. In addition to individual replacements, new divisions were coming onto the line in a steady stream. These divisions were made up of the high school classes of 1942, 1943, and 1944. The training these young men had gone through at Fort Benning and the other stateside posts was rigorous physically, but severely short on the tactical and leadership challenges the junior officers would have to meet. Among the fresh divisions was the 84th Infantry. It had gone through its training cycle in mid-1944, then sailed for Europe. It came into France at Omaha Beach on November 2nd and moved by truck to the front, where K Company, 333rd Regiment, was positioned outside Geilenkirchen, some 20 kilometers north of Aachen. One of its officers remarked, "K Company was an American mass production item, fresh off the assembly line." It certainly was representative. There were men who could neither read nor write, along with privates from Yale and Harvard, class of 1946, and sergeants with college degrees. They came from all sections of the country and every major ethnic group, save African American and Japanese American. K Company's first offensive was Operation Clipper. The 84th's mission was to seize the high ground east of Geilenkirchen along the Siegfried, in conjunction with a British offensive to the north. For the first 3 days of Clipper, K Company was in support. It did the mopping up in Geilenkirchen, taking 100 prisoners with no casualties. Private Jim Sterner remembered that he looked into a house and found a half-dozen men and his CO, Captain George Geisel, playing the piano with a British lieutenant. The song was Lily Marlene, and our guys were laughing and singing along with him. What I remember most is a feeling of total exhilaration. Boy, this is really great, the way a war ought to be. On November 21st, it was K Company's turn to lead the attack. It took possession of a chateau the Germans had been using as an observation post, but had not tried to defend. It moved forward again, but was soon held up by artillery fire. Sergeant Keith Lance led his mortar squad forward to provide support. We started taking machine gun and rifle fire from a stone farm building off to our right. Lance spread his men out and returned fire, but he couldn't use the mortars and had only 4 M1s and a couple of pistols. Lance heard a voice asking if he could use a bit of help. It was a goddamn British officer standing up in the middle of a firefight without a helmet. He had climbed out of his tank and walked across the field behind us. I told him, "Lordy Jesus, yes, we need some help." The British officer ran back to his tank and gave the farmhouses 3 quick rounds from his .75, one in each window. 30 to 40 Germans poured out, waving white flags. The rifle platoons, meanwhile, were taking a pounding. Captain Harold Linebaugh and Lieutenant John Campbell described it in their book, The Men of Company K. The concentration of German firepower was absolutely overwhelming with its violence, surprise, and intensity. Artillery fire, 88s and 75s from hidden tanks, and 120 mortars with apparently limitless supplies of ammunition hit us. Machine gun fire whipping in from pillboxes seemed almost an afterthought. The noise, the shock, the sensation of total helplessness and bewilderment, the loss of control, the sudden loss of every familiar assumption, nothing in civilian life or training offered an experience remotely comparable. Our new boy illusions of the past 2 days dissolved in a moment. It was K Company's welcome to the Western Front. Every rifle company coming on the line that November had a similar experience and drew the same conclusion. There was no way training could prepare a man for combat. At Metz, Patton remained steadfast for advance. But the downpours which prevented any air support, the mud which was so bad even tracked vehicles found it almost impossible to move, and the swollen rivers which could not be bridged by the engineers, combined to demand postponement of the offensive. But the attack went off on schedule. It had a different objective than the earlier attack on Driant. No one was ready to attack the fortresses head-on. Instead of attempting to surround and reduce the Metz fortresses, Third Army adopted a new policy. The primary mission of all troops is the destruction or capture of the Metz garrison, without the investiture or siege of the Metz forts. As new infantry divisions arrived, Patton put them into the line and told their commanders to attack east. The 26th Division was one of these. It included G Company, 328th Regiment, and that company included Sergeant Bruce Egger and Lieutenant Lee Otts, who collaborated to write G Company's War, a vivid account of a rifle company in the European theater of operations. On November 11th, G Company went into action east of Nancy. Egger wrote, "It occurred to me that this was Armistice Day, and wouldn't it be nice if history repeated itself?" Eerily, he heard church bells and it wasn't Sunday. Then he figured out it was the local French churches observing the end of World War I. Over the following 3 days, the company attacked. Conditions were bad. The mud made movement difficult at best. The air could supply little help. Mines were a horror. So was the rain. Egger described the way he spent the second night. "We stopped along the road in a grove of pine trees. We were soaking wet. It had rained all day, and we had been making our way through wet brush. Our bedrolls could not be brought up to us, so we spent the night as best we could by digging a hole and covering the bottom with pine boughs. We slept through the storm, which put down about 6 inches of snow during the night. We were wet, muddy, and shivering from the cold. A barrage of 88s greeted us at daylight." Nothing spectacular happened. G Company gained a little more ground. After 3 days of this, Egger's platoon was down to 6 men. Of the 525 men in the battalion who had gone into the battle 3 days earlier, 150 were left. It was pulled out of the line to rest and receive replacements. After a week, it moved back into the line. Egger confessed, "I dreaded going into combat again. The past 2 weeks indicated that my chances of getting through the war unharmed were close to 0, though the odds of coming out of it alive were about 4 to 1. On November 22nd, Metz was secured, except that 6 forts around the city were still defiant. The Americans made no attempt to overrun them, and soon enough they began to surrender. The last to give up was Fort Driant, which finally capitulated on December 8th. Patton had taken Metz, at a cost of 2,189 casualties in the 95th Division, but in the process inflicted twice that price on the German defenders, plus a bag of 6,000 prisoners. Up north of Aachen, K Company continued to attack, side by side with the British. General Horrocks surprised the GIs by showing up on the front lines to see conditions. He was a sympathetic yet critical observer. The 84th struck me as an impressive product of American training methods, which turned out division after division complete, fully equipped. The division was composed of splendid, very brave, tough young men. But he thought it a bit much to ask of a Green Division that it penetrate the Siegfried Line. And he was disturbed by the failure of American division and corps commanders and their staffs to ever visit the front lines. He told the American battalion and division commanders to get up front, and returned to his headquarters. Of course, there were notable exceptions, but in general the American officers handing down the orders to attack and assigning the objective had no idea what it was like at the front. This was inexcusable. Tens of thousands of young Americans and Germans died in battles that November, battles that did little to hasten the end of the war and should have been avoided. Just south of Aachen lay the Hurtgen Forest. Roughly 50 square miles, it sat along the German-Belgian border. It was densely wooded with fir trees 20 to 30 meters tall. They blocked the sun, so the forest floor was dark, damp, devoid of underbrush. The firs interlocked their lower limbs at less than 2 meters, so everyone had to stoop all the time. It was like a green cave, always dripping water, low-roofed and forbidding. The terrain was rugged, a series of ridges and deep gorges formed by the numerous streams and rivers. The Rohr River ran along the eastern edge of the Hurtgen. Beyond it was the Rhine. First Army wanted to close to the Rhine, which General Hodges decided required driving the Germans out of the forest. Neither he nor his staff noted the obvious point that the Germans controlled the dams upstream on the Rohr. If the Americans ever got down into the river valley, the Germans could release the dammed-up water and flood the valley. The forest could have been bypassed to the south, with the dams as the objective. But the generals got it backward and went for the forest. Thus did the Battle of Hurtgen get started on the basis of a plan that was grossly, even criminally, stupid. Sergeant George Morgan of the 4th Division described the conditions. The forest was a hell of a eerie place to fight. You can't get protection, you can't see, you can't get fields of fire. Artillery slashes the trees like a scythe. Everything is tangled, you can scarcely walk. Everybody is cold and wet, and the mixture of cold rain and sleet keeps falling. When the Germans, secure in their bunkers, saw the GIs coming forward, they called down pre-sighted artillery fire, using shells with fuses designed to explode on contact with the treetops. When men dove to the ground for cover, as they had been trained to do and as instinct dictated, they exposed themselves to a rain of hot metal and wood splinters. They learned that to survive a shelling in the Hurtgen, hug a tree. That way they exposed only their steel helmet. Tanks could barely move on the few roads as they were too muddy, too heavily mined, too narrow. Airplanes couldn't fly. The artillery could shoot, but not very effectively. The Americans could not use their assets, air, artillery, mobility. They were committed to a fight of mud and mines, carried out by infantry skirmish lines plunging ever deeper into the forest, with machine guns and light mortars their only support. For the GIs, it was a calamity. In their September action, the 9th and 2nd Armored lost up to 80% of their frontline troops and gained almost nothing. In October, the 9th, reinforced, tried again. But by mid-month it was dead in the water and had suffered terribly. Casualties were around 4,500 for an advance of 3,000 meters. German losses were somewhat less, around 3,300. Call it off. That's what the GIs wanted to tell the generals, but the generals shook their heads and said, "Attack." Lieutenant John Forsell had a macabre day-night experience. He was outside the village of Schmidt, which was no man's land. Daily we would check the houses. The Germans patrolled the same town at night. One morning our patrol came into town and found the GI hung on the crucifixion cross. We cut him down. We stayed in town and hid in a few houses waiting for the Germans. A German patrol came in, we had a gunfight, they were caught by surprise. A few of the patrol got away, but we took 3 Germans and hung them on 3 crosses. That ended that little fanfare for both sides in Schmidt. There were men who broke under the strain. On November 6th, an entire company passed the breaking point. An all-night shelling had caused numerous casualties. At dawn, a German counterattack began. When the small arms fire erupted from the woods, the men could endure no more. First one, then another, then 2 and 3 together began to run to the rear. Captain Joe Pruden was sympathetic. They had just had too much. Their endurance could stand no more. But he knew he had to stop them, get them to turn and face the enemy. Along with other officers at the command post, he tried. But the men were pushing, shoving, throwing away equipment, trying to outrun the artillery and each other in a frantic effort to escape. They were all scared. He saw badly wounded men lying where they fell, crying out for medics, being ignored. Bradley and Hodges remained resolute to take the Hurtgen. They put in the 4th Infantry Division. It had led the way onto Utah Beach on June 6th. Between November 7th and December 3rd, the 4th Division lost over 7,000 men. Sergeant Mac Morris was there with the 4th. Hurtgen had its fire breaks only wide enough to allow 2 jeeps to pass, and they were mined and interdicted by machine gun fire. There was a teller mine every 8 paces for 3 miles. The Germans cut roadblocks from trees. They cut them down so they interlocked as they fell. Then they mined and booby-trapped them. Finally, they registered their artillery on them, and the mortars, and at the sound of men clearing them, they opened fire. First Army put the 8th Infantry Division into the attack. On November 27th, it closed to the town of Hurtgen. It fell to Lieutenant Paul Bosch, Company G, 121st Infantry, to take the town. Starting at dawn on November 28th, Bosch put one of his lieutenants to the left side of the road leading to town, while he took the other platoon to the other side. Bosch ran from man to man, explaining what the company was about to do. When he gave the signal, they charged. It was sheer pandemonium, a wild, terrible, awe-inspiring thing. We dashed, struggled from one building to another, shooting, bayoneting, clubbing. Hand grenades roared, fires crackled, buildings to the left and right burned with acrid smoke. Dust, smoke, and powder filled our lungs, making us cough, spit. Automatic weapons chattered while heavier throats of mortars and artillery disgorged deafening explosions. The wounded and dead, men in the uniforms of both sides, lay in grotesque positions at every turn. American tanks supported Bosch's company. He remembered that they would first spray the buildings with their .50 calibers, then use their .75s to blow holes for use by the infantry. We hurled ourselves through the holes or through windows or splintered doors. Then it became a battle from floor to floor, from room to room. The company took nearly 300 prisoners. As the battle sputtered to a close, Bosch said, "I started to shake, and it wasn't the cold. I realized that I had not been afraid during that whole day. Not once did I feel afraid. I was busy as hell, and that occupied my mind. But when I shook visibly on that floor with a roof at least 2 feet thick over my head, I was hoping that I would not forget to be afraid, because that was the best way to stay alive, to not make careless moves." He was wounded later that night by a German shell and was sent to a hospital in the States. The 8th Division didn't get far beyond Hurtgen. By December 3rd, it was used up. Many had trench foot, all had bad colds or worse, plus diarrhea. In late November, the 2nd Ranger Battalion entered the forest and was assigned to the 28th Division in the Hurtgen. As the battalion moved into the line, it took casualties from mines and artillery. Then the men sat in foxholes and took a pounding. This wasn't the Rangers' idea of war at all. On December 6th, opportunity arrived. Hill 400, named after its height in meters, was on the eastern edge of the forest and therefore was the ultimate objective of the campaign. It was the highest point in the area and provided excellent observation of the Roar River, less than a kilometer to the east, and of the mixed farmland and forest around it. The Germans had utilized it so effectively that neither GIs nor vehicles moved during the day. First Army had thrown 4 divisions at Hill 400. Hundreds had been sacrificed with no gain. Something new had to be tried. On December 6th, the desperate 8th Division commander asked for the Rangers. As Lieutenant Len Lommel put it, "Our Rangers' tactics seemed to be needed: stealthful and speedy infiltration and surprise assaults." Shortly after midnight, the Rangers marched to Bergstein, the village huddled at the base of the hill. By 0300, 3 companies of Rangers, A, B, and C, had dug in on the edge of a wood near the base of the hill. Companies D, E, and F replaced the 47th Armored Infantry Battalion, 8th Division, in Bergstein and dug in around the town. The companies near the hill prepared to charge it at first light. They could hit the hill through open fields of some 100 meters wide, exposing themselves to enemy small arms and mortar fire, or try a flanking move through known minefields. Major Williams chose the open field. At first light, shouting, "Let's go get the bastards," firing from the hip, the Rangers charged. They got through the snow-covered field despite the small arms and mortar fire and started up the hill. It was rocky shale with frost and snow on it, and they had no grappling hooks or ropes. It was hand over hand, using the third hand to keep up a stream of fire. The Germans were caught by surprise. They had good troops on the hill, but not good enough. Ranger small arms fire kept them pinned down while other Rangers tossed grenades into the bunkers. When Sergeant Petty reached the top of the hill, he found a situation of turmoil. With another Ranger named Anderson, he approached the main bunker and heard Germans inside. They pushed open the door and tossed in 2 grenades. Just as they were ready to rush in and spray the room with their rifles, a shell exploded a few feet away. The Germans were firing on their own position. The explosion blew Anderson into Petty's arms. He was dead, killed instantly by a big piece of shrapnel in his heart. One squad chased the remaining Germans down the hill almost to the Roar River, then pulled back to the top where the Rangers were trying to dig in. It was all but impossible on the slippery shale. It was 0830. The shelling intensified. Rangers took shelter in the bunkers and waited for the inevitable counterattack. Petty recovered Anderson's dying brother. "I had the dubious distinction of having hold of both brothers while they were in the process of dying within an hour's time." At 0930, the first of 5 counterattacks that day began. Once on the hill, the Germans attempted to rush the positions. They used machine guns, burp guns, rifles, and threw potato masher grenades. Hand-to-hand fights developed on top of the hill in which some use was made of bayonets. Through the day and into the night, the Germans attacked Hill 400. Lieutenant Lommel remembered. "At times we were outnumbered 10 to 1. We had no protection, continuous tons of shrapnel falling upon us, hundreds of rounds coming in. At one point, the platoon sergeant Ed Secor, a very quiet man, out of ammo and unarmed, seized 2 machine pistols from wounded Germans and in desperation charged a large German patrol, firing and screaming at them. His few remaining men rallied to the cause, and together they drove the Germans back down the hill. As Ranger numbers dwindled and ammunition began to run out, the American artillery saved the men. During the night, ammo bearers got to the top of the hill and brought down wounded on litters, terribly difficult on the snow, ice, and rocks. The combined strength of the 3 companies left on top was 5 officers and 86 men. Lommel was wounded. Just after daylight, the Germans shelled the town and the hill. On the hill, it was of such intensity that one explosion would cover the sound of the next approaching shell. But when the Germans attacked with infantry, a combination of the shells called in and the small arms fire of the Rangers drove them back. Late on December 8th, an infantry regiment and tank destroyer battalion relieved the surviving Rangers. A week and 2 days later, the Germans retook the hill. Not until February 1945 did the Americans get it back. The Rangers had suffered 90% casualties and would have to be rebuilt. With the Battle of Hill 400, the Hurtgen campaign came to a close. The Americans did not have the dams upstream. The forest they held, for which they had paid such a high price, was worthless. The Battle of Hurtgen lasted 90 days. There were more than 24,000 combat casualties, another 9,000 victims of trench foot disease or combat exhaustion. The Germans were delighted that the Americans wanted to throw their weight into an attack against dug-in troops in a forest. The Americans had taken Aachen and Metz and the Hurtgen, but at such a cost in time and lives that for those who were not there these great battles are hard to recall. As Lieutenant Lommel put it, the months-long battle of the Hurtgen Forest was a loser that our top brass ever after never seemed to want to talk about. The Ardennes, December 16th to 19th, 1944. When the Americans reached the German border, their best intelligence sources dried up. Inside Germany, the Wehrmacht used secure telephone lines rather than radio. Due to complacency and smugness, almost no one worried about it. As 21st Army Group's intelligence summary on December 16, 1944 put it, "The enemy is at present fighting a defensive campaign on all fronts. His situation is such that he cannot stage major offensive operations." Certainly not in the Ardennes, where the line had been stagnant and the guns mostly quiet for 2 months. A few Americans learned that the pastoral scene was deceiving. P-47 pilot Captain Jack Behrensfeld had flown more than 80 missions between D-Day and mid-December. On the 14th, he flew over the wooded area of the Eifel, on the German side of the River. The briefing officer had assured the pilots that the place was benign, but a great amount of anti-aircraft fire came up. One of the pilots was hit and killed. Behrensfeld reported the incident, but no one thought anything of the surprising amount of anti-aircraft artillery the Germans had in this quiet area. Captain Franklin Anderson of the 4th Division was in a wood near Saint-Vite, Belgium, on December 14th. He went into town to purchase some orange soda at the local bottling plant. There was a crowd of agitated people in the town square. Anderson asked the owner of the plant, who spoke excellent English, "What's going on?" The man replied, "They think the Germans are going to be back here soon. The Boche always come through the Ardennes. Now there is activity, noise, and so forth over to the east, and they are worried." Anderson reported the conversation to his CO, adding other details. Elise Deal, a Belgian woman who had visited relatives on the German side of the border, reported intense activity. She saw rubber boats, bridging equipment, and more. Anderson's CO sent the information on to battalion, who passed it along to division intelligence. There, it died. In early December, Eisenhower reviewed the situation on the Western Front with Bradley. He and Bradley discussed the weakness in the Ardennes. 4 divisions, spread over a 150-kilometer front, seemed to invite a counterattack. Bradley said it would be unprofitable to the Germans to make such an attack, that an Ardennes attack would be a strategic mistake for the enemy. Had they looked at the situation from Hitler's point of view, they would have come to a much different conclusion. Hitler knew Germany would never win the war by defending the Siegfried Line and then the Rhine River. His only chance was to win a lightning victory in the West. As early as September 25th, Hitler had told his generals he intended to launch a counteroffensive through the Ardennes to cross the Meuse River and drive on to Antwerp. Hitler said the German onslaught would divide the British and American forces. When the Germans took Antwerp, the British would have to pull another Dunkirk. Nazi Germany would not win the war, but it would survive. To provide the will, Hitler counted on the children. The German soldiers of December 1944 were mostly born between 1925 and 1928. They had been deliberately raised by the Nazis for this moment, and they had that fanatical bravery their Führer counted on. They were well equipped. Hitler brought men, tanks, and planes from the Eastern Front for his offensive, and assigned the greater portion of new weapons to the Ardennes. Impressive though the German buildup in the Eifel was, it was not a force capable of reaching its objectives on its own resources. It would depend on achieving surprise, the speed of the advance once through the American lines, a slow American response, captured American stocks, on creating a panic among retreating American troops, and bad weather to neutralize the Allied air forces. On the eve of the opening action in the greatest battle the U.S. Army has ever fought, not a single soldier in that army had the slightest sense of what was about to happen. Hitler counted on those soldiers to be green, poorly motivated and poorly trained, recently arrived replacements, cowardly. Across from the Eifel, the American troops were a mixed lot. The 2nd Infantry Division, in nearly continuous battle since June 7th, was moving through the 99th Division on its way to attack the Rohr River dams from the south. The 2nd had been in Hürtgen, so it had many more replacements than veterans. But it had a corps of experienced company commanders and platoon leaders, as well as headquarters personnel. The 99th, and another newly arrived division, the 106th, placed in the line to its right, had few experienced personnel. The general attitude, as expressed by one soldier, was, "The German troops facing us were of low quality and appeared to be of the opinion that if we didn't bother them, they would leave us alone." The weather was cold, the days dreary and snowy. The men in the foxholes were eating snow because their canteens were empty. They could not build fires, so rations were cold. Clothes were World War I issue and entirely inadequate. Captain Charles Rowland was a battalion executive officer in the 99th. Looking out of the headquarters bunker on the afternoon of December 15th, he saw fir forests whose cone-shaped evergreens, standing in deep snow and sparkling with crystals, formed a scene of marvelous beauty. Going back inside, he read the latest intelligence report from division. "The enemy has only a handful of beaten and demoralized troops in front of us, and they are being supported by only 2 pieces of horse-drawn artillery." In fact, the 394th Regiment was facing the 1st SS Panzer Corps, hidden in those beautiful firs. This was an intelligence failure of the first magnitude. As darkness fell over the Eifel on December 15th, a kilometer or so east of Captain Rowland, a private in the Waffen-SS wrote his daily letter to his sister Ruth. "I write during one of the great hours before an attack, full of unrest, full of expectation for what the next days will bring. Everyone who has been here the last 2 days and nights, especially nights, who has witnessed hour after hour the assembly of our crack divisions, who has heard the constant rattling of panzers, knows that something is up and we are looking forward to a clear order to reduce the tension. Some believe in big wonders, but that may be short-sighted. It is enough to know we attack and will throw the enemy from our homeland." Later, just before dawn, he added, "Overhead is the terrific noise of V1, of artillery, the voice of war. So long now. Wish me luck and think of me." He sealed the envelope and was about to hand it in when he added a scribble on the back. "Ruth, Ruth, Ruth, we march." The private was in the van of the 1st SS Panzer Division and had cause to feel elated, for he was part of a powerful reinforced armored regiment commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Jochen Peiper. Highly regarded in the German army, Peiper was a veteran of many battles on the Eastern Front. As soon as the infantry opened the roads, Peiper's force would speed west toward the Meuse River. Major Otto Skorseny, the most daring commando in the German army, world famous for his exploits, was accompanying Peiper, along with the 500 men in the 150th Panzer Brigade. They were wearing American and British uniforms. All of them spoke English. Most of them had lived for some time in Britain or the United States. They had dog tags taken from corpses and POWs. They had 20 Sherman tanks and 30 deuce-and-a-half trucks. Once a breakthrough had been achieved, they were to drive west as fast as possible. Their mission was twofold. One group would dash ahead to the Meuse to seize bridges, while the other fanned out behind American lines to spread rumors, change signposts, in general accelerate the panic that hits rear echelon forces when they hear that the front line has broken. At 04:30 on December 16th, Peiper briefed his troops. He stressed speed. He forbade firing into small groups of the enemy. He forbade looting. Just keep moving. Lieutenant Günther Mattern, an artilleryman, recalled his battalion commander saying, Now the war is going to be restarted. The excitement of gathering such a powerful force and going back on the offensive infected even the most realistic Germans. Corporal Friedrich Bertenrath, a radio man with the 2nd Panzer Division, recalled, "We had begun to act like a beaten army. Now, moving forward, the men were extremely happy and filled with enthusiasm. Everywhere there were signs of renewed hope. I never thought this attack would change the tide of the war, but it was a moment to enjoy." At 05:30 December 16th, Captain Roland of the 99th, which was at the critical point of the attack, as it was there that Hitler had designated the roads he wanted Piper to use to get to the Meuse, was shaken by a thunderclap of massed artillery fire amid the blinding mist of the Ardennes winter. The bombardment lasted an hour. When it lifted, waves of infantry, supported by tanks, attacked. Roland remembered, "Time appeared to stand still. My mind seemed to reject the reality of what was happening, to say it was all make-believe. One of our young lieutenants danced a rubber-legged jig as he twisted slowly, making the bullet hole between his eyes clearly visible. One moment our battalion chaplain and his assistant were kneeling beside their disabled vehicle. The next moment they were headless, decapitated by an exploding shell, as if by the stroke of a guillotine." Lieutenant Lyle Bouck commanded the Intelligence and Reconnaissance I&R platoon of the 394th Regiment, 99th Division. The only man younger than he in the platoon was Private William James. The platoon was near Lanzarote. Shortly before dawn, December 16th, the sleepy-eyed men saw the sky lit up from the muzzle flashes of 100 pieces of German artillery. Bouck and his men were in deep, covered foxholes, so they survived the hour-long shelling without casualties. A couple of tanks that had been supporting the I&R platoon had pulled out when the shelling began. The men told Bouck it was time for them to retreat. Bouck said no. He started pushing men into their foxholes. Including Bouck, there were 18 of them. The German columns came marching on, one on each side of the road, in close order, weapons slung, no security on either flank. They were teenage paratroopers. The men of the I&R platoon were fingering the triggers of their weapons. Sergeant Slape took aim on the lead German. "Your mother's going to get a telegram for Christmas," he mumbled. Bouck knocked the rifle aside. "Maybe they don't send telegrams." Then he explained that he wanted to let the lead units pass so as to spring the ambush on the main body. He waited until about 300 men had passed his position and gone into the village. Then he saw his target. Separated from the others, 3 officers came along carrying maps and binoculars, with a radio man just behind. Obviously the battalion CO and his staff. Private James rested his M1 on the edge of his foxhole and took careful aim. A little blonde girl dashed out of the house just down the street. She made a vivid impression on James. Later he recalled the red ribbons in her hair, and he held his fire. The girl pointed quickly at the I&R position and ran back inside. James tightened his finger on the trigger. In that split second the German officer shouted an order and dove into the ditch. So did his men on each side of the road. The ambush ruined, the firefight began. Bouck's men had the Germans pinned down. By noon the I&R had taken some casualties but no fatalities. Private James was amazed at the German tactics. Their paratroopers kept coming straight down the road, easy targets. By mid-afternoon there were 400 to 500 bodies in front of the I&R platoon. Only one American had been killed, although half the 18 men of the platoon were wounded. An hour later James and Bouck were both wounded, the platoon out of ammunition. They surrendered and were taken into a cafe set up as a first aid post. James thought he was dying. He thought of the mothers of the boys he had mowed down and of his own mother. He passed out, was treated by a German doctor. When he came to, a German officer tried to interrogate him but gave it up, leaned over James' stretcher, and whispered in English, "Ami, you and your comrades are brave men." At midnight the cuckoo clock in the cafe struck. Lieutenant Lyle Bouck, on his stretcher on the floor, had turned 21 years old. He mumbled to himself, "What a hell of a way to become a man." All along the extended American front, from Monschau to the north down to Echternach in the south, platoons were surprised on the morning of December 16th by German attacks that passed through the extensive gaps in the line and surrounded the American positions. But although surrounded, the Americans in many cases fought back with every weapon available to them. Private Roger Fohringer of the artillery was attached to the 99th, near Billingen, Belgium. At 0700 on December 16th, he was put to work carrying a case of grenades up a hill to a machine gun pit. With 2 others, he got started. We were not to the point where we could see over the hill when down on us came a German Tiger tank. Fohringer jumped into a row of bushes along the road. He lost his rifle and helmet and tore his field jacket, but was untouched by the tank's machine gun bursts. There is no feeling like being alone, being unarmed, and not knowing what to do. Instinct told Fohringer to get back to where he came from, the farmhouse on the edge of Billingen. He took off cross-country and made it, after almost getting blasted by a bazooka round. He found the guy who had fired at one of the German tanks and missed, and helped him reload. Another shot, but too high again. The tank began to swing its cannon at their position. Fohringer and his buddy ran for the farmhouse. They found 2 carbines and went up to the 2nd floor, where they broke the windows and began firing at German troops spread across the field. It was real easy shooting until we heard the rumble of a tank, Fohringer recalled. As it began to fire, Fohringer ran down to the cellar, where he found a dozen or so GIs, no officers. The men were destroying their weapons. The tank shoved its cannon through the basement window. Fohringer and the others gave up. They were marched east. In Honsfeld, Fohringer saw stark evidence of the kind of fight others in the 99th had put up. In the cemetery there were frozen corpses behind headstones. You could see that they had fought, one guy at a headstone, another behind a headstone, and there they were frozen just as they had been shot. In the road there were uncountable German bodies, uncountable because so many tanks and trucks had run over them. They were like pancakes. We tried to detour around them, but the guards made us march over them. Major attacks with intense firefights in one area, quiet in another. That was how it was on December 16th for the 99th. Mainly, however, the story of December 16th was one of thwarted German plans. Although they had infiltrated throughout the American line, nowhere had they taken the crossroads that would allow their tanks to roam free behind the American lines. As night fell, Hitler's timetable was already falling apart, thanks to an unknown squad of GIs here, a platoon over there, fighting although surrounded, and fighting until their ammunition gave out. Around midnight December 16th, Piper reached the Lanzarote area. The infantry commanders told him of the strong resistance ahead. They said they had been repelled 3 times with terrible losses. At 0400 hours, Piper roared off with his troops, only to discover the village was empty. Piper was now loose behind American lines. The only Americans in the vicinity were service troops, drivers, medical personnel, and higher headquarters types. Nothing to stop an armored column. By 0800, Piper had gassed up his vehicles with captured fuel. Then he headed west toward Malmedy. Piper's breakthrough was one of many that second morning. The sheer weight of German numbers could not be denied. Isolated American groups continued to fight, but without ammunition resupply they couldn't do much. Many surrendered. 2 regiments of the 106th surrendered, 7,500 men, the biggest mass surrender in the war against Germany. Everywhere the Skorzeny units began to spread panic, issuing false orders, switching road signs, and otherwise carrying out their missions, but the units assigned to take the Meuse bridges failed in their task. Bradley spent most of December 16th driving from Luxembourg City to Versailles, so he was out of touch. At the Trianon Palace Hotel, Eisenhower's headquarters, he found his boss in a good mood. Eisenhower had just received word of his promotion to the rank of 5-star general. At dusk, an intelligence officer arrived with news. There had been an enemy attack that morning in the Ardennes. Bradley thought it an irritant, nothing major. Eisenhower disagreed. He said this was a counteroffensive, not a counterattack. On the night of December 16th, Eisenhower saw what no one else around him saw, that not only was this a major offensive, but that it was the best thing that could happen. The Germans were out of their fixed fortifications, out in the open where American artillery, American tanks, American infantry, American fighter bombers would be capable of destroying them. On the morning of December 17th, Eisenhower ordered the 101st and 82nd Airborne into the battle. He sent the 101st to Bastogne, a crossroads town in the center of the German thrust. He wanted it held at all costs. Meanwhile, hundreds of German tanks were loose behind the front lines, free to move in almost any direction. On December 17th, the sky over Belgium was overcast, but the clouds were at 5,000 feet or more. That day, the Luftwaffe managed its last big offensive mission. German pilots flew between 600 and 700 sorties in support of the ground forces. 1,000 and more Allied pilots were there to meet them. Each side had briefed its pilots to rendezvous over Saint-Vite. The planes arrived simultaneously and began a day-long dogfight. On the ground, the Germans made their major breakthrough in the center, in the direction of Bastogne. But the critical threat was to the north. If Piper could get across the Meuse, the roads to Antwerp were open. All through December 17th, Piper continued to drive west. By 1600 hours, he had reached the outskirts of Stavelot. The town was clogged with American trucks and other vehicles. He subjected it to a bombardment from his tanks, causing much destruction and confusion. Then he sent his battalion of armored infantry to attack the town. As darkness fell, American small arms repulsed the enemy. Through the night, Piper watched as the Americans pulled out their trucks. Piper's success in breaking through was heady stuff to the Germans, panic-inducing to the Americans. But as darkness fell on December 17th, he was behind schedule. At dawn, December 18th, Piper instructed 2 Panther commanders to charge Stavelot at maximum speed. They drove around the curve firing rapidly, Piper remembered. The first Panther tank was hit and it burned, but it had so much initial speed that it penetrated the anti-tank obstacle at the curve and damaged 2 Sherman tanks. The second Panther used this opportunity to drive through and seize a bridge in Stavelot. We followed up with other vehicles and the Americans evacuated the town. Not, however, before the Americans destroyed the gasoline dump at Stavelot. Frustrated, Piper drove on at top speed in an effort to get to Trois Ponts, 3 bridges, in time to seize an intact bridge. Once across the Amblève and Somme rivers, which flowed together in the village, he would have an open road to the Meuse. In some American headquarters, at supply dumps, and in the field there was confusion if not chaos. Men set to burning papers and maps, destroying weapons, throwing other items away and running to the rear. On December 17th, the trickle of frightened men fleeing the battle began to turn into a stream. By December 18th, the stream was becoming a flood. The U.S. Army in retreat was a sad spectacle. When the 101st Airborne got to Bastogne on December 19th, the columns marched down both sides of the road toward the front. Down the middle of the road came the defeated American troops, fleeing the front in disarray, mob-like. Many had thrown away their rifles, their coats, all encumbrances. Some were in a panic, staggering, exhausted, shouting, "Run! Run! They'll murder you! They'll kill you! They've got everything, tanks, machine guns, air power, everything." Major Richard Winters of the 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment recalled, "They were just babbling. It was pathetic. We felt ashamed." Major Winters was not alone in feeling ashamed. Private Kurt Vonnegut was a recently assigned replacement in the 106th Division. He was caught up in the retreat before he could be assigned. To his eyes, it was just rout, pure and simple. His unit surrendered. Vonnegut decided he would take his chances and bolted into the woods without a rifle or rations or proper winter clothing. He hooked up with 3 others who wouldn't surrender and set off hoping to find American lines. At dawn on December 19th, as German tanks prepared to surround Bastogne and the 101st marched into the town, Eisenhower met with his senior commanders in a cold, damp squad room in a barracks at Verdun. Eisenhower's lieutenants entered the room glum, depressed, embarrassed, as they should have been, given the magnitude of the intelligence failure. Eisenhower boldly declared, "The present situation is to be regarded as one of opportunity for us and not of disaster. There will be only cheerful faces at this conference table." Patton quickly picked up the theme. "Hell, let's have the guts to let the bastards go all the way to Paris. Then we'll really cut 'em off and chew 'em up." He had already seen the obvious. The Germans were putting their heads in a noose. By attacking the southern shoulder of the salient with his Third Army, Patton could cut the enemy supply lines, isolate the tanks inside what was already being called the Bulge, and destroy them. When Eisenhower asked him how long it would take for Third Army to turn 2 corps facing east to facing north and then attack the German southern flank, Patton boldly replied, 2 days. The other generals laughed, but in fact Patton was already halfway into the movement. Eisenhower's decisiveness and Patton's boldness were electrifying. Their mood quickly spread through the system. From the supreme commander down to the lowliest private, men pulled up their socks and went forth to do their duty. They didn't like retreating. They didn't like getting kicked around. They decided they were going to make the enemy pay. That they had the time to adjust and prepare to pound the Germans was thanks to a relatively small number of frontline GIs. The first days of the Battle of the Bulge were a triumph of the soldiers of democracy, marked by innumerable examples of men seizing the initiative, making decisions, leading. The Ardennes, December 20th to 23rd, 1944. By midday, December 20th, Charlie Company, 395th Infantry Regiment, 99th Division, had been retreating for 3.5 days, mostly without sleep and water and not enough food, through mud. Sergeant Vernon Swanson said that when word came down at 1700 hours that the regiment was withdrawing to Elsenborn Ridge, where it would dig in beside the 2nd Division, and where more reinforcements were headed, it was certainly good news. We felt it was the equivalent of saying we were returning to the United States. The journey to Elsenborn, however, Swanson remembered as the worst march of that week. We left most of our supplies behind, but our weapons were always ready. Throughout this entire journey our men made their way, cold, tired, miserable, stumbling, cursing the army, the weather, and the Germans, yet none gave up. They arrived on the ridge around midnight, and although they were beyond exhaustion, the men dug in. A good thing, because at dawn a German artillery shelling came down on them. Too late the Germans had realized the critical importance of Elsenborn. Piper could have taken it without difficulty on the 17th or 18th, but he stuck with Hitler's orders and moved west rather than north once through the American line. Captain Rowland of the 99th wrote, 50 years later, "The first night at Elsenborn was unforgettable. The flash and roar of exploding shells was incessant. In all directions the landscape was a Dante's inferno of burning towns and villages. Everyone was aware that there would be no further withdrawal, whatever the cost. Moreover, I could sense in the troops that this resolution was written in their hearts." Enemy mortar and artillery fire hit the 99th. American artillery fired continuously. At night the temperature fell well below 0 on the Fahrenheit scale. No GI had winter clothing. The wind blew in a gale that drove the pellets of snow almost like shot into our faces. Providing hot food on the front line became impossible, and we were obliged to live exclusively on K rations. Remaining stationary in damp, cold foxholes with physical activity extremely limited, we began to suffer casualties from trench foot. A few men broke under the strain, wetting themselves repeatedly, weeping, vomiting, or showing other physical symptoms. Sergeant Arnold Parrish of the 2nd Infantry recalled, "We were helpless and all alone, and there was nothing we could do, so I prayed to God. During the nights the time went by very slow as I tried to keep warm, but that wasn't possible. So I thought about my mother and hoped she didn't know where I was or what I was doing. I was glad I was not married." Suddenly German floodlights came on, shining against the clouds, and German tanks rolled forward. Parrish remembered thinking, perhaps this is the end of the world. But within seconds he and his platoon were firing back. The Germans were repulsed. Southwest of Elsenborn, the 82nd Airborne Division was arriving to bolster the northern shoulder and stop Piper's rush westward. On December 20th, Colonel Ben Vandervoort's 2nd Battalion, 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment, arrived at Trois Ponts, where the Somme and Amblève rivers flowed together. By 0300 hours they were in position to ambush any German force coming from the east. There they waited, no fires, no lights, no smoking, all wide awake. German armor, Piper's, was coming on, accompanied by infantry. Piper had a 20-to-1 manpower advantage over Vandervoort and a colossal firepower superiority. At 03:15 hours, an armored German vehicle approached E Company's position. As it rounded a curve on the road and wound its way down to the river, a bazooka team bushwhacked it. At first light, 0800 hours on December 21st, Piper attacked E Company with infantry and 5 tanks. Vandervoort sent F Company across the river to support E Company with a flank attack, but it had little effect on Piper's men and tanks. Disaster seemed imminent, but not one man of E Company left his fighting position. Vandervoort jumped into a jeep and had his driver take him over the bridge. He arrived at Lieutenant William Meadaw's command post just as the first wave of German infantry attacked. They were supported by tanks firing their cannon and machine guns, spraying the American positions. Enough, Vandervoort decided. He jumped out of his jeep, ran to Meadaw and ordered, "Pull out, and do it now." As Meadaw passed on the word, the Germans began to close in. On the bluff, Meadaw had his men withdraw, using lessons from close-quarter fighting in Holland. In Vandervoort's words, the men intuitively improvised walking fire in reverse. Moving backward and using the trees for cover, they simply outshot any pursuer who crowded them too closely. When the GIs reached the edge of the bluff, they had to jump down a sheer cliff, pick themselves up — there were a number of broken bones and many sprained ankles — run a 100-meter gauntlet across a road, cross over a railroad track, and wade the icy river. GIs in the town along the bank and up on the bluff behind fired at any German who showed on the opposite bluff. E Company made it to the town, but with 33% casualties. When every man was accounted for, engineers blew the bridge. Piper went north to find a bridge, but never found one he could take. If Hitler made his biggest investment in Piper, he made his best in Otto Skorzeny's battalion, which had spread out in Piper's wake. Throughout the Bulge, those 500 or so volunteers in American uniforms were having an impact beyond their numbers. They turned signposts, causing great confusion. They spread panic. Once it was known that the Skorzeny battalion was behind the lines, the word went out with amazing speed: trust no one. The GIs, especially the MPs, questioned everyone right up to Bradley. Who plays center field for the Yankees? Who is Mickey Mouse's wife? What is the capital of Illinois? General Bradley was detained for answering Springfield to the last question. The MP insisted it was Chicago. One general was arrested and held for a few hours because he put the Chicago Cubs in the American League. By December 21st, however, a number of Skorzeny's men had been captured. Most of them were shot, and the remainder were trying to get back inside German lines. In the middle of the Bulge, the Germans had made better progress than Piper had managed, but they had been unable to exploit the breakthrough because the 101st Airborne and elements of the 10th Armored Division got to Bastogne before they did. Although the Germans surrounded the Americans, they were denied the use of the roads, and flowing around Bastogne was time-consuming. So from December 19th on, they tried to overrun the place with apparently overwhelming strength. Altogether, they launched 15 divisions at Bastogne, 4 of them armored, supported by heavy artillery. Inside the perimeter, casualties piled up in the aid stations. Most went untreated. As the battle for Bastogne raged, it caught the attention of the world. The inherent drama, the circled wagons image, the heroic resistance, the daily front-page maps showing Bastogne surrounded, the early identification of the division by PR men in the War Department, combined to make the 101st the most famous American division of the war. As the division history put it, the legend of the 101st was aided by those maps, showing one spot holding out inside the rolling tide of the worst American military debacle of modern times. Lieutenant Helmut Henke was an aide to General Fritz Bayerlen, CO of the Panzer Lehr Division, which had been reconstituted after the pounding it had taken in France in the fall. On December 22nd, Bayerlen handed him a letter. From the German commander to the USA commander of the encircled town of Bastogne. It demanded an honorable surrender to save the encircled USA troops from total annihilation. Bayerlen told Henke to approach the American lines, arrange a local truce, and deliver the letter to the American CO. All went well. The GIs stopped firing when the Germans did, and Henke's party waved its white flags. The Germans came into American lines, where Henke told a lieutenant that he had a message for the American CO. The lieutenant blindfolded the Germans, put them in a jeep, and drove to General Anthony McAuliffe's headquarters in Bastogne. A staff officer there asked Henke, "What is your business?" Henke, still blindfolded, handed over Bayerlen's written demand. As McAuliffe read, his staff officers bombarded Henke with questions. Why do you shoot prisoners? Why are German soldiers fighting in American uniforms? Henke replied, I know nothing of such things and cannot imagine them happening. As the staff officer placed McAuliffe's reply into Henke's hand, a voice said, Take them back. The Germans were driven back to the front, where their blindfolds were removed and a brief ceasefire arranged. Henke finally had a chance to read McAuliffe's response. It said, nuts. He looked at his American escort, Colonel Joseph Harper. Nuts? Harper replied, It means go to hell. Henke knew what that meant. He said, I told the American officer what I told every soldier whom I took prisoner. May you make it back to your homeland safe and sound. Harper's reply was, Go to hell. Another face-to-face encounter between the enemies went better. German Lieutenant Gottfried Kischl, an infantry officer outside Bastogne, was in his foxhole on the afternoon of December 22nd. An American tank was hit and began burning. Kischl heard cries for help from the tank. So I crawled to it. An American was hanging out of the hatch, badly wounded. I pulled him out and dragged him to a ditch where I applied first aid. Kischl looked up from his bandaging and saw several Americans staring down with their M1s pointed at him. An American lieutenant asked, in German, What are you doing? Kischl replied, He cried for help, and I helped. The Americans put their heads together. Then the lieutenant asked, Do you want to be taken prisoner or do you want to go back to your comrades? I must return to my comrades. I expected no other answer, the American said. He told Kischl to take off. On December 23rd, the skies cleared. The Allied Air Force, grounded for a week, went into action. Medium bombers hit German transport facilities. Jabos shot up German vehicles and columns. The American transport planes, C-47s, dropped tons of supplies into Bastogne. The Germans continued to attack. They launched one of their heaviest assaults on Christmas Day, but it was a fool's business. They made no gains for a heavy price against the resupplied men. As Captain von Falloys put it, the Americans were extraordinarily brave. It was amazing what their troops were accomplishing. I knew we wouldn't get any further than Bastogne. Meanwhile, behind the German lines, the traffic jams had been straightened out and a supply line established, so more fuel and ammunition could be brought forward. But by the time the roads cleared during the night of December 22nd to 23rd, so did the skies. Piper's advance ended. That afternoon at 1700 hours, he got an order via radio. Withdraw. Piper recalled, When I received that message, I realized that the only chance was to break out without any vehicles and wounded. Accordingly, on 24 December at 0100, we abandoned all our vehicles and started walking back. For the Germans, the offensive phase of the Battle of the Bulge was over. For the Wehrmacht, it had been madness to attack in the Ardennes, an area with the most difficult terrain and least adequate road system in all of Western Europe, with insufficient fuel. Of course, Eisenhower had tried to continue the Allied offensive in September and October, when his troops had insufficient fuel. But by December, the Allied supply lines were bringing forward fuel and ammunition in great quantity. Now it was the Germans' turn to retreat, abandoning their vehicles and heavy weapons, in disarray. Their week of glory was over. The Holiday Season, December 24th to 31st, 1944. During Christmas season of 1944, there were some 4 million young soldiers on the Western Front, the great majority of them Protestants or Catholics. They said the same prayers when they were being shelled, directed to the same God. They joined in denouncing godless communism, which was one side's ally and the other side's enemy. In World War II, no hatred matched that felt by Americans against Japanese or Russians against Germans, and vice versa. But in Northwest Europe there was little racial hatred between the Americans and the Germans. How could there be when cousins were fighting cousins? About 1/3 of the U.S. Army in the European theater of operations was German-American in origin. The Christmas season highlighted the closeness of the foes. Americans and Germans alike put up Christmas trees and used the debris of war, chaff, the tinfoil dropped by bombers to fool radar, to decorate them. They sang the same carols. The universal favorite was Silent Night. But they were there to kill each other. There was no stand down for Christmas. This is a series of snapshots of life at the front during the Christmas season. Except for their thoughts, for most of the men Christmas wasn't any different than any other day. So these snapshots provide a glimpse into the time, place, and living conditions as they were not just in the holidays, but throughout the winter campaign. The scenery was like a Christmas card. It drew oohs and ahs from even the most hardened warrior. One lieutenant said later, "If it hadn't been for the fighting, that would have been the most beautiful Christmas. The rolling hills, the snow-covered fields and mountains, and the tall, majestic pines and firs really made it a Christmas I'll never forget, in spite of the fighting." The towns evoked memories. In Arlon, Belgium, on December 20th, Sergeant Bruce Egger of the 26th was amazed. This area seemed to be untouched by the war, as the city and stores were bedecked with decorations and Christmas trees. Lieutenant Lee Otts, who was with Egger, remarked that the streets were crowded with shoppers and people going home from work. Everything had a holiday look about it. It really made us homesick. Nearly every one of those 4 million men on the Western Front was homesick. Loneliness was their most shared emotion. One of the loneliest GIs on the Western Front on Christmas Day was Private Donald Chumley, a replacement assigned to the 90th Division. "I was 19, just out of high school, a farm boy with little experience in anything." He was led to his one-man foxhole and told to get in and watch for Germans. Chumley didn't catch the sergeant's name. He couldn't see the men to his right and left. He didn't know what squad, platoon, company, or battalion he was in. For Private Wesley Peyton of the 99th Division, it was a turning-point day. He was on Elsenborn Ridge. Christmas Day dawned clear, bright, and cold. American planes were in the air, hot food came forward, along with ammunition and replacements. I began to believe I might celebrate my 20th birthday after all. A single German fighter plane, an Me-109, came over at treetop level. American machine gunners set his engine on fire. The pilot turned straight up, using his momentum to grab altitude. Then he rolled the plane onto its back and bailed out. Along the ridge, the men of the 99th broke out with roars of approval and admiration. But as the pilot came swinging down in his parachute, Peyton recalled, the damned fool unholstered his pistol and began firing at us. By the time he hit the ground, there was hardly enough of him to bury. The scene brought the certainty that we would win the war and I would survive it. Peyton reasoned that the pilot knew Germany was beaten and didn't want to live. Peyton suddenly realized that I wanted very much to live, and this suicidal German had just told me I would. He was finished because we weren't. There would be an end. Peyton could go home to take up the dream life of an American teenager. He had just passed through a critical moment for combat soldiers. He could think about the future. And above all else, as the Christmas season reminded him and all others at the front, the future meant home. There was no general ceasefire anywhere on Christmas Day. Apparently it never occurred to anyone to even suggest it. But the urge to go to church was widely felt. Private George McAvoy of the 9th Armored Division was in Fratton, Belgium on Christmas Eve. He attended a midnight mass at the village church, along with every man in his company not on duty, and most of the town's inhabitants. As the church was jammed, the GIs took seats in the rear. They were in combat dress and armed, which caused considerable embarrassment. Rifles leaned against the pews would slip on the hardwood and crash to the floor. The men put their helmets under the pews in front of them. When people knelt, they kicked the helmets and sent them spinning along the floor. McAvoy wrote, "It was the noisiest service I ever attended, but the sense of comfort, well-being, and safety was amazing." Throughout the service, McAvoy noted the boys up in the choir stall were giggling. It turned out that one of the squads had gone into the church shortly after dark, thrown their bedrolls down around the altar, and gone to sleep. When the priest arrived, he let them sleep. What set the boys to giggling was the sight of one of the GIs suddenly waking up, hearing the organ, and seeing the priest and crying out, "I've bought it!" Many attacks were launched on Christmas Day by both sides. They were there to kill, holy day or not. On the front, the dead and dying were all around them. Sergeant Egger recalled an attack his company made on a German-occupied village late on the afternoon of Christmas Eve. German machine guns hit the advancing GIs. 2 men were wounded, 1 killed. The platoon dug in. A wounded man kept crying, "Mother, Mother, help me," as he struggled to rise. Another burst from the machine gun silenced him. That beseeching plea on that clear, cold Christmas night will remain with me for the rest of my life. Shortly after midnight, the company resumed the attack. It advanced to a frozen ditch beside the road, where it attracted concentrated German machine gun fire. The men threw themselves into the ditch, where they remained stretched out prone for 6.5 hours. They began to fall asleep. Lieutenant Otts crawled back to them several times, shaking them awake and making them kick their feet and flex their hands and fingers. At dawn, the Germans counterattacked. They were repulsed. Then the Americans tried again. We lost several men that day who would not have been hit if they'd been given any infantry training. One of my men was killed while standing up firing when he should have been lying flat in the snow. I saw him and yelled at him to get down, but he couldn't hear me. It was a Christmas that left Otts and his men stunned and haunted. On Christmas Eve, Private Joe Tatman of the 9th Armored found himself with his squad hiding in a hayloft outside Bastogne, well within German lines. They'd been trapped there 5 days and had run out of food. But they talked about Christmas and home, never giving up their hopes. At 1600, the Germans found Tatman's group and forced it to surrender. A captain took charge. He had been a lawyer in New York. He explained that he had returned to his homeland to settle his father's estate and got caught up in the war. He took the prisoners into the kitchen of the farmhouse. His cooks were preparing for a Christmas party. He gave the GIs milk and donuts. He talked and joked about the war. He hoped it would end soon so that everyone could go home. After they ate, the captain gave the Americans hot water, towels, and shaving materials. He told them to shave and wash up as he was inviting them to join the Christmas party. The elderly Belgian couple had set a large, beautiful table in a decorated dining room, covered with all kinds of food and drinks, including meats. There were plates holding all brands of American cigarettes. After eating, the two sides joined in singing. The prisoners sang Silent Night in English. The captors sang it in German. The captain offered a toast of good luck to the prisoners. He explained that he and his men wanted to give the party because they realized that in the morning, Christmas Day, the GIs would begin their journey to hell. Hell was a German POW camp. By late December, they were growing rapidly as the GIs captured in the first days of the Bulge began to come in. The trip from Belgium to the camps in eastern Germany was purgatory. Private Vonnegut of the 106th had a typical experience. After his group was forced to surrender, the Germans marched the POWs 60 miles to Limburg. There was no water, food, or sleep. In Limburg, they were marched to the railroad yard and loaded into 40-8s, French railway cars from World War I, designed to hold 40 men or 8 horses. The Germans crowded 60 men into Vonnegut's car. The cars were unventilated and unheated. There were no sanitary accommodations. In Vonnegut's car, half the men had to stand so the other half could lie down to sleep. In every car there were any number of men with severe dysentery. There they stayed for 4 days. Shortly after dark on Christmas Eve in one of those cars, a man began singing. Private George Zack recalled, "He obviously had a trained voice. He was a superb tenor." He sang Silent Night. Soon the others in the car took it up. It spread to the cars up and down the line. The German guards joined in the singing. Suddenly the air raid sirens went off. Soon bombs from the RAF were dropping all around the railroad yard. "Let us out," the POWs screamed as they pounded at the locked sliding doors. "For Christ's sake, give us a chance." But the guards had run off. The thinnest man in the car managed to squeeze through one of the vent windows and remove the wire locking the sliding door. The POWs poured out and ran up and down the track, opening the wire on the other cars. They saw a cave-like gully and ran to it. Some made it, but about 150 got killed or wounded. When the all-clear sounded, the guards returned, rounded up the prisoners, and put them back in the cars. It was still dark. Slowly the excited talk died down as the adrenaline drained. Soon it was a silent night. Someone called out, "Hey, tenor, give us some more." A voice from the other end of the car responded, "He ain't here. He got killed." So it went on the Western Front during the Christmas season, 1944. Christmas Eve at the Flossenburg POW camp in Bavaria was a macabre experience. A few days earlier, 15 American paratroopers, captured in Holland in September, had escaped from the camp. But they were caught on December 23rd and returned to Flossenburg. There the SS guards held a sadistic Christmas party for the inmates, who were compelled to stand in ranks and watch as the guards hanged the recaptured paratroopers. Out in the English Channel, the transport Leopoldville, a converted luxury liner, was headed toward Le Havre, bringing 2,223 replacements for the Battle of the Bulge. There was a boom. A torpedo fired from a U-boat had hit amidships. The ship shivered, then began to sink. The officers and crew jumped into the lifeboats, there were only 14 of them, and took off, leaving the U.S. soldiers to fend for themselves. Altogether, 802 GIs died in the incident, but not one British officer or Belgian seaman died. The incident was covered up. There was no investigation, no court-martial. The survivors don't talk much about it. Asked for his story, Private George Baker replied, "That Christmas Eve, when I, with so many others, jumped into the sea filled with oh so many boys crying out to God and Mother, is just something that I do not want to recall." Lieutenant Bill Everard commented, "Along with many others, I've tried for almost 50 years to bury my memories of a night of fear, terror, and grief." He adds with some bitterness, "All of us have been helped in this attempt to forget by the governments of the United States, Great Britain, and Belgium." The American cover-up continued until 1959, when the U.S. Inspector General released a sanitized summary of its 1945 top-secret report. It charged that the Belgian crew was negligent in performance of their duties. They were not at their posts instructing passengers, reporting condition of the ship, and launching lifeboats. They seemed interested only in themselves. The British Admiralty's Board of Inquiry report was released in the 1960s. It exonerated the ship's officers and crew. The Belgian government in 1992 issued its report, which praised the officers and crew and claimed that the lifeboats were put to sea with GIs aboard. Patton woke on Christmas morning, looked at the sky, and said to himself, "Lovely weather for killing Germans." But to his disappointment, the spearhead 4th Armored Division for his thrust north to relieve Bastogne failed to break the siege that day. The next morning, 4th Armored moved out, with the 37th Tank Battalion, 20 Sherman strong, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Creighton Abrams in the lead. Jabos, P-47s, preceded them, laying bombs into the German lines only a couple of hundred meters ahead of the advancing tanks. At 1650, December 26th, Lieutenant Charles Boggess drove the first vehicle from 4th Armored into the lines of the 101st Airborne. He was followed by Captain William Dwight. "How are you, General?" Dwight asked General McAuliffe, who had driven out to the perimeter to greet him. McAuliffe replied, "Gee, I am mighty glad to see you." With the siege of Bastogne broken, with Piper and the others in retreat, with the bad weather continuing, the week after Christmas was relatively quiet on the front. But to the rear, American trucks were rushing reinforcements and supplies forward, preparing for the counterattack. As 1944 drew to an end, the U.S. Army was getting ready to punish the Germans for coming out of their fortifications. The Army was preparing the final offensive. Life in the European Theater of Operations. It is not possible to follow the campaign in Northwest Europe without understanding the conditions under which the GIs fought. From June 7, 1944 through May 8, 1945, the factors that continued to have an impact on the fighting were such things as what it was like to spend a night in a foxhole, how bitterly the GIs resented the replacement and reinforcement policies, the terrors and triumphs of the men who fought the war in the skies, the universal praise of the GIs for the Army's medical corps, from medics in the field to the nurses and doctors in the tented hospitals, the cost paid by those who did their duty because of the ones who didn't, the experience of being a POW. Night on the line. In the winter camps of 1864 to 65, Civil War soldiers drilled, marched in closed ranks, built log shelters, repaired equipment, foraged for food. On outpost duty, they swapped tobacco, coffee, and insults with the enemy. At night, they cooked and ate, sang around the campfire, and retired to bunks. Night was the best time for Johnny Reb and Billy Yank. It wasn't like that at all in the winter of 1944 to 45 in Belgium, France, or Luxembourg. Night was the worst time. The difference between 1864 to 65 and 1944 to 45 came about because of technological improvements. The changes in weapons and equipment made World War II commanders far more aggressive at night than Civil War commanders. The people who paid the price for this aggressiveness were the frontline soldiers. The front line belonged to the men who worked there: riflemen and machine gunners, mortar men, forward artillery observers, communications men, and medics. Its depth varied, depending on the terrain, but generally it was about 1/2 a kilometer. Outposts were anywhere from 10 to 50 meters in front of the line of foxholes. The enemy outposts were sometimes almost within touching distance. Lieutenant Otts remembered a time in March 1945 when his position was closer to the German foxholes than to his buddies in the holes to the left and right. He could hear the Germans talking so distinctly that he was able to take down their names. They were so close we could hear the clink of the metal and the gurgle of the water as they filled their canteens. Most of the time, the principal characteristic of the front line was how quiet it was. Artillery boomed in the distance, and the thump of mortars sounded sporadically. But otherwise, unless the enemy was shelling or attacking, there was little noise. Nor was there much movement. It was as if the earth had swallowed up all the human beings, as indeed it had, because on the front line men lived most of the time below the surface. Life-threatening violence was always present. Thousands of eyes searched their perimeters. Thousands of fingers were ready to pull triggers. Thousands of hands were prepared to throw grenades or fire mortars at the slightest motion, or at night, at the least noise or the light of a burning cigarette. In early December, the 84th Division was just inside Germany, near the border with Belgium, at Lindern. Private Chalmers Davis, a mortarman, found an observation post on top of a wrecked house. From it, he spotted a haystack moving across an open field. He got on the phone to tell the command post that there was a camouflaged tank out there. American artillery knocked out the tank inside. Thus, the first rule of life on the front line: don't move around, because someone is watching. Compounding the isolation was the unnatural situation of living below the surface of the earth, plus the physical misery of digging a hole big enough for your coffin at the end of an exhausting day. But it had to be done, a lesson quickly learned. Battalions that didn't dig in for the night didn't last long. On June 10th, shortly after midnight, the 2nd Battalion of the 29th Division settled in for the night. The men had just marched 15 miles in the previous 20 hours. Major Maurice Clift, the executive officer, picked out a bivouac area, 2 enclosed pastures. The men moved into them and slumped against the hedgerow embankments, so exhausted they didn't bother to remove their haversacks. Most were asleep immediately. Few paid attention to the sound of engines, and those who did figured they were American vehicles. But they were German, and German scouts detected the American movement into the pastures. The German column crept forward and surrounded the fields. The Germans fired flares. In the eerie light, almost as bright as midday, they fired assault guns over the hedgerows at the sleeping men. Along one hedgerow a full platoon rose up, only to be cut down by a burst of machine gun fire. Other frantic Americans dashed to and fro looking for an escape route. German riflemen cut them down. One survivor reported, "It was terrible. We had crawled about 100 yards away from the field when we heard a lot of guys screaming. I think that the Germans must have been making a bayonet charge." The battle lasted only 20 minutes. The battalion suffered 150 casualties, 50 killed. Shortly before dawn, one agonized young lieutenant, reporting the disaster to the division commander, General Charles Gerhardt, fell to his knees and pounded the ground with his fists, sobbing that all his men were dead and that he had let them down. Gerhardt was enraged. No security. They just went into the field and went to bed. From June 10th on, every frontline soldier in the 29th dug a foxhole before going to sleep. Digging the hole was often arduous, sometimes exhausting. A typical position would be in or on the edge of a wood, which meant many roots. During the second half of December, when the nighttime thermometer began to go down to near or below zero, the ground was frozen to the depth of a foot or more. Men used grenades or satchel charges to blow away the frozen earth. The holes were usually rectangular, under the best conditions 4 or 5 feet deep, 2 or 3 feet wide by 6 feet long. When the men were in them for more than one night, or if they were veterans, they got them covered. The cover protected the men from shrapnel and broken branches hurtling down from tree bursts. During an advance, lucky GIs frequently were able to occupy holes abandoned by the retreating Germans. Sergeant Egger recalled the best foxhole he ever stayed in. The Germans had dug it about 7 by 5 by 10 feet deep, with a covering of 6-inch logs, dirt, and snow. It had a little gasoline stove, a candle, and a bottle gas lamp, so we really had most of the comforts of home. Once the holes were dug, the next task was to secure the area with booby traps, wires stretched across a path or any opening in no man's land, attached to grenades. Next, the men set out landmines. Between the booby traps and the main line of foxholes, the men dug holes for outposts to be occupied by sentries. Then they set up communications, commo, which meant running telephone lines back to the command post. If at all possible, the quartermasters would try to get bedrolls up to the men before full dark, bringing them forward on jeeps. The cooks would try to get a hot meal up to the front before dark. Just one night in a foxhole in Belgium in December 1944 was memorable. 10, 20, 30 nights was hell. By 1645 it was full dark. First light didn't come up for 16 hours. It was bitterly cold. 3 days before the bulge began, Colonel Ken Reimers of the 90th Division noted, "Every day more men are falling out due to trench foot. Some men are so bad they can't wear shoes and are wearing overshoes over their socks. These men can't walk and are being carried from sheltered pillbox positions at night to firing positions in the daytime." In place of good boots, the men got directives on how to prevent trench foot. Sergeant Lick recalled, "We would remove our wet socks, hang them around our neck to dry, massage our feet, and then put on the dry socks from around our neck that we had put there the day before. Then a directive came down stating that anyone getting trench foot would be tried by court-martial." Sergeant Lick lost all his toenails, but through regular massages and a rotation of his socks he avoided trench foot. Thousands of others got it. Trench foot put more men out of action than German 88s, mortars, or machine gun fire. During the winter of 1944-45, some 45,000 men had to be pulled out of the front line because of trench foot, the equivalent of 3 full infantry divisions. First, a man lost his toenails. His feet turned white, then purple, finally black. A serious case of trench foot made walking impossible. Many men lost their toes, some had to have their feet amputated. If gangrene set in, the doctors had to amputate the lower leg. It has to be doubted that many men did this deliberately. A shot in the foot was much quicker, less dangerous, and nearly impossible to prove that it hadn't been an accident. Captain Rowland of the 99th Division recalled, "In time, the combination of extreme cold, fatigue, boredom, and hazard became maddening. Men began to wound themselves one way or another in order to get away from the front. Sometimes this was intentional. Sometimes it occurred through a gross negligence born of fear, exhaustion, and misery." Corporal Claire Galdonic of the 90th Division remarked, "There were 2 things in front of you always, the enemy and death. Sometimes morale was so low that you preferred death instead of a day-by-day agonizing existence. When you were wet, cold, hungry, lonely, death looked very inviting. It was always close at hand, and I found myself being envious of a dead comrade. At least he suffered no more physically or mentally." Getting out of there honorably was every man's dream. Thus the expression $1,000,000 wound. Sergeant John Sabia took 5 machine gun bullets in his right thigh. His CO asked if he could make it back to the aid station on his own, as the company couldn't spare a man. "Hell yes, I can do it." Sabia took a tree limb to use as a crutch and began hopping awkwardly in the snow. After 10 meters he stopped, turned around, waved his tree limb in a gesture of defiance and exuberance, and bellowed at his buddies in their holes, "Hey, you bastards! Clean sheets! Clean sheets!" Private Donald Shue of the 80th Infantry Division recalled seeing one of his buddies, named Stehurst, take a hit from an 88 that blew off his left hand. He was crying and running around yelling, "I'm going home. Thank you, God, I'm going home." Stehurst was lucky, at least according to the standards of the men of the Bulge, and specifically to Sergeant Richard Wallace of the 90th Division. After one shelling, Wallace told his squad, "Boys, I'd give my right arm up to here," holding it at his elbow, "if this war would end right now." The shelling resumed. Shrapnel tore into Wallace's face. He cried out, "I can't see. I can't see. Oh, my God, I'm blind." He never saw again, and the war was a long way from over. Sleep deprivation was a universal experience. 2, 3, at the most, 4 hours of fitful sleep was about it. But no matter how sleepy a man was, he lived in constant tension. Lieutenant Otts heard a thud one night and went out to investigate in the morning. He found a dying German soldier who murmured over and over, "Oh God, I meant no harm. I meant no harm." The boy was unarmed and wore no helmet, so he may well have been coming in to surrender when he set off the booby trap. But the Germans often went on patrols unarmed, so if they were captured, they could say they were coming in to give up. An experience shared by many foxhole soldiers was the screaming of a wounded man in front of the outposts. Otts recalled, "A hell of a night. Someone out in front of us was screaming, 'Help! Help! Can't anyone hear me? For God's sake, help!' This went on all night. You can't imagine what it does to you to be sitting in a foxhole with the black night all around and someone yelling for help in a mournful voice." Otts knew that there were American wounded out front, but he also knew that the Germans used such calls to trick the GIs and would ambush anyone going out to give aid. So he ordered his platoon to stay put. Shelling made foxhole living worse. Mortars and artillery could come in at any time. The Germans would watch the GIs take up a position at the end of a day, mark it on their maps, and shell it at night. Private Vonnegut described a shelling during the Bulge with a novelist's insight. The incredible artificial weather that Earthlings sometimes create for other Earthlings when they don't want those other Earthlings to inhabit Earth anymore. Shells bursting in the treetops with terrific bangs, showering down knives and needles and razor blades. Little lumps of lead in copper jackets were crisscrossing the woods under the shell bursts, zipping along much faster than sound. During a January shelling, Lieutenant Ott's platoon was on the verge of breakdown. During a lull, some men were crying, others telling Otts they couldn't stand any more. Otts told them of the system he and his foxhole buddies used to keep from going crazy. We pretended that the company area was a target, as on a rifle range, and that our foxhole was the center, or bullseye. We would lie in our hole and score the Heinies on their artillery rounds according to how close they came to our hole. 5 for a bullseye, and 4, 3, 2, and 1 as they landed farther away. We gave them a Maggie's drawers, as the red flag on a rifle range is called, for a complete miss. This helped pass the time, but I could think of things I would rather do. During a shelling, it seemed it would last forever. It seemed you couldn't possibly survive. In contrast to the ordeal of shelling, there were endless hours in which nothing happened. Men talked, softly, to relieve the boredom and the tension. Sergeant Egger said, "I never observed any loners on the front lines. The men automatically paired up. The buddy system worked very well. It provided additional security, it provided additional warmth. We were a team, and sharing the adversities of the elements in combat brought us together and created a bond." Foxhole buddies developed a closeness unknown to all others. They were closer than friends, closer than brothers. Their relationship was different from that of lovers. Their trust in and knowledge of each other was total. They got to know each other's life stories, what they did before they came into the Army, what their parents, brothers, and sisters were like, their teachers, what they liked to eat and drink, what their capabilities were. Sometimes they hated one another. More often they loved one another in a way known only to combat veterans. Without thinking about it, they would share their last bite or last drink of water or a blanket. And they would die for one another. They also complained constantly about the other guy's habits, physical and mental. His farts, his cough, the songs he hummed, his size, his intelligence or lack thereof, his politics, his nationality, his Confederate or Yankee sympathies, his taste in books or comics. These were young men with high testosterone levels. As combat infantrymen, they were not having sex for weeks, sometimes months. But homosexual activity in the foxholes was rare to non-existent. Beyond the danger inherent in forgetting where you were, the U.S. Army in World War II was brutal in its punishment of known homosexuals. They were stripped of all insignia, drummed out of the service, given long sentences in the stockade, disgraced without mercy. They were also beaten up by their fellow soldiers, who were strongly homophobic. Instead of acting out their sexual needs, the men in the foxholes talked about girls and dreamed about them. One night outside Bastogne, Private Al Vittori and Private Ed Babe Heffron of the 101st Airborne managed to catch some sleep. Heffron woke when Vittori threw his heavy leg over his body. When Vittori started to rub Heffron's chest, Heffron gave him a shot with his elbow in his belly. Vittori woke and demanded to know what the hell was going on. Heffron started to give him hell in return. Vittori grinned and said he had been dreaming about his wife. Heffron said, "Al, I can't help you, as I got combat boots, jump pants, and my trench coat on, and they are not coming off." Private Kurt Gable of the 17th Airborne dealt with the sexual deprivation problem by talking to his foxhole buddy Jake as if they were a married couple. On one of their first nights together following a shelling at the chow line, Jake commented indignantly, "This is no way for civilized human beings to dine." They lay down in their hole and tried to get comfortable. Gable turned, jabbing Jake with his elbow. Jake jabbed back and issued a warning. "And another thing, dearie, if you thrash around like this habitually, you'll simply have to sleep in the guest room." "Calm down, dear," Gable replied. "We'll be moving out of here before long, and I just know you'll find us a much nicer and larger place. Now let's kiss and make up, and I'll take you to a fantastic little place for dinner." Sitting in frontline foxholes was bad. Being on OP, outpost duty, was worse. Going on combat patrol at night was worse than that. Sometimes on night patrol, young Germans passed by young Americans within touching distance. Despite the adrenaline rush, most often each side waited to see what the other would do, which usually was nothing. Private Gus Schroeder of Wisconsin grew up speaking German. He was in the 90th Division. A buddy described him as a big man, incredibly strong and almost a child otherwise. One night on patrol, Schroeder fell in with a German patrol and spoke to them in fluent German. He was brave to the point of being foolhardy, but he personally captured 100 German soldiers. Being attacked by a German force at night was the worst experience. On the night of December 27th, Sergeant Dwayne Burns of the 82nd Airborne had it. He was on outpost duty when at 01:15 the Germans attacked. A machine gun crew to his right put a string of tracers into a haystack 100 meters in front of the line. As it flared up, all we could see were Germans. They were down on their bellies crawling toward our lines. The men in their holes started shooting. I didn't see how anyone could live through it, but the Germans were still coming. They just kept coming, right into our fire. Some of them reached the ditch on the other side of the line. It looked like they would overrun our position just by the sheer strength of numbers. The observer called for American fire right on top of the line. The German attackers fell back. The artillery fire died down. God-awful though the conditions were, men endured and prevailed. But all had a sense of fatalism. Private Ken Webster of the 101st Airborne expressed his feelings and insights in a letter to his mother. "I'm living on borrowed time. If I don't come back, try not to take it too hard. I wish I could persuade you to regard death as casually as we do over here. In the heat of battle, you expect casualties. You expect somebody to be killed, and you are not surprised when a friend is machine-gunned in the face. You have to keep going. It's not like civilian life where sudden death is so unexpected." When his mother wrote to express her considerable alarm at this attitude, Webster replied, "Would you prefer for somebody else's son to die in the mud? Somebody has to get in and kill the enemy. Somebody has to be in the infantry and the paratroops." Carwood Lipton was a sergeant in the 101st Airborne on D-Day, a lieutenant with a battlefield commission during the Bulge. Lipton said, "When men are in combat, the inevitability of it takes over. They are there. There is nothing they can do to change that, so they accept it. They immediately become calloused to the smell of death, the bodies, the destruction, the killing, the danger. Enemy bodies and wounded don't affect them. Their own wounded and the bodies of their dead friends make only a brief impression, and in that impression is a fleeting feeling of triumph or accomplishment that it was not them. There is still work to be done, a war to be won, and they think about that. According to Lipton, it was only later, when a man got off the front line, that he had time to think about how buddies were killed or wounded, or about the times when he personally was inches from death. There are no unwounded foxhole veterans. Sergeant George Thompson said that when he came home, the sounds of war came with him. Decades later, when I'm home by myself at nighttime, it all comes back. I'll hear the noise, the shells exploding. I stay awake thinking about it. I guess it comes from being in a foxhole, the long hours of nighttime. Replacements and Reinforcements, Fall 1944. General Marshall made the decision to keep American divisions at full strength through regular infusions of replacements, brought forward not in company or even squad strength, but as individuals. That system seemed to hold great promise. American divisions would be able to stay in the line continuously, as they would be drawing in fresh men daily. The replacements would join veteran squads, platoons, companies. They could be integrated into the unit and taught the tricks of survival in combat by old-timers. They would be young, fit, eager, and well-trained. When a ship arrived at Le Havre, a replacement went directly to a reception depot, a tent city where he knew no one. Then on to a stockage depot where he received a rifle, lectures in hygiene, and, if lucky, some desperately needed additional training. After 2 days to a week at the stockage, the replacement went to the 3rd Replacement Depot, or Reppeldepel, and later to a forward battalion supporting a corps. Finally, he was brought forward to a company command post and led out to a foxhole. He did not know the name of anyone around him. Private Morris Dunn, who ended up with the 84th Division, spent weeks in a Reppeldepel. "We were just numbers, we didn't know anybody, and I've never felt so alone and miserable and helpless in my entire life. We'd been herded around like cattle at roundup time. On the ride to the front it was cold and raining with the artillery fire louder every mile, and finally we were dumped out in the middle of a heavily damaged town. That was how most of the replacements got to the most dangerous place in the world. Unknown, unknowing, scared, bewildered, untrained. Had the Germans been given a free hand to devise a replacement system for the Americans that would do the most harm and least good, they could not have done a better job. The replacements paid the cost. Often more than half became casualties within the first 3 days on the line. According to Private Ken Russell of the 82nd Airborne, "They came in all good boys with the strength of a mule and the ignorance of old maids. We pitied the scared, shy, eager youngsters who were awestruck around us old boys." Russell was 19. "In the first battle they usually died in heaps." It was to the obvious benefit of the old boys to help the new kids, but nevertheless most veterans tried to avoid replacements. For one thing, the new men tended to draw fire because they bunched up, talked too much, or lit cigarettes at night. For another, men just didn't want to make friends with guys who they expected to die soon. So most of a recruit's first days on the line, he remained alone. War is full of surprises. On at least one occasion, the greenness of a replacement officer paid big dividends. During the Bulge, Company Commander John Colby told a platoon leader, fresh from the States, to capture a house. He walked up to it and knocked on the door. Jesus! I had not given him instructions on how to take a house on the outskirts of a village. Instead of heaving in a grenade and having his men kick in the door and rush in firing away, he was standing there waiting for someone to open it. A German sergeant in his undershirt, suspenders hanging down, answered the knock. The replacement lieutenant said something to him. The German came outside and yelled. Several other Germans rose up from positions behind a fence and barn and put their hands in the air. The sergeant sent a runner to a machine gun crew with orders to come in and give up. The entire group, American and German, moved into the village. At each house, the German sergeant called on more of his men to give up. Germans and Americans alike were wearing white sheets. They milled together in the village square. Americans frisked Germans for watches, pistols, and binoculars, and the astonished Colby noted, "Some Germans were doing the same to my men." German sergeants abhor disorder. This one barked out orders in English and in German. He ordered Colby's men to line up on one side of the road, the Germans on the other. He called them all to attention. Then he formally surrendered his company to Colby. Colby commented, "Had our new, green, inexperienced officer taken that first house properly, as I intended, all kinds of shooting would have broken out with lots of casualties. As it was, no one got hurt and we took about 100 prisoners. That's the way to fight a war." It was bad enough being an untrained infantry replacement. It could be worse going into armor untrained. Yet many did. One tank commander remembered, "In the Bulge I spent long hours in the turret when I was literally showing men how to feed bullets to the gun. Could they shoot straight? They couldn't even hold the gun right. In the midst of the toughest fighting of the Third Army's campaign, I was teaching men what I had learned in basic training." The replacements paid the price for a criminally wasteful replacement system that chose to put quantity ahead of quality. Its criteria was the flow of bodies. Whose fault was this? Eisenhower's first. He was the boss. And Bradley's. And Patton's. They demanded an ever greater flow of replacements while doing precious little to insist on improving the training. Eisenhower, Bradley, and others had no clear conception of life on the front line. They didn't listen to foxhole GIs often enough. So they threw the 18-year-olds into the battle untrained, alone. The American Army approaching Germany in the fall of 1944 was in part a children's crusade. It had hundreds of thousands of 18 to 20-year-old soldiers, almost none of them properly trained for combat. As noted, Eisenhower said that in war, everything is expendable, even generals' lives, in pursuit of victory. If victory required replacements, some of them would have to be expended. One had to be tough. The problem here is that the replacement system was guilty of the worst sin of all in war: inefficiency. It was paying lives but getting no return. It was just pure waste, and the commander should have done something about it. The Air War. Between June 6, 1944 and May 6, 1945, an average of 5,000 American soldiers and airmen per day entered the continent. At the end of 1944, the U.S. Army in the European theater of operations numbered 2,700,000 men. Of these, 500,000 were in the Army Air Force. Of the Air Force personnel, about half were ground crews and administrative types. The other half, some 250,000 young Americans, were pilots or air crew in the 8th and 9th Air Forces. They saw plenty of combat, but their living conditions were far better than those on the front lines. Airmen had beds, clean sheets, hot food, showers, clean clothes. They had some privacy, if only a footlocker in the bunkhouse. They had regular and easy access to a London in which a pack of cigarettes would pay for a woman and a night's worth of booze. They got medals and promotions faster than the ground soldiers. They were the envy of the men in the foxholes. But the frustration inherent in the air war was very high. The infantry could measure progress by numbers of enemy killed or taken prisoner, and by ground gained. But the airmen never saw an enemy fall, never gained any ground. Far from winning, they seemed in the late fall of 1944 to be in danger of losing, as the Luftwaffe proved exceedingly difficult to kill off. In the summer and fall of 1944, the bombers had gone deep into Germany to strike oil, transportation, and industrial targets. Often there were no German fighters to contest the skies. But by late fall, in time for the Ardennes counteroffensive, the Luftwaffe had made a comeback. It was able to put planes in the air for night bombardment of Bastogne and other towns when conditions permitted. On Christmas Eve, the Germans mounted their biggest aerial effort of the entire campaign in northwest Europe. On New Year's Day, some 600 German planes hit British airfields at Eindhoven and Brussels, destroying 180 or more parked planes. This was discouraging in the extreme. For nearly half a year, the Americans had been going after the Luftwaffe's fuel supplies and the factories where the planes were being made, and now there were more enemy planes in the skies than there had been 6 months earlier. Still, as a result of the oil campaign, the new planes were rather like the new German tanks that went into the Bulge. Great weapons, but what was the use of them when there was no fuel? For the Allies, the big worry in late 1944 about the air war was Germany's jet aircraft production. Going into the year 1945, some Allied airmen feared that if the war lasted until June, the jets might yet restore control of German skies to the Luftwaffe. The B-17 was dubbed the Flying Fortress. It bristled with machine guns, 13 .50 calibers in all. So did the B-24 Liberator. The idea was that with all those heavy machine guns blazing away, a bomber could defend itself from any attack. In fact, in 1943, the Army Air Force discovered it could not. Scientists doing studies for airmen recommended getting rid of the machine guns, the ammunition, and the gunners altogether. Then the bombers could fly higher and faster and would be safer. "No way," replied the pilots. "We want to shoot back." So the guns and the gunners stayed. The pilots and their crews were all in it together. The British, meanwhile, had given up on daytime bombing altogether because of the unacceptable loss rate. So the British bombed by night, huge raids by hundreds of bombers, making no attempt to hit a specific target smaller than a city, while the Americans went in during daylight, huge raids by hundreds of bombers, making every effort to hit a specific target. The stress began with wake-up, breakfast, and briefing. In February 1943, Sergeant Andy Rooney, a reporter for Stars and Stripes, went on a mission on a B-17. He stumbled with the officers through the pre-dawn darkness to the briefing hut. The briefing officer stood in front of a wall covered with a blanket. He had a long pointer in his hand. When all were seated, he stepped up to the wall, scanned the room, then grasped the lower right-hand corner of the cloth and threw it back. Rooney recalled, "There was a hush at first as the flyers stared intently at the map. Gradually a murmur developed and then gasps as they realized it was a large-scale map of a western sector of Germany. Our destination was Wilhelmshaven." Wilhelmshaven meant flak and terror. Most missions were like that, and sometimes the briefing left men immobile. One navigator was paralyzed by the briefing time after time. His buddies would carry him to the plane. Once aboard, he was okay. The stress increased on the airfield. The men pulled themselves into the planes through an opening in the side. The officers, pilot, co-pilot, bombardier, and navigator, moved from the midsection through the bomb bay, walking on a narrow steel beam with the 500 or 1,000-pound bombs hanging down on either side. The cockpit in a B-17 was above and immediately ahead of the bomb bay. The top turret gunner was behind the cockpit. To get to the nose area, the bombardier bent down and went under the pilot and past the radio man's position. All this had to be done while wearing heavy coats, gloves, boots. The ball turret gunner's fighting position was in a plexiglass bubble, hydraulically powered, which he moved around with foot pedals. The gunners had silk gloves with electrically heated gloves on top. With his crew settled in and checking the equipment, the pilot started his engines one by one. Then came the taxi to takeoff position, then the signal to go. Then the pilot started down the runway, one right on the tail of another. Lieutenant Les Lennox, a B-17 pilot, recalled 40 years later, "The people in air traffic control today would be absolutely appalled if they could see our only method of controlling all those bombers. Taking off at 30-second intervals and climbing through all types of weather, in darkness while maintaining radio silence. When 2 aircraft have a near miss today, it makes national news. We had so many each day we thought nothing of it." Following the liberation of France, the skies were free of the enemy until the Flying Armada crossed into German airspace. When the bombers approached the target, everyone burst into activity. The 88s on the ground would begin to fire. Their radar told them the bomber's altitude. They set the fuse and then sent the shell up ahead of the formation, where the bombers would fly into the explosion. The Allied countermeasure was to drop chaff to confuse the German radar. Spreading out and taking evasive action was the natural reaction to concentrated flak ahead, but it was forbidden for two reasons. First, to achieve the precision results the bomber generals demanded, the flights had to stay close together and drop their bombs when the lead plane did. Second, to provide the concentrated firepower necessary to drive off German fighters, the pilots had to keep their wingtips in a near-touching position. Sergeant Stan Catterazole, a ball turret gunner, said, "The worst part is coming in and the flak is busting out. They would just saturate that area with these 88 shells, just exploding all around you. Now you have to fly right through it, and the ones that didn't hit you, above or below or beside, you could feel the compression waves from the explosion and the whole plane would vibrate. Me being in the ball turret, I was scared shitless countless times. My job was to watch the bomb bay door, and when he hollered bomb bay doors open, then I would radio back and tell them that the doors were open. Then I would confirm that the bombs were away. When you got back and saw the holes here and holes there from the shrapnel, you got a sense of how you cheated death every time you went up." Those holes caused by shrapnel and the opening of the bomb bay doors let in a rush of cold air. In the mission Andy Rooney went on, shrapnel clipped off the tip of the plastic nose of the plane, leaving a jagged hole the size of a man's fist. Rooney remembered. The bombardier, in a moment of panic, tore off his gloves and tried to stuff them in the gaping hole. Within minutes his hands had frozen, and chips of flesh broke off his fingers as they caught on the jagged edges of the plastic. The B-24s could take an amazing amount of punishment and still fly, and the B-17 pilots claimed theirs were the most durable plane ever built. Thousands of them returned to England with 2 or 3 engines gone, hydraulic systems drained, wounded crewmen on board. But for all their legendary toughness, the life expectancy of a 4-engine bomber that didn't get destroyed by flak or fighters was about the same as for a crew, some 35 missions. For all bomber crews, it was distressing in the extreme to watch B-17s or B-24s explode and disintegrate. Andy Rooney witnessed a particularly awful death. He was on an air base in England as a flight returned. The radio was crackling as there were half a dozen bombers with dead and dying men aboard. Then there was a frantic call. The ball turret gunner in one B-17 was trapped. The gears that rotated the ball to put the gunner in position to shoot and then returned him to the position that let him climb out and back up into the airplane had been hit and were jammed. He was caught in his plastic cage. 2 engines were out and the plane was losing altitude fast and barely making 135 miles per hour, close to stall-out speed. The pilot ordered the crew to throw out everything. The men started pitching out machine guns, ammunition, oxygen tanks, and every instrument they could tear loose. The hydraulic system was spewing fluid. The wheels could not be brought down. A belly landing was inevitable. For 8 minutes, the pilot, the tower, and the ball turret gunner talked on the radio. The gunner knew what was coming. Rooney wrote, "We all watched in horror as it happened. We watched as this man's life ended, mashed between the concrete pavement of the runway and the belly of the bomber." The pilots, mostly in their mid-20s, were generally admired, respected, obeyed, even loved. A special favorite with all who knew him was Major James Stewart, the actor already famous for parts in The Philadelphia Story and Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Stewart had enlisted as a private, made his way into pilot training school, earned his wings. The Air Force knew he was a good flyer but didn't want to risk him, so he was assigned to the staff. He insisted on flying. He became a squadron commander. One of his pilots, Lieutenant Hal Terrell, said of Stewart, "He was a wonderful human being and excelled as a command pilot. He was always relaxed with crews but rarely visited off the base because of his celebrity status and famous face. He would be mobbed by civilians. He never grandstanded by picking missions. If our group led the wing, he flew." Stewart was one of the sensible pilots, and thus a survivor. As his fellow pilot, Lieutenant Saul Levine, put it, "Most losses were on the early missions. Survival rates improved with experience. Learning how to fly high-altitude close formation, hoarding your gas supply, being particularly watchful during assemblies, all contributed to better survival chances. Keeping rested and laying off the booze before flights also mattered. Missions could be soul-searing experiences. Lieutenant Raymond Murray, a B-17 pilot, recalled a mission against an oil refinery. There was no ducking anything for us in the box barrages of flak. There was nothing you could do but sit there and say Hail Marys as fast as you could. Planes were going down all around us, but I'll always remember the first one. I was looking right at this plane because I was flying on him when it took a direct hit between number 3 and number 4 engines. I saw the wing rise up in the air. The pilot turned his head very slowly and looked at me with no expression. Then we saw parachutes spilling out, a couple of them bursting into flames as they opened. Then the plane started cartwheeling and spinning. Not too many chutes got out, possibly 4 or 5. Then the aircraft exploded, and that is when I became a very religious man. Murray was 19 years old. Fighter pilots were special. They had swagger, bounce, energy. As one example, fighter pilots downplayed the danger from flak. Lieutenant Wayne Gatlin, a P-51 pilot, remarked, "One of those bomber fellows was saying, 'Why, the flak was so thick, even the automatic pilots in the bombers were bailing out.'" Gatlin said he hardly noticed the flak, but when pressed, confessed, "What's nice about fighters, you can dodge flak easily, whereas the bomber boys can't do it very well, especially on the bomb run." The most famous bombing raid of the war, against Dresden on February 13th to 14th, 1945, has been called the most barbaric, senseless act of the war. During the night, RAF Bomber Command carried out a raid with 873 bombers, dropping thousands of incendiaries and high-explosive bombs, up to 4 tons. This set the city on fire and started a firestorm as the rising column of intense heat sucked up oxygen and burned it, creating hurricane-like winds and temperatures up to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or higher. At noon, 311 B-17s from 8th Air Force released 771 tons of bombs on the flaming city, with the aim of catching firemen and rescue workers when they were out on the streets. The following day, 210 B-17s dropped another 461 tons. The firestorm raged for 4 days and could be seen for 200 miles. In Dresden, people in air raid shelters suffocated or were baked alive. Kurt Vonnegut described the scene in a letter he wrote his parents shortly after the war. On February 14th, the Americans and the RAF came over. Their combined labors killed 250,000 people in 24 hours and destroyed all of Dresden, possibly the world's most beautiful city. But not me. Although Dresden is generally considered to be the most destructive raid in the European war, it was not. Just before Dresden, the Allied bombers had hit Berlin and Leipzig even harder. What made Dresden special was its apparent absence of military or industrial targets. People were outraged at the destruction of the heart of a relatively undamaged city known throughout the world for its beauty. Further, the death toll at Dresden was initially wildly inflated to as high as the 250,000 figure cited by Vonnegut. The Germans later revised the figure to 135,000. Recent disclosures put the figure at 35,000. No one knows for certain, as Dresden had many refugees in the city. Why would the Allies want to bomb a commercial city devoid of genuine targets? The answer that makes the most sense is that the Allies had just plain run out of targets. The cities along the Rhine-Ruhr in western Germany had been demolished and or occupied by mid-February. Berlin, Leipzig, and other central German cities were rubble. Dresden was one of the few relatively intact cities left. The Americans involved in the raid do not feel it was a mark of shame to have participated. Lieutenant Dave Nagel said in an interview, "If you saw London like I saw it, you wouldn't have any remorse. I don't know anyone who was remorseful. I didn't hate anyone, but near the end we were nervous, uptight. As time went on, for me, a dead German was the best German. To this day, I won't buy German goods, if I can help it. I am prejudiced." Lieutenant John Morris declared, "I'm hardly ashamed of having gone to Dresden that day. I don't rejoice at the 35,000 Germans killed there. I doubt there were many Jews in that number. The good burghers of Dresden had shipped them all off to Auschwitz." Morris went on to put the raid in perspective. "It is true that the RAF purposely started a firestorm, causing many of the casualties. It was a tactic they frequently tried. But they and we killed more people in other cities on other days. So did the Russians, so did the Japanese, so did the Germans. Dresden was not unique." So was strategic bombing critical to the victory? Was it a wise use of resources? It certainly was costly to the enemy. It is estimated that 2 million people, soldiers and civilians, were engaged either in anti-aircraft defense or in the cleanup and repairs after the bombings. But it was terribly costly to the Allies, too, in resources and lives. America put some of her best young men in those B-17s, and it cannot be said, one way or another, if that was the best utilization of their talents and abilities. It is hard to see that the terror bombing of cities had a significant impact on the fighting fronts, or that going after specific factory systems, such as ball-bearing plants, was worth the cost. Where the payoff came, and it was critical, was to force the Germans on the defensive in the air, which freed the Allied armies in Europe from fear of the Luftwaffe, and in the oil campaign, which was such a spectacular success that by the spring of 1945 the Wehrmacht was out of gas. In and of itself, that justified the investment in 4-engine bombers. The war could not have been won without them. Medics, nurses, and doctors. It wasn't any different getting killed in World War II than in the Civil War, but if the shrapnel, bullet, or tree limb wounded a GI without killing him, his experience as a casualty was infinitely better than Johnny Reb's or Billy Yank's, beginning with his survival chances. Military medicine had vastly improved in the 20th century. The medical team, from medics in the field to the nurses and doctors in the tent city hospitals, compiled a remarkable record. Over 85% of the soldiers who underwent emergency operations in a mobile field or evacuation hospital survived. Fewer than 4% of all patients admitted to a field hospital died. In the Civil War, it had been more like 50%. Wonder drugs and advanced surgical techniques made the improvements possible, but it was the medics who had to get the wounded into a hospital before it was too late for the nurses and the drugs and the surgeons to do their work. The medics had done all the training an infantryman did, except for weapons. In training camp, the medics had been segregated into their own barracks, kept away from the men they were learning to save, apparently for fear of contamination of the real soldiers. The rifle-carrying enlisted men and the medics developed little camaraderie. One lieutenant confessed that he and his platoon mildly despised the men of the medical corps because they were conscientious objectors. But in combat, they were loved and admired without stint. On countless occasions, when a veteran was asked during an interview if he remembered any medics, the old man would say something like, "Bravest man I ever saw, let me tell you about him." Here is a typical account. Private Mike DeBello got hit by a machine gun bullet that ripped right through the upper muscle of his right arm. "Doc Mellon was the bravest kid I ever saw. He came running right through the machine gun fire and put a tourniquet on my arm." Mellon got smashed by the concussion from an .88. His shoulder was out of the socket. He should have gone back to the aid station, but as he later explained, "There were just too many wounded guys to work on, so I took some codeine and morphine. I couldn't raise my arm beyond my waist, so here I was trying to work on these wounded guys with one hand." To preserve their non-combatant status under the Geneva Convention, the War Department did not give medics combat pay, $10 extra a month, or the right to wear the combat infantryman badge. This was bitterly resented. In some divisions, riflemen collected money from their own pay to give their medics the combat bonus. Private Byron Whitmarsh of the 99th Division described what it was like for the medics during a shelling. "There are worse things than being a rifleman in the infantry, not many, but being a medic is one of them. When the shelling and shooting gets heavy, it is never long until there is a call for medic. That's when your regular GIs can press themselves to the bottom of their hole and don't need to go out on a mission of mercy. Once the medic reached the wounded man, he did the briefest examination, put a tourniquet on if necessary, injected a vial of morphine, cleaned up the wound as best he could, sprinkled sulfa powder on it, slapped on a bandage, and dragged or carried the patient toward the rear. Private Robert Phillips, a medic with the 28th Division, came to dread the sound of incoming shells and the invariable "medic" cry that forced him to leave his hole. As he worked, shell fragments whittled down the trees and casualties increased. He remembered for the rest of his life the job of examining a wounded man at night, cutting away clothes in the darkness, feeling for the wound. It was like putting your hand in a bucket of wet liver. On his initial mission in the field, Sergeant Gianelloni came near to total failure. The first person that I treated who was wounded happened to be an old rough-and-tough sergeant. He had a piece of shrapnel go through his boot and up there by his toes, and it wasn't a serious wound, but to him it was. I sat down alongside of him, and he was moaning and groaning. And I said, "Well, I've got to cut your shoe off." And he said, "Well, come on, don't talk, get me taken care of." So I cut his shoe off, and I'm getting ready to put the bandage on, and I look down, and there's blood all over my hand. So I lean over the side, and I have the dry heaves. And he's getting more aggravated by the minute, this sergeant. He says, "Come on, don't do that." He said, "Take care of me." I said, "I am doing the best I can." The patient was getting nervous, and he was armed and angry. Gianelloni decided to give him a shot of morphine, not because he needed it, but because he didn't want that son of a gun to get all worked up. So I got a morphine packet out of my pouch, and I rolled up his sleeve, and I pushed it in his arm there, and I'm squeezing that thing and squeezing it, and he is yelling, and I'm squeezing, and finally the damn thing broke. I said, "Oh, I forgot to puncture the needle." Gianelloni threw the packet away. His patient picked up his rifle, and he said, "You bastard, you better take care of me, or I'm going to shoot you." I said, "Just one more time." So I got another packet, and I punctured the needle that time, and I gave him a half of a grain of morphine. That got him reeling. It should have, according to Gianelloni, 1/16 of a grain is sufficient to knock a man out for an operation. If the medic didn't do the job right and fast, he lost the patient. And sometimes he had to deliver his first aid while under aimed enemy fire because occasionally Germans would fire at a medic at work between the lines. On Christmas Day, Private Louis Potts of the 26th Division was fired on while attending a wounded soldier. He stayed in the snow-covered field and went to work on another casualty. This time the German sniper got him in the forehead. Americans sometimes shot medics. Major John Cochran of the 90th Division recalled a forward observer who would call for a barrage when he knew the Germans were eating. He had a sixth sense about it, according to Cochran. After calling for a ceasefire, he would say, "Get ready to do it again." He explained to Cochran that in 5 or 10 minutes, their medics will come out to treat the casualties, and we'll get them too. Sergeant Robert Bowen of the 101st recalled that on December 23rd in the Bulge, 2 men from his platoon were wounded. They lay in the snow, one babbling incoherently and the other screaming. Bowen tried to get to them, but German fire drove him off. Medic Everett Paget said he would try, explaining that the Germans would honor his Red Cross patch. He went out there. It was one of the bravest acts I'd ever witnessed. Enemy bullets were plowing up the snow around him until he reached the wounded men. Then the German fire slackened and he tended the 2 men, although both were beyond rescue. At least Paget gave them some morphine. Then he returned to the American line and the firing resumed. I thought of the wounded Germans who had lain in the road the day before, and our guys had tried to kill whomever went out to help them. Too often when the medic arrived, the man was dead. In that case, it was the medic's responsibility to oversee the retrieving and hauling of the body back to a graves registration crew. Bill Malden described one such crew. Its personnel, he said, could have played the gravediggers in Hamlet. They were usually drunk, a necessary condition for their job. The men killed in action were buried as soon as possible in small temporary cemeteries, later dug up and taken to a division or army cemetery in the rear. This too was temporary. After the war ended, the family had the right to have the body brought home. Many parents or widows decided, however, to leave their loved ones where they fell. Those bodies went into one of the beautifully landscaped military cemeteries maintained by the American Battle Monuments Commission. The largest are in Normandy and Luxembourg. Most patients came back to consciousness in the field or evacuation hospital. They were groggy from the morphine. The first sight many of them saw was a nurse from the Army Nurse Corps. She was harassed, wearing fatigues, exhausted, and busy. But she was an American girl. She had a marvelous smile, a reassuring attitude, and gentle hands. To the wounded soldier, she looked heaven-sent. The first nurses to enter the continent came in on June 10th at Omaha. By 1945, total Army Nurse Corps strength was nearly 60,000. These pioneers had to overcome many obstacles. The first was the act of volunteering. There was a nationwide slander campaign about women in uniform, as vicious as it was false. The jokes were gross. They were told by rear echelon soldiers and civilians. No one who had ever seen an Army nurse in action in a field hospital, nor any wounded soldier, ever told such jokes. Under the circumstances, recruitment was insufficient. In his January 1945 State of the Union address, President Roosevelt referred to the critical shortage of nurses in Western Europe and proposed that nurses be drafted. A bill to do so passed the House and came within one vote in the Senate. One untapped source was African American nurses. When the war ended, there were only 479 black nurses in a corps of 60,000. This was because the Army assigned a quota, not because the black nurses didn't want to serve. But in the America of that day, it was unthinkable that black nurses could care for white American soldiers. The continuing shortage of nurses meant that those who served at field or evacuation hospitals were badly overworked. In a letter home, Nurse Ruth Hess described setting up and opening a field hospital that had moved forward in the wake of the American sweep through France. We arrived late in the evening and spent all night getting ready to receive patients. We worked until 3 p.m., then started night duty, 12 hours at 7:30 p.m. For 9 days we never stopped. 880 patients operated, small debridement of gunshot and shrapnel wounds, numerous amputations, fractures galore, perforated guts, livers, spleens, kidneys, lungs, etc., everything imaginable. We cared for almost 1,500 patients in those 9 days. Then the hospital packed up and moved forward. Like many of the nurses, Hess found herself with admiration for the wounded men. Lieutenant Francis Slanger of the 45th Field Hospital expressed the feeling in an October letter addressed to Stars and Stripes, but written to the troops. UGIs say we nurses rough it. We wade ankle-deep in mud. You have to lie in it. We have a stove and coal. In comparison to the way you men are taking it, we can't complain, nor do we feel that bouquets are due us. It is to you we doff our helmets. Slanger was killed the following day by an artillery shell. She was one of 17 Army nurses killed in combat. Doctors in all military hospitals did a great job, Ken Russell of the 82nd Airborne remarked. He knew. He had been their patient. The doctor in the Forward Field Hospital was one of the most dedicated people you could meet. He would work long hours without adequate supplies, and the wonderful nurses did the same thing. They did not even have decent lighting. I have heard of them picking shrapnel or a bullet out of a wounded man by flashlight. Their patients were often mangled beyond imagination. Dr. Joseph Gossman was an orthopedic surgeon with the 109th Evacuation Hospital. He got to Normandy in time for the Saint-Lô battle. I was floored by the turmoil. One patient had been in a jeep when it set off a mine. X-rays showed undamaged bolts, washers, bushing, in the muscle as on a workbench. Another man had been shot in the side. The bullet entered a large vein and floated in the current of the vein into the right ventricle of the heart and then into the left auricle. The X-ray showed it bobbing in the heart chamber. A third soldier was carrying a Swiss Army knife in his pants pocket. Shrapnel had hit it, and bits of knife and shell entered his thigh together. X-ray picture looked like a table setting with knife, fork, and spoon and other stuff. A fourth was crouched beside a manure pile when a shell landed on it, filling his thigh from knee to buttocks with manure, all tightly packed as into a sausage. These were a few of the almost 200,000 battle-wounded men who were treated in the hospitals in 1944. Gossman noticed a look among survivors of such wounds, an appearance of naked bankruptcy, the stunned emptiness of men whom death had breathed on and passed by. The doctors had to be shrinks as well as surgeons. Some of the patients, as many as 25% when the fighting was heavy, were uninjured physically but were babbling, crying, shaking, or stunned, unable to hear or to talk. These were the combat exhaustion casualties. It was the doctor's job to get as many as possible back to normalcy and back to the lines as soon as possible. Typically, the doctors at battalion level kept the exhaustion cases at their aid stations for 24 hours of rest, often under sedation. The men got hot food and a change of clothing. In as many as 3/4 of the cases, that was sufficient, and the soldier went back to his foxhole. Men who needed more than a quick visit to the command post or battalion aid station were sent back to division medical facilities, where the division psychiatrist operated an exhaustion center that could hold patients for 3 days of treatment. The bulk of these men were also returned to the line. Those who had not recovered went on to the neuropsychiatric wards of general hospitals for 7 days of therapy and reconditioning. The extreme cases were air evacuated to the States. The system worked. 90 of every 100 men diagnosed as exhaustion cases were restored to some form of duty, usually on the line. As they had done with the men wounded by bullets and shrapnel, so did the medics, nurses, and doctors do for the exhausted casualties. Give them the best possible medical care ever achieved in an army in combat to that date. Jerks, sad sacks, profiteers, and Jim Crow. War brings out the best in many men, but the Army was so big, 8 million men at its peak, from a low of 165,000 4 years earlier, and put together so quickly, that thousands of sharp operators and sad sacks, criminals and misfits, and some cowards made it through the training process and became soldiers. The United States was sending to Europe colossal quantities of goods. It led to the greatest black market of all time. Most American soldiers participated in it to some extent, if in no other way than by trading cigarettes for perfume or rations for jewels. A few got rich off it. At the opposite extreme from the young entrepreneurs were the sad sacks, those guys who could never be found when there was a patrol to run or a job to be done, who had mastered the art of getting lost in the Army so well they became practically invisible. In between were the jerks and assholes, usually men who had been made NCOs or junior officers, who exploited their rank in chicken-shit ways. Lieutenant Paul Fussell, a platoon leader in the 103rd Division who went on to become one of America's leading literary scholars, defines the term precisely. Chicken shit refers to behavior that makes military life worse than it need be. Petty harassment of the weak by the strong, open scrimmage for power and authority and prestige, insistence on the letter rather than the spirit of ordinances. Chicken shit is so called, instead of horse or bull or elephant shit, because it is small-minded and ignoble and takes the trivial seriously. Chicken shit can be recognized instantly because it never has anything to do with winning the war. General Patton had more than a bit of the chicken shit in him. He was notorious for being a martinet about dress and spit and polish in Third Army. He ordered, and sometimes may have gotten, frontline infantry to wear ties and to shave every day. Patton's spit-and-polish obsession sometimes cost dearly. It not only had nothing to do with winning the war, it hurt the war effort. There were thousands of ordinary criminals in the European theater of operations. Hundreds of them were caught, tried by court-martial, and sentenced to the stockade, or, in the case of rape or murder, to death by firing squad. 65 men were ordered shot. Eisenhower had to pass the final judgment. In 16 cases, he changed the sentence to life in the stockade. 49 men were shot. Desertion was also punishable by death by firing squad, but the U.S. Army had not carried out such a sentence since 1864. One deserter only, Private Eddie Slovic, went through the process from confession to court-martial to sentence to execution by firing squad. Slovic got to France as a replacement in August. On the 25th, he spent the night in a village, dug in with some other replacements. There was shelling. In the morning, when they moved out, he stayed behind. That afternoon, he hooked up with some Canadian infantry, with whom he spent the next 6 weeks. Then he was turned over to American MPs who escorted him back to the company to which he had been assigned. Slovic told the CO he was too frightened of the shelling and swore, "If I have to go out there again, I'll run away." He later put that warning in writing at the end of a written confession of desertion. He wanted to spend the rest of the war in the stockade. Bad luck for him. By the time he came to trial, it was November 11th, and the strain of the fighting at the Siegfried Line was leading to an increase in desertions. The High Command was looking to set an example. Slovic fit perfectly. He was found guilty and sentenced to execution. Eisenhower did not intervene. On January 31st, Slovic was executed. It helps to put the Slovic execution in some perspective to mention that during the course of the 11-month campaign in Northwest Europe, when Eisenhower had one deserter put to death, Hitler had 50,000 executed for desertion or cowardice. In the popular World War II cartoon strip, The Sad Sack, the character was a naive, confused, lazy, bumbling private, but happy enough and almost lovable. In real life, a sad sack was a miserable person. Perpetually unhappy himself, he tried to make everyone around him equally miserable. He was filled with hate, for his officers, for the army, for blacks, Jews, Italians, whoever. At his extreme, the sad sack was a mean, vicious son of a bitch, without a redeeming virtue. The worst sad sack of all was Jim Crow. The world's greatest democracy fought the world's greatest racists with a segregated army. It was worse than that. The army and the society conspired to degrade African Americans in every way possible, summed up in the name Jim Crow. One little incident from the home front illustrates the tyranny black Americans lived under during the Second World War. In April 1944, Corporal Rupert Timmingham wrote Yank magazine. Here is a question that each Negro soldier is asking. What is the Negro soldier fighting for? On whose team are we playing? He recounted the difficulties he and 8 other black soldiers had while traveling through the South, where old Jim Crow rules, for a new assignment. We could not purchase a cup of coffee. Finally, the lunchroom manager at a Texas railroad depot said the black GIs could go on around back to the kitchen for a sandwich and coffee. As they did, Timmingham noted, about 24 German prisoners of war with 2 American guards came to the station. They entered the lunchroom, sat at the tables, had their meals served, talked, smoked, in fact had quite a swell time. I stood on the outside looking on, and I could not help but ask myself, why are they treated better than we are? Why are we pushed around like cattle? If we are fighting for the same thing, if we are to die for our country, then why does the government allow such things to go on? Some of the boys are saying that you will not print this letter. I'm saying that you will. Yank magazine did print Corporal Timmingham's letter. A couple of months later, he wrote again. To date, I've received 287 letters, and strange as it may seem, 183 are from white men in the armed service. Another strange feature about these letters is that most of these people are from the Deep South. They are all proud that they are from the South, but ashamed to learn that there are so many of their own people who are playing Hitler's game. Based on the experience of World War II, by the end of 1945 the ground had been prepared for Jim Crow's grave. Chief Historian Wright concluded his wartime report on the employment of Negro troops with these words. My ultimate hope is that in the long run it will be possible to assign individual Negro soldiers and officers to any unit in the Army where they are qualified as individuals to serve efficiently. That was done. Within a decade, the Army had changed from being one of the most tightly segregated organizations in the country to the most successfully integrated. Prisoners of war. One of the most dangerous moments in combat in Europe in World War II came the instant a man decided he was no longer willing or able to continue combat. He threw down his weapon and raised his hands or showed a white flag, sometimes alone, sometimes in a group, sometimes in company strength or even more. He thus exposed himself to an armed enemy soldier he had been trying to kill a moment before, and who was frequently mad with battle lust. His chances of getting shot were high. They stayed high until he was safely in the rear in a POW cage. Most of the men who stuck to their guns until out of ammunition and about to be overrun, before throwing up their hands and calling comrade, never made it to POW status. The German trick of sending unarmed men on patrols so that if caught they could say they were trying to surrender made it difficult and dangerous for individual Germans to give up, as the GIs shot all Germans found between the lines. The Germans were equally unforgiving. The war crimes files are stuffed with incidents. Case 6-123, Company B, 394th Infantry. Near Lusheim, on 17th of December, the Germans surrounded a platoon. The GIs raised a white flag, but German tanks nevertheless overran the position, covering some men with earth and firing into the foxholes. Somehow 22 men managed to surrender. The Germans herded them into a nearby draw and gunned them down. Only the aid man escaped. Case 6-156, witness Private Andrew S. Protz. At Hansefeld, 5 U.S. soldiers raised a white flag and came forward. The Germans opened fire, killing 4 and wounding 1, whereupon a German tank deliberately ran over the wounded man as he begged for help. Private Edward Weber of the 47th Infantry Regiment described a gruesome but hardly unique incident. He was advancing on a damaged German tank. The crew had ceased firing its machine gun, opened the turret, and were waving a white flag. Weber and his buddies moved forward. The machine gun began firing again, probably by some young fanatic who refused to give up with the rest. Weber's squad fired back. The crew came pouring out of the bottom escape hatch. They were hollering, "Nicht schießen! Nicht schießen!" But by this time we were in an infuriated rage. The crewmen were lined up on their knees, and an angry soldier walked along behind them and shot each in the back of the head. The last to die was a young, blonde-headed teenager who was rocking back and forth on his knees, crying and urinating down both trouser legs. He had pictures of his family spread on the ground before him. Nevertheless, he was shot in the back of the head and pitched forth like a sack of potatoes. Both the American and the German army outlawed the shooting of unarmed prisoners. Both sides did it frequently, but no courts-martial were ever convened for men charged with shooting prisoners. It is a subject everyone agreed should not be discussed, and no records were kept. In interviews with over 1,000 combat veterans, only one of them said he shot a prisoner, and he added that while he felt some remorse, he would do it again. However, perhaps as many as 1/3 of the veterans related incidents in which they saw other GIs shooting unarmed German prisoners who had their hands up. For the airmen who had to bail out over Germany, the most dangerous moment was when they hit the ground. If local civilians got to them before military officials arrived, they would attack the Americans with rocks, pitchforks, and hunting weapons. Many were killed by non-combatants overwhelmed by anger and hatred. In the November fighting, Lieutenant Fusel's infantry platoon came on a deep crater in a forest, where a squad or two of German soldiers, some 15 to 20 men, were gathered. Their visible wish to surrender, most were in tears of terror and despair, was ignored by our men lining the rim. As the Germans held their hands high, Fussell wrote, "His men, laughing and howling, hoo-haing and cowboy and good old boy yelling, exultantly shot into the crater until every single man down there was dead. If a body twitched or moved at all, it was shot again. The result was deep satisfaction. and the event was transformed into a musing narrative told and retold over campfires all that winter. Most of the shooting stories are about front-line riflemen immediately after a firefight in which they had seen buddies killed. There is a written order from Headquarters, 328th Infantry Regiment, dated December 21st, which reads, "No SS troops or paratroopers will be taken prisoner, but will be shot on sight." The excuse for that order was the Malmedy massacre. That event occurred on December 17th. Battery B, 285th Field Artillery Observation Battalion of the 7th Armored Division, was moving southward towards Saint-Vite when Piper's lead elements ran into the unit outside Malmedy. Piper drove into the column, shooting and creating complete confusion. GIs abandoned their vehicles in panic and dove for the ditches, or tried to run to the nearby forest. Piper ordered them rounded up and drove on. Whether Piper gave a direct order to shoot the prisoners or not is not clear. While the GIs from Battery B were rounded up, about 150 of them, a second Panzer column approached. The Germans parked a tank at either end of a snow-covered field near the wood. A command car drew up. The German officer stood up, pulled his pistol, took deliberate aim at an American medical officer in the front rank of POWs, and shot him. As the doctor fell, the German shot an officer next to him. Then the two tanks opened up with their machine guns on the POWs. Private Homer Ford was one of the prisoners. He later testified, "They started to spray us with machine gun fire, pistols, and everything. Everybody hit the ground. Then they came along with pistols and rifles, and shot some that were breathing and hit others in the head with rifle butts. I was hit in the arm." Men took off for the wood, and many made it. Of the 150 POWs, 70 survived. American retaliation for Malmedy was extracted by the treatment of SS prisoners who fell into the GI's hands. Private J. Frank Brumbaugh of the 82nd Airborne remembered hiking past the site of the Malmedy massacre. GIs and some POWs were out in the field. They were digging the solidly frozen bodies of the murdered American soldiers out of the snow, frozen in grotesque positions with arms and legs in all positions. An hour or so later, he saw some paratroopers who had a bunch of Germans wearing either U.S. jump boots or infantry combat boots, obviously stolen from captive, wounded, or dead Americans. The American paratroopers shot those wearing combat boots out of hand, on the grounds that if they had taken them from wounded or captured GIs, they may have caused injury or death, because the snow was deep, the weather bitter cold. Those German captives found wearing U.S. parachute boots were made to remove the boots and socks, roll their trousers above their knees, and march around in the snow until their feet were totally frozen, and they could no longer feel a knife prick nor walk. The prisoners were sent back to field hospitals where both feet had to be amputated. The Germans got their first big bag of American POWs in the opening days of the Bulge, some 20,000. Altogether, the Germans took some 30,000 GIs and 26,000 airmen prisoner in Northwest Europe. To the prisoners, the most important provision of the 1929 Geneva Convention on POWs was the one on rations, which required that they be equal to the ration received by the soldiers of the holding power. In the United States, there was more than enough food, and the provision was met, even exceeded. In Europe, priorities had to be set, and POWs came toward the end of the list. Nowhere outside the United States were POWs adequately fed. GIs who weighed 180 pounds when captured in the Bulge weighed 120 or 100 pounds when liberated. In general, meals consisted of black bread and thin potato soup twice a day. Colonel Joe Matthews of the 106th Division recalled that he sometimes got green hornet soup, made of beet tops and horse meat. It got its name because its surface was covered with maggots stained green from the beet tops. Among the prisoners there were heated arguments over eating the maggots. Matthews, an agricultural chemist, decided they were protein and ate them. Enlisted infantrymen fared even worse. One sergeant reported, "I went from 135 pounds to 95 pounds in 4 months of imprisonment. All we were given to eat was a cup of soup and a piece of ersatz bread each day. This was a systematic brutality to keep us dependent on the next meal and too weak to try to escape. I had frozen feet, jaundice, fleas, lice, dysentery, 2-foot infections, and general malnutrition. The only difference between the concentration camps and the stalag I was in was that we were not killed off with gas or bullets. I do not remember one act of mercy or compassion on the part of the Germans. There is ample testimony from those who were there that German officers and guards at some camps murdered or ill-treated POWs by forcing them to labor in inhumane conditions, by torturing them, and by subjecting them to constant, pointless harassment. There is other testimony that indicates the Germans did the best they could in a difficult situation. In most cases, being a POW in World War II was about as bad a human experience as one could have. For certain, there was nothing good to be said about being a POW. Which was worse, being a German in Russian hands or a Russian in German hands? An American in Japanese hands or a Pole in German or Russian hands? No one can say, but on a scale of horror, they all rank ahead of being an American in German hands. The best place of all to be in the winter of 1944 to 45 for a German male born between 1910 and 1927 was in a POW camp in the United States. There the German soldiers had security, shelter, and ample sustenance. They had a soft, cushy life, enhanced by hard physical labor in the day, something most Germans love to do, including university classes in subjects ranging from English literature to advanced mathematics, movies, humane guards, a decent camp administration. Private Josef Bischoff was an Austrian captured in December 1944. He was sent to Colorado, where he worked on beet and potato farms. Many of the farmers whose fields he worked were second-generation German Americans, still speaking the old language and holding to many of the old ways. They would tell us, "Now, boys, if you work hard today, my wife will have fried chicken for you tonight, with pie and ice cream," and we would really pitch in. When the war ended, Bischoff wanted to stay in the United States. Austria was in a shambles. He had no family. Young and healthy, Bischoff figured it would only take him a few years to own his own house, run his own business. But in 1946, he and his buddies were sent home. POW camps were scattered throughout the United States. Generally, the prisoners spent their days in the fields, their nights in barracks previously occupied by the young Americans now sailing to Europe or fighting there. Often the guards were Negro soldiers. It is one of the war's many ironies that the soldiers of the nation fighting for racial purity and the domination of the world were shocked by the way white Southerners treated blacks. They said indignantly that Germans had treated the blacks better in their pre-World War I African colonies. And the planters proved the point by treating German POWs better than they did the local black laborers. In the cotton field, for example, the black daily quota for pickers was 250 pounds. For the POWs, 100 pounds. In a camp in Louisiana, the Germans suffered terribly from the heat and humidity in the cane fields, but they prospered with the community. They went to the Saturday night movies downtown, where they sat downstairs, while the blacks sat in the balcony reserved for colored. They went unescorted. A man would have had to have been some kind of fool, or Nazi, or both, to try to escape and get back to Germany. They attended local dances. There were some romances and even a few marriages. The system worked to everyone's benefit. The crops got planted, cultivated, harvested. The prisoners were better off than they ever would have been in the Wehrmacht. The U.S. Army, in its treatment of POWs, compiled a record of decency and efficiency in an area in which all other countries, save Britain and Canada, must today hang their heads in shame. Overrunning Germany. Winter War, January 1945. On New Year's Eve 1944, Lieutenant John Cobb was in a ferry, part of a convoy crossing the English Channel. He was a replacement officer for the 82nd Airborne Division on his way to Elsenborn Ridge. Notwithstanding blackout and security conditions, every ship in the Channel sounded whistles or sirens or shot off flares at midnight on New Year's Eve. That same night, Corporal Paul Arthur Saiha of the 11th Panzer Division was on the front line near Trier. Just before midnight, the shooting stopped almost entirely. As the clock struck 12, the Americans began with their fireworks, sending illuminated rockets into the air. Suddenly, by the light of their rockets, we saw the Americans getting out of their holes, clutching their rifles and pistols, jumping, skipping around, shooting their weapons and lighting up the whole valley. I can still see them before me today, caught against the light of their rockets, prancing around on a background of fresh snow. It did not take long before we were doing the same thing, firing off illuminated rockets, shooting our weapons. It lasted about 5, maybe 6 minutes. It slowed, then stopped. We disappeared back into our holes, and so did they. It was one of the most beautiful experiences I had during my service. We had allowed our humanity to rise that once. The feeling was universal. The new year had begun. Surely this had to be the last year of the war. At the beginning of 1945, the Allies had driven the Germans back to or near their western border. 2 themes dominate the memories of the men who fought the January battles: the cold and American artillery. The Americans had twice and more as much artillery ammunition as the Germans. This was a triumph of American industry and of the American way of war. The German attempt to cut Allied supply lines with their submarines had failed. The Allied attempt to cut German supply lines with their jabos had great success. As to the cold, all suffered equally. How cold was it? So cold that if a man didn't do his business in a hurry, he risked a frostbitten penis. It was so cold the oil in the engines froze. Weapons froze. Men pissed on them to get them working again. Nights ranged from 0 Fahrenheit to 10 below and lower. Major Harrison had, as one of his most vivid memories of that January, the sight of GIs pressed against the hot stones of the walls of burning houses, as flames came out of the roof and windows. They were not hiding from Germans. They were trying to get warm for a minute or two. In this battle, the Germans were not retreating. They fought back against the American advance, which could barely move forward anyway in the ice and snow. A general winter offensive had little appeal. Nevertheless, Eisenhower decided to launch attacks north and south of the Bulge in an attempt to trap the Germans at its western tip and to regain the ground lost in the second 2 weeks of December. He felt he had no option. The Allies could not shut down offensive operations while the V-1s and V-2s continued to bombard Antwerp, London, and other cities. They could not stop seeking the earliest possible victory when the Nazis were exhorting the German people to stay with it just a little longer. Secret war-winning weapons were on the way. Who knew what they might be? The jet fighter plane and the V-weapons were dangerous enough. For the frontline infantry, armor, and artillery of U.S. First and Third Armies, that plan for a winter offensive put them into one of the most god-awful offensives of this or any other war. When the order to attack got down to the line companies, the men were outraged. Sergeant John Martin of the 101st declared, "I could not believe it. After 2 weeks of fighting surrounded, I could not believe that they were going to put us on the attack. I figured, Jesus, they'll take us out of here and give us some clothes or something." The GIs of all the divisions who had fought in the Bulge felt the same. In the woods in the Ardennes, the snow was a foot and more deep, frozen on top, slippery, noisy. To advance, a man had to flounder through the snow, bending and squirming to avoid knocking the snow off the branches and revealing his position. Attacking along the roads was near impossible, because they were ice-coated on top, with black ice under the snow. German 88s were zeroed in on the roads, which were also mined. But attacking through the cleared grazing fields was equally daunting. There was no concealment, and many of the GIs had no camouflage of any kind. On January 9th, an officer from the Criminal Investigation Corps, the CIC, of the 26th Division asked Colonel Ken Reimers of the 90th Division if he had a Lieutenant Barry in his outfit. Reimers did. The CIC officer wanted to arrest Barry. It seemed he had stolen some sheets from a civilian house in the 90th area and cut holes in the center of them. The CIC officer claimed a lot of looting had been going on and that he was going to put a stop to it. But Reimers asked some questions and discovered that Barry had hit on the idea of sheets for camouflage in the snow, and had distributed one to every man in his platoon. When Reimers explained this to the division commander, General Ernest Bixby, Bixby said, "Promote him." Reimers explained that Barry was already a first lieutenant. "Well, give him a Bronze Star, then, for his initiative." Private Lester Atwell of the 87th Division described what attacking across the snowy fields was like. "We started out, then there came the long, wild scream and crash of German artillery, and then the double line, thin-looking without overcoats, indistinct in the swirling snow, wavered and sank down flat, then struggled up and went on, heads bent against the wind. This was jumping off, this cold, plodding, unwilling, ragged double line, plunging up to their knees in snow, stumbling, looking back. Kurt Gable of the 17th Airborne Division was in the opening attack on January 3rd near Mont Saint-Étienne, some 10 kilometers north of Bastogne. His platoon moved in a column through a wood, then spread out to cross an open, snow-covered field. Suddenly the air directly above us was alive with sounds I had not heard before. It was the screeching sound of the screaming Mimes, the German Nebelwerfer, or multiple rocket. The first salvo crashed into our formation as the next rounds already howled above us. The platoon leader spread his arms and yelled, "Hit it!" I hit the snow face first and felt multiple concussions as the rockets pounded down. They howled and burst, and I clawed the ground and whimpered inside, now knowing that this was carefully pre-registered concentration, a fire trap that the Germans had waited for us to walk into and lie down in. Between explosions, Gable heard a yell, "Move!" It struck him as incongruous. He turned his head as best he could while pressing his body into the ground and saw to his right a captain running toward the rifle squad. "Get up," he yelled, his face contorted with rage. "Get up, you stupid bastards, you'll die here. There's no cover. Move, move." He grabbed one soldier by the shoulder and kicked another. I'd never seen that kind of rage. "Get him up, goddammit," he bellowed, thrusting his fist up and down in the signal for double time. Gable was more than impressed. The rockets seemed to lose their terror next to that captain. I did not know who he was and did not care. I jumped up and stumbled forward. Others did the same. The platoon got to the far side of the open field. The men threw themselves down in a drainage ditch, exhausted. "Fix bayonets!" Gable felt the shock of the order jerk his body. Fix bayonets? That's World War I stuff. Bayonets were for opening C-ration cans. Not this day. All around there was the blood-freezing sound of 14 bayonets drawn from scabbards and clicking home on their studs under the rifle barrels. "Let's go," the platoon leader called out. All 14 men jumped out of the ditch, formed into a line of skirmishers, rifles at high port, and moved toward the German position. They began shouting, "Geronimo!" Gable screamed with the others. They got into the German lines. Enemy soldiers tried to lift their hands. Still yelling, troopers thrust their bayonets into the Germans. They took the village. Their reward was that they got to spend the night in town. One horror of the January fighting was created by a high incidence of bodies crushed by tanks. Men slipped, tanks skidded. The wounded couldn't get out of the way. 20-year-old Dwayne Burns of the 82nd Airborne saw a fellow paratrooper who had been run over by a tank. If it hadn't been for the 2 pair of legs and boots sticking out of all the gore, it would have been hard to tell what it was. I looked away and thought for sure that I was going to vomit. I just wanted to throw my weapon away and tell them I quit. No more, I just can't take no more. But he had to, because the pressure from above to keep moving was irresistible. The generals wanted results, so the men kept moving, no matter what. For the Germans, their physical misery was exacerbated by the terrible thought that what they were doing was the absolute worst thing they could do for their country and the German people. As Lieutenant Walter Rahn of the 11th Panzer Division put it, "Why were we holding up the Americans in the West and allowing the Russians to penetrate Germany? It was senseless what we were doing there, fighting the Americans." The German retreat out of the Bulge was slow, stubborn, and costly to the Americans, but to the Germans also. Hitler, always insistent on holding captured ground, refused to consider pulling out of the Bulge and returning to the Siegfried Line. In order to hold in the Bulge, Hitler attacked in Alsace, with the idea of preventing further American reinforcements moving north to the Ardennes. Operation North Wind, starting January 1st, hit Lieutenant General Alexander Patch's U.S. 7th Army. Eventually, a total of 15 U.S. divisions with 250,000 men were involved in the fighting. Overall, the North Wind offensive was a failure. The Germans never got near Strasbourg, nor could they cut American supply lines. In the Ardennes, K Company, 333rd Regiment, 84th Division, was the spearhead for First Army's drive on Uffalise. One member of the company, Private Fred Jr. Olson, had come in as a replacement on New Year's Eve. He remembered that no one gave him any advice or information. It was as if there was no way to explain it, that I would find out for myself in due time. He was comforted when Sergeant Pop Teabaggy, the old man of the company at 35 years, told him, "Everything will be all right, kid." Over the next week, Olson had enough experience to make him a hardened veteran. In his first firefight, a German got behind his foxhole, which was an outpost, and Olson never noticed. He was eating, as he says, one of those damn chocolate bars out of the K-ration. His buddy, Sergeant Paul Zerbel, saw the German when he was 10 feet away. Zerbel beat the German to the draw. After killing the German, Zerbel said it was time to get out of there. He led, Olson followed. We were going single file down through the trees, and I tripped. As he did, a machine gun burst cut the limbs off right above his head. You won't believe it. You know, it was the only time this ever happened to me. His life flashed past him. I still know in my own mind that if I hadn't tripped, I'd have been killed. When Zerbel and Olson reached the company lines, Olson was greatly relieved. I was told it was past midnight and January 7th had been my birthday. For some strange reason, I had persuaded myself that if I could live through my 19th birthday, I could make it all the rest of the way. That somehow everything was going to be all right. Here it was, January 8th, and I'd made it. The company continued to attack. On January 13th, Lieutenant Franklin Brewer protested to the company commander, "There is not one man in the company fit to walk another mile, much less fight." But division headquarters said that as the company had just spent a day in a village, where it had rested and reorganized, it was fit for duty. Translated to English from Army lingo, rested and reorganized meant the men had found the ruins of a house to use as a windbreak, huddled down in frozen overcoats, and fallen into an exhausted sleep. At 03:30 it was up for breakfast, tepid coffee and Spam and cheese sandwiches. Then a march toward Uffalise. That morning the company had a typical encounter. The lead squad came under fire from the by now familiar log-covered emplacements. The GIs did what came naturally to them. They called in the artillery. Some of the shells had fuse delays. Others were white phosphorus. As the barrage lifted, Brewer remembered, the small arms exchange lasted only a few minutes before a white rag on the end of a rifle was waved frantically from a hole. The Germans, 8 or 10 of them, crawled out of their holes, stretching their arms as high as possible, as they trudged apprehensively toward us through the snow. We advanced cautiously toward their positions. A dozen dead and wounded Germans sprawled on the ground. The artillery had done a thorough job, a case of overkill. The snow was blackened by huge chunks of frozen earth. Several German gun emplacements had received direct hits. White phosphorus fragments smoldered and hissed in the snow. The stench of cordite and clouds of smoke hung over the hollow. Moving forward, Captain Linebaugh came across a German major propped against a tree. His right leg had been cut off at mid-thigh. The German said to Linebaugh, quietly and in good English, "Please shoot me." Linebaugh kept on walking. Further on, one of the sergeants caught up to Linebaugh and asked if he had seen the guy with his leg cut off. "Yeah, he asked me to shoot him." "Yeah, he asked me too." "Did you?" "Hell, you know I couldn't walk off and leave the poor son of a bitch to die like that." On January 14th, K Company advanced to within a half-mile of Uffalese. The next day, January 15th, is generally considered the last day of the Battle of the Bulge, but no one could have convinced the GIs of that. They still had a hard push ahead to get back to the positions they had held 1 month earlier. The total toll of American casualties in the Bulge was 80,987. More than half the killed or wounded came in January. The Battle of the Bulge had political consequences of the greatest magnitude. Hitler's decision to strip the Eastern Front of men and weapons in order to seek a decision in the West led to the crushing of the depleted German forces in the East, beginning January 12th with the Red Army offensive. At the end of January, the American armies in northwest Europe were again at the German border. Surely, this time, they would break through and get across the Rhine. Closing to the Rhine, February 1st to March 6th, 1945. At the beginning of February, the front lines ran roughly as they had in mid-December, but behind the line the differences were great. On December 15th, the Germans had crowded division on top of division in the Eifel, while the Americans in the Ardennes were badly spread out. After some disagreement among the generals, Eisenhower allowed Bradley to conduct an all-out offensive into the Eifel. For the combat soldiers, that meant another month of struggling through snow or mud to attack a dug-in enemy. It would be a broad front advance with little attempt at maneuver. Its aim was to kill Germans. Eisenhower told Monty in explaining his plan, "As an added thought, the more Germans we kill west of the Rhine, the fewer there will be to meet us east of the river." Conditions in the February fighting were different from January, yet just as miserable in their own way. What was unendurable, the GIs endured. What had been true on June 6, 1944, and every day thereafter was still true. The quickest route to the most desirable place in the world, home, led to the east. So they sucked it up and stayed with it and were rightly proud of themselves for so doing. The first task was to get through the Siegfried Line. On February 4th, C Company 395th Regiment pushed off. Sergeant Oakley Honey recalls charging into a snowstorm with fixed bayonets and the wind blowing right into our faces. After moving through the initial line of Dragon's Teeth, we began encountering deserted pillboxes. At one command post, out came 10 Germans with hands in the air, offering no resistance. Few companies were that lucky. The 90th Division reached the Siegfried Line at exactly the spot where the 106th Division had been hit and decimated on December 16th. Private Jack Ammon spent the night of February 5, 1945, in a bombed-out building on the edge of the line. The village was eerie. It looked like a million ghosts of previous campaigns had passed through it. At 0400 February 6th, the 359th Regiment of the 90th picked its way undetected through the Dragon's Teeth, minefields, barbed wire, and pillboxes in the outer ring of the fortifications. Shortly after dawn, pillboxes that had gone unnoticed came to life, pouring fire into the tanks and reinforcements following the infantry, stopping the advance. A week-long fight ensued. When stuck, the GIs thought first of artillery. Captain Colby gives a vivid snapshot of American artillery in action. "We were looking at a day's assignment of about a dozen pillboxes. We were on slightly higher ground and could see them plainly. As we studied the prospect with sinking feelings, a self-propelled 155mm gun chugged and clanked up to us. A lieutenant dismounted and walked over. 'I hear you could use some fire,' he said. We did everything but hug him. We told him to pick out a pillbox and let fly. The lieutenant pointed to a pillbox. The gunner lowered the muzzle of the howitzer, opened the gun's breech block, and peered through the barrel at the target. Satisfied with his aim, he told the loaders to stuff in a round. A 155mm shell weighed 100 pounds. It took 2 men to put it on a carrier equipped with handles like a litter, 2 others to pick up the carrier and hold the shell to the chamber of the gun. A 5th man shoved it in and stuffed in the bags of gunpowder. When the breech was closed and all was ready, the gunner yanked the lanyard. Colby said, "The tremendous roar was thrilling to an infantryman." The shell struck the pillbox and covered it with a sheet of flame from the explosive charge it carried. A perfect smoke ring popped out of an air vent in the top. "Scratch one pillbox," the lieutenant said. "It is still standing," Colby retorted. "Yep, but there ain't anyone left alive inside. If there is, his brains are scrambled." Sure enough, when we moved up, we found only dead or dazed men inside. At the Siegfried Line in February, as at the Atlantic Wall in June 1944, the Germans got precious little return on their big investment in poured concrete. By the middle of the first week in March, 9th and 1st Armies were closing to the Rhine, threatening to encircle entire divisions. Hitler not only would not give permission to fall back, he ordered counterattacks. As a consequence, thousands of German troops were trapped on the West Bank, where they either surrendered or were killed. First Army intelligence declared, "Perhaps it is too early to be optimistic, but everyone feels that resistance is on the point of crumbling, and that this time we are going to the Rhine quickly without being slowed down." The great goal was to get a bridge. So desperate were the Americans that they used a ruse they had earlier executed dozens of Germans for doing. The 83rd Division assembled a task force of German-speaking GIs, put them in German uniforms, provided them with tanks and other vehicles disguised in camouflage to look like German models. The task force set out after dark, March 2nd, talked its way through the German lines, and at dawn reached the Rhine at Oberkassel. A German sentry challenged the column. A firefight broke out. The task force was strong enough to fight its way to the bridge, but the noise of battle alarmed the town's air raid warden, and he set off the alarm. The German engineers at the bridge took that as the signal to blow it, just as the American tanks were rolling up. Cologne was a magnet for First Army. The famous cathedral city was the fourth largest in Germany and the biggest on the Rhine. The Germans had never imagined invaders from the west would get that far, so Cologne was defended only by a weak outer ring of defenses. The Americans were pouring through the Siegfried Line. On March 5th, General Maurice Rose's 3rd Armored Division entered the city, followed later that day by Terry Allen's 104th Division. The next day, Rose's tanks reached the Hohenzollern Bridge, but predictably most of the structure was resting in the water, as were the other Cologne bridges over the Rhine. In Cologne, only the great cathedral stood, damaged but majestic. Hitler's decision to defend the Cologne plain and the rest of the country between the Siegfried Line and the Rhine had cost Germany heavily. The Americans had taken 250,000 prisoners and killed or wounded almost as many. A group of men from the 101st got into Cologne a couple of weeks after the occupation of the city. They were impressed by the extent of the destruction. The paratroopers wandered to the river, where they began pointing and laughing at the grotesque ruins of the Hangebrücke, or suspension bridge. An elderly German couple stood beside them. The Germans began to cry and shake their heads. All their beautiful bridges had been twisted and mangled, and here were American boys laughing. Many of the GIs were glad enough to see German villages and cities in ruins. In World War I, Germany had escaped destruction. It was Germany's turn this time. Bring this war home to the Germans and they won't be starting another one anytime soon, was the feeling. Something more bothered the GIs. Private David Webster of the 101st spoke directly to it. On February 15th, a buddy had died a particularly gruesome death. Webster wrote, "He wasn't 20 years old. He hadn't begun to live. Shrieking and moaning, he gave up his life on a stretcher. Back in America, the standard of living continued to rise. Back in America, the racetracks were booming. The nightclubs were making record profits. Miami Beach was so crowded you couldn't get a room anywhere. Few people seemed to care. Hell, this was a boom. This was prosperity. This was the way to fight a war. We wondered if the people would ever know what it cost the soldiers in terror, bloodshed, and hideous, agonizing deaths to win the war." "God, I hate the Germans," Eisenhower once wrote Mamie. In the first years of the war, he had hated them for making aggressive war and for all the misery they brought to the countries they overran. By 1945, when most of the Nazi Empire had been liberated by the Allies, He hated them for forcing him to destroy their cities and kill their young men, for making him order young Americans into battle, for fighting for a cause that wasn't just hopeless and evil, but directly contrary to the best interest of the German nation. But it had to be done. Crossing the Rhine, March 7th to 31st, 1945. The Rhine was by far the most formidable of the rivers the GIs had to cross. The Germans on the far bank were disorganized and demoralized, dismayed by their losses in the insanity of trying to fight it out on the Cologne plain, but still determined and capable of utilizing the natural advantages the Rhine gave them to defend their country. Those advantages included the scarcity of suitable crossing sites. There were only 2 or 3 places from Cologne south that were even possible. North of Cologne, Montgomery's 21st Army Group had many suitable crossing sites, good terrain for a mobile offensive, and major objectives just across the Rhine in the Ruhr Valley. So while Eisenhower's heart was with Bradley, Hodges, and Patton, his mind was up north, with Monty. To the north, as Montgomery's armies were closing to the river, he began to build his supply base for the assault crossing and exploitation that would follow. First Army was moving east all along its front. Hodges had divisions making 10 miles per day, sometimes more. They were taking big bags of prisoners. They were looking forward to getting to the river, where they anticipated good billets in warm, dry cellars, and a few days to rest and refit. On the morning of March 7th, General John Milliken, commanding 3rd Corps on 1st Army's right flank, sent his 9th Armored Division to close to the west bank of the Rhine. The mission of Combat Command B of the 9th, commanded by General William Hogue, was to occupy the west bank town of Remagen, where a great railroad bridge spanned the Rhine. On the east bank was an escarpment through which the train tracks from the bridge went into a tunnel. Lieutenant Harold Larson of the 9th Division Artillery flew ahead in a Piper Cub, looking for targets of opportunity. At around 10:30 he was approaching Remagen, when to his astonishment he saw the Ludendorff Bridge, its massive superstructure looming out in the fog and mists of the river valley. Larson radioed the news to General Hogue. At 1500 Hogue arrived, looked, and ordered the bridge to be seized. By 1600, Lieutenant Carl Timmerman of Company A had fought through scattered resistance and was approaching the bridge. Germans on the east bank were firing machine guns and anti-aircraft guns at his company. His battalion commander, Major Murray Devers, joined Timmerman. "Do you think you can get your company across that bridge?" he asked. "Well, we can try it, sir," Timmerman replied. "Go ahead." "What if the bridge blows up in my face?" Timmerman asked. Devers turned and walked away without a word. Timmerman called to his squad leaders. "All right, we're going across." He could see German engineers working with plungers. There was a huge explosion. It shook Remagen and sent a volcano of stone and earth erupting from the west end of the bridge. The Germans had detonated a cratering charge that gouged a deep hole in the earthen causeway joining the main road and the bridge platform. The crater that resulted made it impossible for vehicles to get onto the bridge, but not infantry. Timmerman turned to a squad leader. "Now, we're going to cross this bridge before—" At that instant, there was another deafening rumble and roar. The Germans had set off an emergency demolition 2/3 of the way across the bridge. Awestruck, the men of A Company watched as the huge structure lifted up, and steel, timbers, dust, and thick black smoke mixed in the air. Ken Heckler, in his book The Bridge at Remagen, described what happened next. Everybody waited for Timmerman's reaction. "Thank God, now we won't have to cross that damn thing," Sergeant Mike Chinchar said fervently, trying to reassure himself. But Timmerman, who had been trying to make out what was left of the bridge through the thick haze, yelled, "Look! She's still standing." At the east end of the bridge, Timmerman could see German engineers working frantically to try again to blow the bridge. "Get going," Timmerman yelled. Major Devers called out, "I'll see you on the other side and we'll all have a chicken dinner." One of the men of the 1st Platoon protested. "Chicken dinner, my foot, I'm all chicken right now." Devers flushed. "Move on across," he ordered. "I tell you, I'm not going out there and get blown up. No, sir, Major, you can court-martial me and shoot me, but I ain't going out there on that bridge." Timmerman was shouting, "Get going, you guys, get going." He set the example, moving onto the bridge himself. That did it. Sergeant Joe DeLizio led the first squad. Engineers were right behind them, searching for demolitions and tearing out electrical wires. DeLizio got to the bridge towers where machine gun fire was coming from, ran up the circular staircase of the one to his right, and on the fourth level found 3 German machine gunners. "Hände hoch," DeLizio commanded. They gave up. He picked up the gun they had been using and hurled it out the aperture. Men on the bridge saw it and were greatly encouraged. Drebeck came running on at top speed. He passed the towers and got to the east bank. He was the first GI to cross the Rhine. Others were on his heels. They quickly made the German engineers prisoners. As the word of Timmerman's toehold spread up the chain of command, each general responded by ordering men on the scene to get over the bridge. Bradley was the most enthusiastic of all. He had been fearful of a secondary role in the final campaign, but with Hodges over the river he decided immediately to get First Army so fully involved that Eisenhower would have to support the bridgehead. Bradley got on the phone to Eisenhower. When Eisenhower heard the news, he was ecstatic. Bradley said he wanted to push everything across he could. Eisenhower responded, "Sure. Get right on across with everything you've got. It's the best break we've had." The Germans agreed with Eisenhower and Bradley that the Ludendorff Bridge was suddenly the most critical strategic spot in Europe. In the morning the Luftwaffe attacked, but not a single bomb hit the bridge. 2 great masses of men and weapons were on the move, heading toward Remagen. For the Germans it was a hellish march through mud, traffic jams, abandoned vehicles, dead horses, dead men. Piper Cubs would spot them and bring down a tremendous shelling from American artillery on the West Bank. For the Americans, it was a hellish march over the bridge. Captain Rowland of the 99th Division recalled as he crossed the night of March 7th. My mind flickered back to the historic episode in which Caesar crossed the same stream, at almost the same location, to fight the same enemy 2,000 years before. My reverie was cut short by the whistle and crash of hostile shells. How exposed and vulnerable I felt on that strip of metal high above the black, swirling waters. Walking forward became extremely difficult. I had the feeling that each projectile was headed directly at my chest. Actually, we who had gained the bridge were relatively safe. The shells were hitting in the approaches to the bridge amid the marching troops who suffered many casualties. On the bridge, one shell hit on or near it every 5 minutes. As the infantry and armor gradually forced the Germans back, hundreds of engineers worked to repair the bridge even as it was getting pounded, while thousands of other engineers labored to get pontoon bridges across into the bridgehead. Major Jack Barnes of the 51st Engineer Combat Battalion was in charge of building a 25-ton heavy pontoon bridge. At 1900 March 11th, 27 hours after starting construction, the 969-foot heavy pontoon bridge was completed. It was the longest floating bridge ever constructed by the Corps of Engineers under fire. Traffic started at 2300 with one vehicle crossing every 2 minutes. During the first 7 days, 2,500 vehicles, including tanks, crossed the bridge. On March 15th, the great structure of the Ludendorff, pounded unmercifully by first the Americans and then the Germans, finally sagged abruptly and then fell apart with a roar, killing 28 and injuring 93 of the engineers working on it. But by then the Americans had 6 pontoon bridges over the river and 9 divisions on the far side. They were in a position to head east, then north to meet 9th Army, which would be crossing the Rhine north of Dusseldorf. When 1st and 9th Armies met, they would have the German 15th Army in the Ruhr Valley encircled. Up north, Montgomery's preparations continued. Down south, Patton's Third Army cleared the Saarland and the Palatinate in a spectacular campaign. As his divisions approached the Rhine, Patton had 500 assault boats. On the night of March 22nd, the 5th Division began to cross the river at Oppenheim, south of Mainz. The Germans were unprepared. By midnight, the entire 11th Regiment had crossed by boat with only 20 casualties. Well before dawn, the whole of the 5th and a part of the 90th Divisions were across. Patton called Bradley. "Brad, don't tell anyone, but I'm across." "Well, I'll be damned. You mean across the Rhine?" "Sure am. I sneaked a division over last night." The following day, Patton walked across a pontoon bridge built by his engineers. He stopped in the middle. While every GI in the immediate area who had a camera took his picture, he urinated into the Rhine, a long, high, steady stream. As he buttoned up, Patton said, "I've waited a long time to do that. I didn't even piss this morning when I got up, so I would have a really full load." Yes, sir, the pause that refreshes. When he reached the east bank, he faked a fall, rose with 2 hands of German soil, and remarked, "Thus William the Conqueror." That night, March 23rd, Montgomery put his operation in motion. Generals Eisenhower and Simpson climbed to a church tower to watch. Things went so well that before daylight the 79th and 30th Divisions were fully across the river, at a cost of only 31 casualties. They set off, headed east. At airfields in Britain, France, and Belgium, meanwhile, the paratroopers and glider-borne troops from the British 6th and the American 17th Airborne Divisions began to load up in their C-47s, C-46s, or gliders. The airborne troopers' objectives were wooded high ground affording observation of the river crossing sites. Reporter Richard C. Hoddlett was on one of the B-17s carrying cameras to record the event. The sky above was pale blue. Below us, golden soil and bright green meadows were cut by long morning shadows. Flying at a few hundred feet, banking steeply to let the cameramen get their shots, we saw the solid phalanxes of olive-green troop carriers and tow planes and gliders nose to tail. It was a mighty olive-green river that surged steadily and inevitably over Germany. Once across the river on the edge of the drop zone where the big bombers and fighters had just dropped their bombs, the scene changed. Here there was no sunlight. Here in the center of green and fertile land was a clearly marked area of death. The smoke seemed a shroud. The German anti-aircraft guns sprang to life. Hoddlett's plane was hit. He had to bail out, but fortunately not until the plane had crossed back to the west bank of the river, where he landed safely among friends. Earlier that morning, before the flights took off, over the radio, Axis Sally had told the men of the 17th Airborne to leave their parachutes home, because they would be able to walk down on the flak. She had not lied. The flak and ground fire were the most intense of any airborne operation of the war. For the gliders it was terrifying. The sky was full of air bursts and tracers. Machine gun bullets ripped through the canvas. The pilots could not take evasive action. They fixed their eyes on the spot they had chosen to land and tried to block out everything else. Over half the gliders were badly hit, and nearly all made crash landings amid heavy small arms fire. By the first week of spring 1945, Eisenhower's armies had done what he had been planning for since the beginning of the year, close to the Rhine along its length, with a major crossing north of Dusseldorf, and what he had dared to hope for and was prepared to support, additional crossings by First Army in the center and Third Army to the south. The 90th Division on Patton's left flank headed east toward Hanau on the main river. It crossed in assault boats on the night of March 28th. Major John Cochrane's battalion ran into a battalion of Hitler Youth officer candidates, teenage Germans who were eager to fight. They set up a roadblock in a village. As Cochrane's men advanced toward it, the German boys let go with their machine gun, killing one American. Cochrane put some artillery fire on the roadblock and destroyed it, killing 3. Cochrane recalled, "One youth, perhaps aged 16, held up his hands. I was very emotional over the loss of a good soldier, and I grabbed the kid and took off my cartridge belt. I asked him if there were more like him in the town. He gave me a stare and said, 'I'd rather die than tell you anything.' I told him to pray because he was going to die. I hit him across the face with my thick, heavy belt. I was about to strike him again when I was grabbed from behind by Chaplain Kearns. He said, 'Don't.' Then he took that crying child away. The chaplain had intervened not only to save a life, but to prevent me from committing a murder. Had it not been for the chaplain, I would have. From the crossing of the Rhine to the end of the war, every man who died, died needlessly. It was that feeling that almost turned Major Cochran into a murderer. On the last day of March, Sergeant Schlemmer of the 82nd had a particularly gruesome experience that almost broke him. His squad was advancing, supported by a tank. 6 troopers were riding on the tank while he and 5 others were following in its tracks, which freed them from worry about mines. A hidden 88 fired. The shell hit the gun turret, blowing off the troopers, killing 2 and wounding the other 4. Schlemmer recalled, "The force of the blast blew them to the rear of the tank near me. They lay as they fell. A second round then came screaming in, this time to ricochet off the front of the tank. The tank reversed gears and backed up over 3 of our wounded, crushing them to death. I could only sit down and bawl, whether out of frustration of being unable to help them, whether from the futility of the whole damn war, or whether from hatred of the Germans for causing it all, I've never been able to understand." Hitler and the Nazis had poisoned the minds of the boys Germany was throwing into the battle. Captain F.W. Norris of the 90th Division ran into a roadblock. His company took some casualties, then blasted away, wounding many. The most seriously wounded was a young SS sergeant who looked just like one of Hitler's supermen. He had led the attack. He was bleeding copiously and badly needed some plasma. One of Norris's medics started giving him a transfusion. The wounded German, who spoke excellent English, demanded to know if there was any Jewish blood in the plasma. The medic said damned if he knew. In the United States, people didn't make such a distinction. The German said if he couldn't have a guarantee that there was no Jewish blood, he would refuse treatment. Norris remembered, "I had been listening and had heard enough. I turned to this SS guy, and in very positive terms I told him I really didn't care whether he lived or not, but if he did not take the plasma, he would certainly die. He looked at me calmly and said, 'I would rather die than have any Jewish blood in me.' So he died." In most cases, the retreating Germans did not stop to fight. This was fortunate for the villages because the American practice was to demolish any buildings that were defended. First and Third Armies were advancing in mostly rural areas untouched by the war. The GIs were spending their nights in houses. They would give the inhabitants 5 minutes or so to clear out. The German families were indignant. The GIs were insistent. As Lieutenant Max Lale put it in a March 30th letter home, "None of us have any sympathy for them because we all have been taught to accept the consequences of our actions. These people apparently feel they are the victims of something they had no hand in planning, and they seem to feel they are being mistreated." The stock joke had it that every German had a cousin in Milwaukee. The rural German homes had creature comforts: electricity, hot water, flush toilets, soft white toilet paper, such as most people thought existed in 1945 only in America. On his first night in a house, Private Joe Burns spent 5 minutes in a hot shower. 51 years later, he declared it to be the most exquisite 5 minutes in my life. Never before or since have I had such pure pleasure. Things were looking up, even though there was still a lot of Germany to overrun. Victory, April 1st to May 7th, 1945. Easter came on April 1st in 1945. In many cases, the celebration of the resurrection brought the GIs and German civilians together. Sergeant Lindy Sawyers of the 99th Division and his squad had moved into a house that was big enough to allow the Frau and her two small girls to remain. He remembered that on the day before Easter, I entered the house and heard a wail from the mom and kids. He asked what was wrong and was told that some of his men had found and stolen the family Easter cake. Sawyers investigated and caught 2 recruits who had done the deed. He returned the cake to its rightful owners. There was great rejoicing, and I felt virtuous, for a second at least. Easter Sunday morning, a lot of us went to services in the church in town. There we sat with weapons for the service in the church of the conquered whose goods we were systematically looting. Artilleryman Max Lale wrote his wife on April 2nd. It was a bit like Easter at home. The German children were out searching for brightly colored eggs, as our own youngsters do. Most of the families in town gave Easter eggs to our soldiers. On Easter Sunday, 1945, there were over 1 million GIs in Germany. Captain Lale described the scene. Day after day we rolled down German roads, going ever deeper into the interior of the country. You get the feeling that the army is an immense flood pouring over the countryside, tipped with violence at the crest and depositing flotsam in the backwaters. In the villages and small towns in central Germany, civilians stood on the sidewalks, awestruck by this display of mobility and firepower. Few of them had any illusions about how the war was going to end. The German tanks, still operating and lucky enough to have fuel, were in full retreat on both the eastern and western fronts. The Red Army was approaching Berlin. The Nazis were shipping gold bars, 100 tons worth, made from the gold fillings and gold teeth taken from the mouths of murdered Jews at Auschwitz and a dozen other camps, and the contents of Berlin's art galleries, as well as the art they had looted from the art galleries of Europe, to Merkers. There they were hidden in a deep salt mine. When the Americans arrived in Merkers, they discovered the mine. A few days later, Eisenhower and Patton paid it a visit. "Hot dog, Ike," Patton proclaimed. He proposed sealing up the shaft, leaving the treasures in place. Then, when Congress began cutting the Army's appropriation after the war, the Army could finance itself. Instead, Eisenhower placed MPs at the entrance and began arrangements to move the loot to Frankfurt. Another discovery made on Easter Sunday by elements of Third Army was a German toxic gas dump at Hunstadt, containing some 50,000 gas-filled shells ready to be fired. Even in early April 1945, when Hitler was at his most desperate and most crazed, he never ordered gas warfare. Apparently this was because he had been gassed in World War I. The GIs were surprised to find how much they liked the Germans. Private Webster of the 101st hated the Nazis and wished more of the German villages would be destroyed, so that the Germans would suffer as the French and Belgians and Italians had suffered, and thus learn not to start wars. But despite himself, Webster was drawn to the people. "The Germans I have seen so far have impressed me as clean, efficient, law-abiding people. They are cleaner, more progressive, and more ambitious than either the English or the French." With the growing area of Western and Central Germany under American occupation, the High Command ordered a policy of non-fraternization. GIs were told they could not talk to any German, even small children, except on official business. This absurd order, which flew in the face of human nature in so obvious a way, was impossible to enforce. In some cases, the GIs mistreated the civilian population, and they engaged in widespread looting, especially of wine, jewelry, Nazi memorabilia, and other portable items. There were some rapes, not many because the Army's policy was to identify, try, and if found guilty, execute rapists. 49 GIs were shot for rape or murder. Overall, in comparison to the areas occupied by the Red Army, Germans in areas occupied by the Americans were lucky, and they knew it. They did their best, most of them, to please the Americans with considerable success. There was something approaching mutual admiration. The theme of German-American relations in the first week of April 1945 was harmony. Corporal Roger Foehringer was in the 106th Division. He was captured along with 4 buddies. On Easter Sunday, their guards began marching them east to flee the oncoming American army. Foehringer and his men dropped out of the line, hid in a wood, and thus escaped. Near the village of Versbach, someone shot at them. They ran. Up on a hill they saw 2 elderly gentlemen waving their arms, motioning for the GIs to come their way. They did. The Germans showed them a cave and indicated they should stay put. In the morning, Foehringer said, "2 young boys came into the cave and brought with them black bread, lard, and ersatz coffee. Hot. We couldn't communicate with them, but they let us know we should stay put." This continued through April 5th. Late in the afternoon of the 6th, the boys came running up to the cave yelling, "Amerikaners komme! Amerikaners komme!" So we and the boys raced down the hill toward Versbach. The whole little village was surrounding a jeep in the center of the square, and on top of the hood of the jeep was an American sergeant waving a .45 around in the air. It turned out the sergeant was a mechanic with a tank destroyer outfit from the rear who had got to drinking and decided he was going to the front to see what it was like. So he stole a jeep and took off. He had no idea where he was and hoped Foehringer did. All 5 GIs scrambled onto the jeep. The sergeant drove west toward Würzburg. Foehringer saw burning German half-tracks, tanks, trucks, dead soldiers laying alongside the road, but no sign of troops, ours or theirs. On Easter Sunday, 21st Army Group and 12th Army Group linked up near Paderborn, completing the encirclement of the Ruhr. Some 400,000 German soldiers were trapped, while the remainder of Nazi Germany was cut off from its weapons and ammunition supply. Eisenhower issued a proclamation to the German troops and people, in leaflet form and via radio, urging the soldiers to surrender and the people to begin planting crops. He described the hopelessness of their situation and warned them that future resistance would only add to their future miseries. Most Germans heartily agreed. Thousands of soldiers threw down their arms, took off their uniforms, put on civilian clothes, and headed home. Thousands of ordinary German soldiers also carried on the battle. Their fear of the Gestapo was greater than their fear of the GIs. Major Hannibal von Lüttichgau had conflicting motivations. "I hoped the Americans would hurry up and get it over because we expected nothing good from the Russians." But still he continued to fight the Americans. "We needed to hold out as long as possible in order to maintain a good conscience. We could not betray the fatherland. This is something every soldier knew." There was another motivation. Lieutenant Wenzel Andreas Burgert put it this way: "The Allies' insistence on unconditional surrender made us fight longer. If they had said, 'Get rid of the Nazis,' none of us would have objected to that. But none of the Allies said that." After the mid-April surrender of 325,000 troops, plus 30 generals in the Ruhr pocket, the Wehrmacht packed it in. The Volkssturm, the Waffen-SS, and the Hitler Youth were another matter. They fought fiercely and inflicted great damage. The GIs never knew when the lead jeep rounded a corner what was ahead. If inexperienced boys were there, they would fire, most often a Panzerfaust shell at the jeep. The Americans would proceed to smash the village. It was chaos and catastrophe brought on for no reason, except that Hitler had raised these boys for just this moment. The Allied fear was that Hitler would be able to encourage these armed bands to continue the struggle over the radio. His voice was his weapon. If he could get to the Austrian Alps, he might be able to surround himself with SS troops and use the radio to put that voice into action. Eisenhower's mission was to get a sharp, clean, quick end to the war. The Russians were going to take Berlin anyway. There were more German divisions in southern Germany than to the north. The best way to carry out the mission was to overrun Bavaria and Austria before the Germans could set up their Alpine redoubt. Eisenhower refused to race the Russians to Berlin. He was much criticized for this, but none of the GIs wanted to charge into Berlin. For the GIs, what stood out about Eisenhower's decision was that he put them first. If the Russians wanted to get into the ultimate street fight, that was their business. American POWs were a major concern. The Germans held 90,000 U.S. airmen and soldiers in stalags scattered across central and southern Germany. They were in a ghastly condition that would only get worse as the Third Reich disintegrated. Liberating them became a primary goal. When the camps were liberated during the regular course of operations, the GIs usually found the guards gone, the POWs awaiting them. The sight of an American or British soldier was a signal for an outburst of joy. Captain Pat Reed of the British Army was in Colditz Prison. It was a castle in a rural area of central Germany. The prisoners were Allied officers, bad boys to the Germans because they had escaped from other stalags. Reed described the moment on April 15th, a day after the guards took off, when a single American soldier stood at the gate. His belt and straps were festooned with ammunition clips and grenades, submachine gun in hand. An Allied officer cautiously advanced toward him with outstretched hand. The GI took it, grinned, and said cheerfully, "Any doughboys here?" Suddenly a mob was rushing toward him, shouting and cheering and struggling madly to reach him, to make sure that he was alive, to touch him, and from the touch, to know again the miracle of living, to be men in their own right. Men wept, unable to restrain themselves. To most German soldiers, the sight of a GI or Tommy standing in front of them was almost as welcome an event as it was for the Allied POWs. Those who surrendered safely thought themselves among the luckiest men alive. In mid-April, Sergeant Egger recalled, "I fired at a deer in the evening while hunting, but missed, and 5 German soldiers came out of the woods with their hands up. I bet they thought we had excellent vision." On the east-west autobahns, German troops marched west on the median, while Americans on tanks, trucks, and jeeps rolled east on the road. Sometimes they had to fight. On April 27th, G Company came to Deggendorf, northeast of Munich. There were some Hitler Youth in the town of 15,000. They had no artillery or even mortar support, no tanks, no skills at making war. But they had machine guns and Panzerfausts, and they let go. The bullets sounded like angry bees overhead, Egger wrote. American artillery destroyed the hive. Later, in the by then destroyed town, one of his buddies said to him, "Wouldn't it be a hell of a note to go through all this and then check out so close to the end? The thought of being killed by some fanatical 13-year-old scares the hell out of me. After coming this far, I don't want to die now." As the Tommies and GIs moved deeper into Germany, they made discoveries that brought on a great change in attitude toward Germany and its people. On April 11th, the 3rd Armored Division got into Nordhausen, on the southern side of the Harz Mountains in central Germany. Captain Belton Cooper was near the van as the GIs worked their way into town. Suddenly a strange apparition emerged from the side of one of the buildings, a tall, frail-looking creature with striped pants and naked from the waist up. It appeared to be a human skeleton with little signs of flesh, if any. The skin appeared to be like a translucent plastic stretched over the rib cage and sucked with a powerful vacuum until it impinged to the backbone in the rear. I could not tell whether it was male or female. There was no face, merely a gaunt human skull staring out. The teeth were exposed in a broad grin, and in place of eyes were merely dark sockets. I did not see how it was humanly possible for this pathetic creature to have enough strength to walk. As we proceeded down the road, we encountered more and more of these gaunt figures standing or sitting, but most of them were sprawled on the road where they had collapsed. In their last struggle to survive, they had attempted to walk as far away from their tormentors as possible. Cooper came to a warehouse where German civilians, old men, women, and children, were plundering. The crowd was ravenous. They were pushing and shoving. They paid absolutely no attention to the poor, pitiful wretches lying in the streets. Further on, we passed 3 large stacks of what appeared to be waste paper and garbage, piled in rows 6 feet high and 400 feet long. The stench was overwhelming, and as I looked, I noticed that parts of the stack were moving. To my absolute horror, it dawned on me that these stacks contained the bodies of naked human beings. A few were still alive, and they were writhing in the excrement and human waste. General Collins ordered that every civilian in Nordhausen had to work around the clock until the bodies were buried. Later, Cooper discovered the V-2 underground rocket factory where the slave laborers worked until they starved. Eisenhower saw his first slave labor camp on April 13th. It was Ohrdruf Nord, near the town of Gotha. Up to that time, I had known about Nazi crimes only generally or through secondary sources. I visited every nook and cranny of the camp, because I felt it my duty to be in a position from then on to testify at first hand about these things, in case there ever grew up at home the belief or assumption that the stories of Nazi brutality were just propaganda. That night he sent communications to both Washington and London, urging the 2 governments to send newspaper editors, photographers, congressmen, and members of Parliament to visit the camp and make a record. That was done. Day after day over the next couple of weeks, more camps were discovered. On April 27th, the 12th Armored Division approached Landsberg am Lech, west of Munich. There was a Wehrmacht unit and a Waffen-SS unit in the town. The Wehrmacht commander decided to withdraw across the Lech River. The SS commander wanted to fight. When the civilians saw the soldiers leaving, they hung out white sheets. Lieutenant Julius Bernstein related that the sight infuriated the SS. In their rage, they went from house to house and dragged outside whomever they found and hanged them from the nearest tree or lamppost. As we rode into Landsberg, we found German civilians hanging from trees like ripe fruit. Later that day, an awful black acid smoke appeared. It came from one of the outlying camps of the Dachau system. When the Americans approached, the SS officer in charge had ordered the remaining 4,000 slave laborers destroyed. The guards had nailed shut the doors and windows of the wooden barracks, hosed down the buildings with gasoline, and set them on fire. The prisoners had been cremated alive. Later, Bernstein helped load civilians from Landsberg into trucks to take them to see the atrocity. Would you believe that no one admitted any knowledge of the camp? They told us they thought it was a secret war factory, so they didn't ask questions. They all defended Hitler, saying the Führer knew nothing of this. They blamed Goering, Goebbels, and Himmler, but not their dear Führer. Major Winters was one of the first to arrive at Landsberg. The memory of starved, dazed men who dropped their eyes and heads when we looked at them through the chain-link fence, in the same manner that a beaten, mistreated dog would cringe, leaves feelings that cannot be described and will never be forgotten. The impact of seeing those people behind that fence left me saying, only to myself, "Now I know why I am here." On April 25th at Torgau on the Elbe River, a lieutenant from 1st Army, William D. Robinson, met a Red Army soldier. Germany was divided. A spontaneous celebration ensued. To the south, 3rd Army was penetrating Czechoslovakia, while 7th Army raced eastward past Munich and down into Austria, where no boundary lines had yet been set. Eisenhower urged the GIs to get as far into Austria as possible. Eisenhower had stayed away from Berlin in part because the political division of Germany into zones of occupation had already been agreed to by the Big Three. As individuals, squads, companies, regiments, divisions, corps, as entire armies, the Germans were surrendering. The crazies were still fighting, like chickens with their heads cut off, even though Hitler had shot himself on April 30th. But most of the shooting was over. The dominant thought in every GI's head was home. On May 6th, Don Williams of Stars and Stripes wrote an article that gave them the bad news. No man or woman, no matter how long he or she has been in service, overseas or in combat, will be released from the Army if his or her services are required in the war against Japan. In the meantime, don't write home and tell your mother or sweetheart that you'll be home next week or next month. For most of you, it just ain't so. On May 7th, the campaign of the U.S. Army in Northwest Europe came to an end. That morning, at the Supreme Headquarters of the Allied Expeditionary Force in Reims, German delegates signed the unconditional surrender. The Russians insisted that there be a second signing in Berlin, which took place on May 8th. Men reacted differently. Sergeant Ewald Becker of Panzer Grenadier Regiment 111 was near his home in Kassel. We went out onto the streets to surrender. The first vehicle to come was an American Jeep, and as I raised my hands, he waved and grinned at me and continued to drive. Then another Jeep with 4 men. They stopped and gave me chocolate. They said something I didn't understand and drove on. Then a German vehicle came with a white flag. I asked him what was going on, and he said the war has been over for 2 hours. I went back to the village and we tapped the first available keg. Within 2 hours, I can say with confidence, the entire village was drunk. Many units had a ceremony of some sort. In the 357th Combat Team 90th Division, the CO had all the officers assemble on the grassy slopes of a hill, under a flagpole flying the Stars and Stripes. The regimental CO spoke, as did the division commander. I can't remember their words, Lieutenant Colonel Ken Reimers said, but he remembered counting the costs. We had taken some terrible losses. Our infantry suffered over 250% casualties. There was not a single company commander present who left England with us, and there were only a half-dozen officers in the whole regiment who landed on Utah Beach. There is no typical GI among the millions who served in Northwest Europe, but Bruce Egger surely was representative. He was a mountain man from central Idaho. At the end of 1943, he got assigned to Fort Leonard Wood for training. In October 1944, he arrived in France and went into a Repel depot. On November 6th, he went on the line with G Company, 328th Regiment, 26th Division. He served out the war in almost continuous frontline action. After the war, he got a degree in forestry in 1951 and served in the U.S. Forest Service for 29 years. In his memoir of the war, Egger spoke for all GIs. More than 4 decades have passed since those terrible months when we endured the mud of Lorraine, the bitter cold of the Ardennes, the dank cellars of Saarlütern. We were miserable and cold and exhausted most of the time. We were all scared to death. But we were young and strong then, possessed of the marvelous resilience of youth. And for all the misery and fear and the hating every moment of it, the war was a great, if always terrifying, adventure. Not a man among us would want to go through it again. But we are all proud of having been so severely tested and found adequate. The only regret is for those of our friends who never returned. And now, a final word from the author, Stephen E. Ambrose.
They were the men who built modern America. They had learned to work together in the armed services in World War II. They had seen enough destruction. They wanted to construct. They built the interstate highway system, the St. Lawrence Seaway, the suburbs, and much more. They had seen enough killing. They wanted to save lives. They licked polio and made other revolutionary advances in medicine. They had learned in the Army the virtues of a solid organization and teamwork, and the value of individual initiative, inventiveness, and responsibility. They developed the modern corporation while inaugurating revolutionary advances in science and technology, education, and public policy. The ex-GIs had seen enough war. They wanted peace. But they had also seen the evils of dictatorship. They wanted freedom. They had learned in their youth that the way to prevent war was to deter through military strength and to reject isolationism for full involvement in the world. So they supported NATO and the United Nations and the Department of Defense. They had stopped Hitler and Tojo. In the 1950s, they stopped Stalin and Khrushchev. In the fall semester of 1996, I was a visiting professor at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I taught a course on World War II to some 350 students. They were dumbstruck by descriptions of what it was like to be on the front lines. They were even more amazed by the responsibilities carried by junior officers and NCOs who were as young as they. Like all of us who have never been in combat, they wondered if they could have done it. And even more, they wondered how anyone could have done it. In assessing the motivation of the GIs, there is agreement that patriotism or any other form of idealism had little, if anything, to do with it. The GIs fought because they had to. What held them together was not country and flag, but unit cohesion. That's generally true, but yet there is something more. Although the GIs were and are embarrassed to talk or write about the cause they fought for, in marked contrast to their great-grandfathers who fought in the Civil War, they were the children of democracy, and they did more to help spread democracy around the world than any other generation in history. At the core, the American citizen soldiers knew the difference between right and wrong, and they didn't want to live in a world in which wrong prevailed. So they fought and won. And we, all of us, living and yet to be born, must be forever profoundly grateful.